Hi, I'm Dave Ward from the University of Edinburgh, and welcome to the first lecture of our philosophy MOOC. So, in this week of the course, our job is to try and understand a bit about what philosophy as a subject is. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to tell you what I think philosophy is, and then I'm going to try and illustrate that conception of philosophy by talking a bit about how that relates it to some other subjects. Then we're going to move on to thinking about how some other features of philosophy follow from that definition of philosophy that I'll have given you. Then we're going to move on to thinking about how we actually go about doing philosophy, and we're going to do that by looking at our first couple of examples of philosophical arguments and thinking about how we should understand them and criticise them. Then finally, we're going to finish by thinking about what it might mean to look for the best way or the right way of thinking about something. And we're going to look at the views of a couple of great philosophers from history who are going to help us think about that question. So let's get started. What is philosophy? Well, it's a difficult question to answer. And I think the best answer that we can give is a very simple one. Philosophy is just the activity that philosophers get up to. So one important thing about that is that philosophy isn't just a subject, it's an activity that we have to engage in, it's something that we have to do. And to really get a good sense of what it is to engage in it, what it is to do it, and to do it well, you're going to have to do more than just listen to what I have to say about philosophy this week. The best way to work out what that activity is all about and how to be good at it is going to be to work your way through the course and try to engage and think about and understand all the different topics and problems and arguments that we're going to consider there. So by doing that, you'll hopefully get a much better sense of what philosophy is all about than I'm going to be able to give you this week. But I can at least try and make a start on saying what I think philosophy is. And here's the definition that I'm going to be working with this week. I think that philosophy is the activity of working out the best way to think about things. So, what do I mean by that? Well, let's clarify it first of all by thinking about how that relates it to some other subjects. So one question that you might have immediately about that definition is, don't all subjects try and think about things in the right way? Okay, from astronomy to zoology, everything tries to think about whatever topic or domain it's concerned with in the right way. And I think that that's true, but I think that what the philosopher needs to say in response to it is to distinguish between the activity of getting on with thinking in a particular way and the activity of stepping back from that way of thinking and working out the right way to think about things. So it's that distinction between thinking in a particular way and working out whether some way of thinking is the right way that I think corresponds to the distinction between some particular academic subject and doing philosophy about that subject. So let's take physics as an example. If you're a physicist, then you do things like collect data, do measurements, construct experiments, and try and build theories on that basis. Okay, when you're doing that, you're getting on with the activity and the way of thinking that's characteristic of physics. But we can step back from the activity of doing physics and thinking in that way that we do when we're doing physics. And we can ask questions like, what is it for data to confirm or refute a theory in physics? What are we doing when we're trying to measure reality? And what does it even mean to try and understand reality in terms of its basic physical constituents? So when we step back from the actual process of doing physics in that way and start asking questions about the ways of thinking and the ways of carrying on that we're employing when we're doing physics, then we're making the transition from doing physics to doing the philosophy of physics. Okay, we're stepping back and trying to work out the right way of thinking about things. So for our second example, I want to think about medicine. Specifically, I want to think about the way they would have practiced or thought about medicine in medieval times. So in those times, as I understand it, they tried to explain all different diseases and tried to treat all different diseases in terms of what they called 4 humours. So there was blood, black bile, phlegm, and yellow bile. And if you had anything wrong with you, then they tried to understand that disease in terms of some kind of imbalance of those 4 humours and treat it accordingly. Now, obviously, we don't think about medicine in that way anymore. We don't think that that's the right way to think about diseases and their treatment. So, how can that change in our way of thinking come about? Well, one way it could come about is just by us asking questions about what it really means for a disease to be an imbalance of black bile and yellow bile, or whatever. So we might just ask ourselves whether we really understand what it means to make that identity claim that a disease just is that. Or we might look at all the other things in the body that seem to also be important to our physical health and the treatment and curing of disease, and think that there seems to be a lot of evidence that they seem important to our health as well. So there are things other than blood and bile and phlegm that are important to being healthy. How does our medical theory explain that? Or we might just notice that our ways of treating diseases and trying to cure people according to this framework really aren't very successful. Okay, so different ways in which we might be prompted to revise our conception of what the best way of thinking about diseases and how to treat them are. So notice from the quick discussion of physics and that quick discussion of medieval medicine that it looks like there are a couple of different ways that we can be prompted to revise our way of thinking about things, revise our conception of what the best way of thinking in a particular domain is. One sort of way can be making that revision from the inside. So making that revision from just thinking about the subject. So when I was talking about philosophy of physics, I was talking about asking questions such as, what is it for data to confirm or to refute a theory? And those are questions that can change the way that we think about physics just from the armchair, if you will, okay, just by thinking about them. In the case of medicine, I suggested that one way that we might be prompted to revise our medical framework was by thinking about whether or not we really understand what it means for a disease to be an imbalance of different humours. So again, that would be what we might call a challenge to our way of thinking from the inside, right? We don't have to go out and be confronted by the world to change the way that we're thinking about things in those cases. But another way that we might be prompted to change the way that we're thinking about things is from the outside. So this is probably particularly clear with the example of medieval medicine. So presumably one of the reasons why we don't subscribe to that way of thinking about diseases and their treatment anymore is because we just noticed that it wasn't very successful. Okay, when we try and understand diseases and treat diseases by thinking about them and acting towards them in that way, just a lot of people seem to die and we don't seem to do very well. We might think that we can think about similar examples in physics. So perhaps the sorts of discoveries that were made in quantum mechanics at the start of the 20th century might give us examples here. One way you might think about those discoveries is that they appear to give us results just by looking at the world and doing experiments on it and observing what we found there that seemed to show that we had to really change quite fundamentally some of our notions about how we understand the world. So you might think that some of the results from quantum mechanics put pressure on basic intuitions that we have about what it is for one thing to be able to cause another. So there might be results in quantum mechanics that suggest that one thing can instantaneously affect another thing that's very far away from it and that doesn't seem to have any connection to it. There might also be some results from quantum mechanics that suggest that a thing can be like a wave in some respects, but like a particle in some other respects, whereas it seems that according to our common sense conception of reality, a thing can be either a wave or a particle, but not both. So that's a very quick and crude characterization of some stuff about quantum mechanics, but it's just by way of example to suggest how the world can throw up reasons for us to change our way of thinking about things just as surely as we can get reasons just by thinking about it from our armchair. And so it's that feature of philosophy, the feature that by taking our ways of thinking about things out into the world and testing them against the world, we can be prompted to change and revise them. That means philosophy has this really close relationship with a lot of other subjects. So in our two examples, we've seen how it can have a close relationship with physics and with medicine. By getting on with the business of doing physics and doing medicine, we can be given reason to step back and think about or rethink what we think are our best ways of understanding the world. And this goes for a whole lot of other subjects as well. So for example, in a future week of the course, we're going to be thinking about some issues in the philosophy of mind, and we're going to see how developments in artificial intelligence and computer science led to people stepping back and trying to think about new ways to think about what it actually is to have a mind. So in this section, I've suggested that philosophy is the activity of stepping back and working out the right way of thinking about things. And I started off by saying that philosophy, in an important sense, was an activity, not just a subject. So far I've tried to say a little bit about what that activity is and illustrated it with a couple of examples. So in the last section, I made the suggestion that philosophy was the activity of working out the right way to think about things, and I tried to illustrate and explain that a little bit by talking about how that relates philosophy to other subjects. So in this section, I want to draw some more consequences for what philosophy is and how we should think about philosophy from that definition. The first consequence that I want to draw follows pretty straightforwardly from what I've been saying about the intimate connections that philosophy has to other subjects. So the first consequence is that philosophical questions can arise almost anywhere. Because I think philosophy just is the activity of working out the right way to think about things, I think you can create a philosophical question or problem in any domain where we're thinking about stuff and trying to do that in the right way. We can always step back and ask for a justification or articulation of the particular assumptions or presuppositions that we're employing when we're thinking about something in some way. Because of this, I think that you can compare what the philosopher is doing to what a child is doing when they're continuously asking why in response to something. So presumably people have had this experience with children. They ask you why something is the case. You try and give them an answer and they just ask you why again. No matter what you say to them, they're always demanding more reasons, more justification, and more articulation of your reasons for responding and thinking in the way that you are. So the philosopher is a bit like the child who's always asking more and more questions, always demanding that we step back further and further, but they're also in the position of the person who's trying to talk to the child and trying to explain things to the child. So the philosopher doesn't just have to ask the questions, they also have to try and come up with answers, or at least try and think about what would be involved in coming up with answers. I think this feature of philosophy tells us something about why people often try and describe philosophy as a subject that's fundamental. Fundamental is a word that people often reach for when they're trying to characterize philosophy's status as a subject or trying to characterize the sorts of questions that philosophy asks. Now, there's a sense in which I don't think it's true to say that philosophy is fundamental as a subject. So, for example, if you're a brain surgeon or a bomb disposal technician, you don't ever have to step back and think philosophical questions about what it is to dispose of a bomb or what a brain is in order to be really, really great at your job. In fact, I've picked those two examples because presumably if you did spend your time stepping back and asking yourself those sorts of questions, then that would make you a much worse brain surgeon or bomb disposal technician. So there are lots of things that you can do and do really well, and presumably lots of things that you can think about and think about really well without doing or thinking in a philosophical way. But I think that there's an important sense in which philosophy is fundamental, and that's just the sense that I've been talking about. The sense in which a philosophical question is never too far away, because whatever we're doing or thinking about, we can always step back and try and articulate and justify the presuppositions that we're implying when we're acting or thinking in that particular way. I think thinking about this example of the child continually asking why also lets us see some more important things about philosophy. The first thing is that philosophy can be very difficult. So we know that if we're in this position of continually being asked why for whatever we say, then it can be a very challenging and frustrating experience. And it seems that part of the reason for this is that often we're being asked to give reasons or articulate the presuppositions behind ways of thinking and acting that we usually just take for granted and get on with. So I think the fact that philosophy is hard and can be frustrating in this way also puts us in a position to see something about the sense in which philosophy is an important subject. So this is another word that people often reach for when they're trying to characterize what philosophy is or what philosophical questions are. It's often said that philosophy asks questions that are big or important in some special sense. And like the case of philosophy being fundamental, there's a sense in which I don't think this is necessarily true. So we've seen that philosophical questions can arise almost anywhere. Okay, no matter what I'm thinking about, I can step back and ask a question about the way that I'm thinking about things that I've suggested is a philosophical one. Now, because of that, there are loads and loads of philosophical questions that we can ask that just don't seem very important. So I can ask philosophical questions about jumpers and zips and microphones and things like that. And we might not think that those are particularly important or interesting questions to concern ourselves with. So I think it's fair to say that just in virtue of a question's being philosophical, that doesn't necessarily make it an important one. But I do think that philosophical questions and philosophical questioning often is very important. And I think we can see that because of what I said a moment ago about how philosophical questioning often concerns things that we usually take for granted. So think about the example of medieval medicine in our previous video section. If we just kept on taking the framework assumed by medieval medicine for granted, then presumably we'd be in a much worse state as a society and as people than we are today. Right? We'd die much quicker, we'd suffer a lot more. So it's really important in that case that somebody at some point stepped back and thought, is this really the right way of thinking about diseases and how to treat them? And we can think about lots of other examples where it was really important that people stepped back and thought, hold on, is this really the right way of thinking about the world and the things that are in it? So at various times throughout history, it's seemed okay to people to commit genocide, or to enslave people, or to discriminate against people on the basis of their race, or on the basis of their sex. And it seems to us now that as soon as we step back and try to articulate a way of thinking that makes those practices, that makes genocide or slavery or racism seem okay, we just can't do it. Okay. So it seems to us that as soon as we step back and think about it, we realise that the way of thinking about things that committing genocide or being involved in slavery presupposes can't be the right one, let alone the best one. Okay, as soon as we reflect on it, we see that that seems like a crazy way to think about the world. Because when we look at history, we find so many examples of ways of thinking and acting that just to us look crazy as soon as you step back and reflect on them, it seems that we should wonder whether or not any of our ways of thinking about the world or acting in the world are going to look equally crazy and indefensible to future generations. So examples of this might be our practices of farming animals for food, or our attitudes towards our responsibilities to the planet, or the suffering of people in distant countries or cultures. But the point is that it's hard for us to know which of these beliefs or practices might look that way to future generations until we actually do the job of stepping back and reflecting on them and scrutinising them. And so that's the sense in which I think looking at the bad ways of thinking and behaving that people have used in the past can show us why stepping back and reflecting on those ways can be a really, really important thing to do. So in this part, I've been trying to articulate some more things about philosophy that result from thinking of philosophy as the activity of working out the best way to think about things. So I've said that thinking about philosophy in that way helps us understand a sense in which philosophy is fundamental, in that philosophical questions can arise almost anywhere. I've suggested that it tells us why doing philosophy can often be a difficult and frustrating activity, and I suggested that perhaps this is because it's often asking about things that we simply take for granted in our thinking and acting in the world. And lastly, I've suggested that thinking about philosophy in this way lets us see how it can sometimes be a very important thing to do. In the last couple of sections, I've tried to say something about what I think philosophy is. In this section, I want to move on to starting to say some things about how philosophy is actually done. Now, here I want to go back to something that I said at the very start of this week's videos, which was that the best way to get a sense of what philosophy is all about and how it's done is going to be to work your way through this course and try and engage with the arguments and topics and problems that you find there. But we can make a start on this week. And the good news is that I'll bet everybody watching this has some idea of how to do philosophy already. And that's because we've all in our day-to-day lives tried to work out the best way of thinking about something at some point. It's something that we do all the time. So for example, suppose I'm trying to decide whether or not I should go to the cinema tonight. How do I do this? Well, I look around for evidence, either that I should or that I shouldn't. I think about what the evidence I find gives me reason to do, and then I try and come to a conclusion on the basis of what I've decided about that evidence. So suppose in thinking about whether or not I should go to the cinema, I say this to myself. I say, they have good hot dogs at the cinema, I like hot dogs, therefore I should go to the cinema. So what I've just done is given a very simple argument that I should go to the cinema. Now, first thing to note here is that argument in this context doesn't have to be something that is bad-tempered or confrontational. When we talk about argument or arguments in the context of philosophy, we just mean evidence and chains of reasoning that try to demonstrate the truth of some conclusion or other. In this case, the conclusion, I should go to the cinema. To introduce quickly some jargon, in this argument we've got two premises. The first one, they have hot dogs at the cinema. The second one, I like hot dogs. And these premises are the claims that the argument makes in order to support its conclusion. So we've got those two premises in support of the conclusion, and then we've got the conclusion that I should go to the cinema. Now, does this argument show that I should go to the cinema tonight? Well, if after thinking about it you have some doubts about whether it does show that, then that shows that you already know something about how to do philosophy. So let's think about the ways that we can question that argument. We can question the way that the conclusion follows from the premises. So maybe just the fact that they have hot dogs at the cinema and that I like hot dogs doesn't mean that I should go to the cinema. And we can see that, right? Perhaps I'm trying to become a vegetarian, or perhaps I'm trying to save money or to lose weight. So we can think of all sorts of reasons why it might not follow from the fact that I like hot dogs and there are hot dogs at the cinema that I should go to the cinema. When the conclusion of an argument follows from its premises, that means when the conclusion has to be true if the premises are true, then the argument is valid. So because we can see that the premises in the above argument are true, so we can see perhaps that the cinema really does have good hot dogs and that I really do like hot dogs, but that it still might not be true that I should go to the cinema, we can see that that argument is not valid. So that's one way we can question a philosophical argument. We can question whether it's valid by questioning whether or not the truth of the conclusion really follows from the truth of the premises. We can also question the premises. The premises might not be true. So for example, in the argument we just gave, perhaps the hot dogs at the cinema really aren't very good, or perhaps they don't actually stock them anymore. Or perhaps we could question the second premise by noting that the last time I had hot dogs, they made me really ill, and so I don't like them anymore. So that's another way we can criticise the argument, by criticising the truth of its premises. To introduce one more bit of jargon, when an argument is valid with true premises, then we say that it's sound. So we can question the soundness of an argument either by questioning the truth of its premises or by questioning its validity. Let's take a more difficult argument to assess. One topic that philosophers have wondered about is what it means for us to be free, or to have free will. So it seems that I've got lots of freedom from moment to moment over what I choose to do. I can choose to keep talking to you now, or I could choose to go away and have a nice lie down or a cup of tea. But I choose to keep talking to you now. Philosophers have tried to construct arguments that put pressure on that idea that we're free to choose what to do from one moment to the next. Here's how one such argument might go. First premise: the way the world was in the past controls exactly how it is in the present and how it will be in the future. Second premise: we're part of the world, just like everything around us. Third premise: we can't control how things were in the past, or the way the past controls the present and future. Conclusion: therefore, we don't control anything that happens in the world, including all the things that we think and say and do. Now, that's a really surprising conclusion. I hope everybody agrees. How can we question it? Well, we can question it in just the same ways as we questioned the argument about the hot dogs and the cinema. We can question the premises. We could question the first premise. We could ask, perhaps the past doesn't really fix the present and the future. So for example, we might think that some of the findings from quantum mechanics that I alluded to in the first video might show us that there might be fundamental indeterminacy and uncertainty in the universe. So perhaps the way things are in the universe at one time doesn't really determine how everything has to be at all future times. We could question the second premise. So perhaps we aren't really parts of the world just like everything else. Perhaps there's something very special about us. So some people have thought that we might have immaterial and immortal souls that makes us a very different sort of thing from all the things around us. Perhaps we could even question the third premise. So perhaps we can control how things were in the past, or how the past controls the present and the future. And I don't really know how you would do that, but perhaps you can. Perhaps some clever person can come up with an argument that that is right. So we can question the premises, or we can question whether the conclusion follows from the premises. Okay, we can question whether or not the argument is valid. So one way of doing this might be saying, perhaps there are two different senses of control at play in this argument. So perhaps the true stuff about control in the premises, about the way that one physical state of the world controls how everything evolves in the future, perhaps that's right, but that doesn't tell us anything about the different sense of control, which concerns the sort of control that we have over our actions that the conclusion tries to tell us something about. Now, I don't want to try and decide between these different ways of responding to this argument here. Perhaps that would be something it was interesting to go off and discuss in the forums for this week. But I do want to note that each of these strategies for responding to the argument has some more work attached to it. The strategy of questioning the first premise and suggesting that there might be some kind of indeterminacy in the way that past states of the universe control present and future states might create just as much of a problem for the sort of control that we have over our actions as the original argument did. The strategy of questioning the second premise and saying that there's something special or different about us with respect to the rest of the universe faces the challenge of saying what that special property is and how exactly we're related to the rest of the universe. In fact, we're going to see some of the problems and costs associated with that in a future week of the course when we think about dualism in the philosophy of mind. And if you go with the strategy of suggesting that the conclusion doesn't follow from the premises because there are two different senses of control in play, then you owe us a story about what those different senses of control are and why the sense of control that is at issue when we're talking about the control that we have over our actions is so very different from the sense of control that the premises are talking about. We just looked at an argument that was trying to help us think about the sense in which we might be free or in control of our actions. And this shows us that in philosophy, often what we're doing is trying to work out the right way of thinking about things with the help of engaging with arguments and positions that other people, other philosophers, have put forward. And so again, I want to come back to this idea that this is how you're going to get the most out of this course, by going through all the different arguments and positions that you're going to encounter there and really trying to critically engage with them and work out what you think about them. Now, in this section, we've been talking about how to actually do philosophy, and I've been talking about looking at arguments, identifying their premises, trying to work out whether they're valid, and this is a really crucial part of what it is to do philosophy. But I want to make two little qualifications about what I've said in this section. So first of all, the arguments that we've looked at have been quite simple ones. So we looked at the one about going to the cinema that had 2 premises, and then we looked at the one about free will that had 3 premises. But we saw, even in thinking about the argument from free will, that it opened up a host of other issues. That was what we saw when we considered the different ways we might try and question the argument, and the different things that we'd have to do if we were going to make any of those ways of questioning the argument work. So often in philosophy, what we're thinking about and how we're thinking about it is so complex that it's very, very hard to try and boil down our thinking to a straightforward series of premises and conclusions. But that doesn't mean that it's not usually a good idea to try and do that and to try and make our thinking as clear and precise to ourselves as we possibly can. The second qualification is that I think there's something important that gets lost if we think of philosophy just in terms of trying to give clever arguments where a clearly stated conclusion follows from clearly stated premises. Sometimes the things that we're thinking about and how we're thinking about them just are too rich and complex for us to be able to just do that. There's a quote from the philosopher Hilary Putnam that I think sums this up really well. He says, "Philosophy needs vision and argument. There's something disappointing about a philosophical work that contains arguments, however good, which are not inspired by some genuine vision, and something disappointing about a philosophical work that contains a vision, however inspiring, which is unsupported by arguments. Speculation about how things hang together requires the ability to draw out conceptual distinctions and connections and the ability to argue. But speculative views, however interesting or well supported by arguments or insightful, are not all we need. We also need what the philosopher Miles Burney called vision, and I take that to mean vision as to how to live our lives and how to order our societies." Now, I think this is a great quote, and I want to mention 2 aspects of the appeal to vision that Putnam is making here. One aspect of the quote is just that I think it suggests that we need to keep in mind the big picture when we're putting forward or criticising philosophical arguments. So an example of failing to do this might be just being really impressed by how clever and nice and neat the argument against us having free control over our actions that we saw earlier looks, and concluding, okay, so I simply don't have any free will, I don't have any control over my actions. It seems to me, at least, that if you accept that conclusion on the basis of the argument, you're accepting something that is so crazy that it can't really correspond to the way that you see and understand yourselves and the world around you. So it seems to me that that would be a case of paying too much attention to the details of the argument and not enough attention to the big picture that the argument is supposed to be illuminating for us. So it seems, at least to me, that what's useful about that argument about free will is not that it gets us to accept the conclusion that we don't have any, but it really helps focus the question of what it is that we mean when we think that we do have free control over our actions. So that's one sense. We need to keep the big picture in mind when we're thinking about whether or not we accept a conclusion or what we think of an argument. And here's the second aspect that is closely related. When we're engaging with a philosophical argument, we need to do more than just try and identify and assess the premises that it's using and see if it's a valid argument. I think we also need to think about the vision, the big picture that inspires that argument. Okay, what's the person who's putting forward the argument really trying to say? What are they really trying to get at? And can we even perhaps do a better job of trying to articulate that and get at what they're trying to say than they can? Or perhaps thinking about the vision or the big picture that's behind their argument can help us in trying to articulate and trying to come to see what it is that we don't like or that we disagree with it. So those are 2 senses in which I think paying attention to this idea of vision or, to put it more simply, paying attention to the big picture in which philosophical arguments are embedded can be really important for doing philosophy. In this section we saw what we meant by a philosophical argument, as well as by talk of premises, validity and soundness. We've also looked at how we can criticise or think about philosophical arguments by questioning their premises or questioning their validity. Finally, I, with the help of Hilary Putnam, suggested that when doing philosophy or engaging with other people's ideas, we're not just interested in clever arguments, we also need to think about the vision or the big picture that we or the philosopher who we're engaging with might be driving at. I've been suggesting that philosophy is the activity of working out the right way of thinking about things, and I've been trying to explain what I mean by that and something about how we do that activity. Now, one question that you might have about that is about this notion of the right way of thinking about things. For example, how do we know in any given case that there is a right way of thinking about things? Also, how do we know that finding the right way of thinking about things is something that we can do by doing philosophy, by constructing and critically evaluating arguments? Now, these are really important questions for philosophy, and I don't want to try and answer them now, but I do want to consider what a couple of famous, influential philosophers have said about those questions, and that's why I'm here at Old Calton Cemetery outside the David Hume Monument. David Hume was a famous Edinburgh-based philosopher, and he thought that a sceptical attitude towards philosophy's capacity to find out the truth about the world was entirely appropriate. One way of understanding Hume's reasons for thinking this was that he thought that the most important thing for philosophy was that it stay true to our experience of the world. For example, we think that we experience the world in terms of causally connected events, in terms of one thing causing another to happen. But Hume argued that causation was something that we could never really know to be a property of the world in itself, but rather was something extra that our mind is prone to add to the impressions that we get from the world. His famous example to illustrate this was of two billiard balls knocking into each other. We're prone to experience the first billiard ball as rolling into the second and causing it to roll off. But Hume suggested that all we really experience is a series of impressions of billiard balls at various times and places, and we never experience anything extra that connects those two billiard balls that we can call causation. Hume argued this about all sorts of different things. For example, he thought that we're not justified in thinking that there is some self that connects all our different experiences and thoughts and beliefs, because all we ever really experience about us and our own minds is those thoughts and experiences and beliefs. Most famously and controversially, Hume argued that we weren't entitled, on the basis of our experience, to believe in an omnipotent and omniscient God. That's why, after he was buried here, they had to post armed guards outside his tomb for several days. So for Hume, by doing philosophy, we can learn all about the various habits that we have of associating impressions and ideas, and the various propensities that we have to draw conclusions about the world on the basis of those impressions. But we can never really know whether those habits of association are the right ones, or whether those conclusions that we're drawing are really putting us in touch with the way that the world is. So this led Hume to conclude that the observation of human blindness and weakness is the result of all philosophy and meets us at every turn, in spite of our endeavours to elude or avoid it. We've just seen that Hume had a very sceptical view about the power of philosophy to put us in touch with facts about the way that the world is. Now, it was that sceptical view that the German philosopher Immanuel Kant famously said awoke him from his dogmatic slumbers. I'm outside my office at the University of Edinburgh in front of a portrait of Professor Norman Kemp Smith, a former professor at the university, who was famous for translating Kant's most important book, his Critique of Pure Reason. Now, in that book, Kant tried to say what he meant by being awoken from his dogmatic slumbers, and also what he was going to do about it. Now, what he meant was that he thought that prior to reading Hume, he had just assumed that philosophy could put us in touch with facts about how the world was. And in fact, he thought that all philosophers prior to Hume had just assumed that. But after reading Hume, Kant realised that we couldn't just assume that, we need to prove it. And in the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant tried to do that. Now, the way that he did that was very complicated, but the basic idea is that he tried to show that the idea of a world that doesn't correspond to the rules that govern our mind is just nonsensical. So he thought that Hume was exactly right in thinking that he'd shown that there are certain ways that we just can't avoid experiencing the world. We have to experience the world as laid out in space, as unfolding over time, and as containing causally connected events. But where Kant differed from Hume was that he thought that these weren't just facts about the way that our mind worked. He thought that these were also facts about the way that the world had to work. In fact, he thought that these were facts about what it was for there to be a world there at all. So Kant argued that if we try and imagine a world that doesn't have these features of space and time and causality, then we just have no reason to think of what we're imagining as a world at all. We just can't get a grip on what that would mean for a world to lack these things. And so in that way, Kant tried to argue that the rules that govern the way that our mind works are also the rules that govern the way the world has to work. And that was how Kant thought that he could respond to Hume's skeptical challenge for philosophy. So this week I've been trying to explain to you what I think philosophy is. And we've even started to do some philosophy, where we've been trying to assess arguments about whether or not I should go to the cinema, whether or not we have free will, or what it really means to try and work out the right way of thinking about something. In the rest of the course, you're going to continue that activity. You're going to step back and try and work out the right way of thinking about a whole lot of other topics. What it is to have a mind, what it is to know about the world, and what it is to gain knowledge through scientific inquiry are just some of the topics that we're going to look at. So I really hope you enjoy it, and thanks very much for watching.
Hi, my name is Duncan Pritchard. I'm a professor of philosophy at the University of Edinburgh. And I'm going to be talking to you today about a field of philosophy which is known as epistemology, which is essentially the theory of knowledge. The lecture is going to break into three parts. In part one, I'm going to be talking about the basic constituents of knowledge. In part two, I'm going to be introducing you to a certain problem about offering a theory of knowledge, which is called the Gettier problem. And then in part three, I'm going to be introducing you to the problem of radical skepticism, which is the difficulty of demonstrating that we have as much knowledge as we take ourselves to have. Part one, the basic constituents of knowledge. We live in an information age, and that means, for most of us at any rate, information is readily accessible to us at the click of a button. But having lots of access to information isn't much use unless you can filter the good information from the bad information. And that's why knowledge is so important. And that's one reason why philosophers are very interested in trying to determine exactly what knowledge is. And that's what we're going to do in this section. At the very least, we're going to try and determine the basic constituents of knowledge. Now, the word knowledge gets used in lots of different ways in ordinary language. Here are some examples. That David knows that the kettle is boiled, that Sweden knows where the secret compartment is, that Alistair knows why the house burnt down, Matthew knows how to fly an aeroplane, Michaela knows which route to take, Alan knows so-and-so from that TV show, and so on. So there's all these different ways in which we use the word knows. Now what we're going to do today is we're going to focus in on a particular way in which we use, a particular fundamental way in which we use the word knows, just to narrow down our discussion a little. And this is what's called propositional knowledge, which is knowledge that something is the case. In order to know what propositional knowledge is, we need to say a little bit about what a proposition is. Now, proposition is what is expressed by a declarative sentence, that is, a sentence that declares that something is the case. So consider the cat is on the mat. That's a sentence that declares that the world is a certain way, that there is a cat on a mat. But not all sentences are like that. Think of a sentence like shut that door or yes please. These sentences they're not describing the world as being a certain way. They're not saying that something is the case. So what we're interested in when we talk about propositional knowledge, which is knowledge that, is knowledge that something is the case. And propositional knowledge is the kind of thing that can be true or false. So a sentence like shut that door, it's not the sort of thing that can be true or false because it doesn't describe the world as being a certain way. But a sentence like the cat is on the mat, well, that could be true if there is a cat on the mat, or it could be false if there isn't a cat on the mat. And if you have propositional knowledge of this proposition, then you know that the cat is on the mat. One way of getting a handle on what propositional knowledge involves is to contrast it to another kind of knowledge called know-how or ability knowledge. Knowing that Paris is the capital of France is a very different thing to knowing how to ride a bicycle. In the latter case, in the case of knowing how to ride a bicycle, knowledge is connecting with the manifestation of an ability or a skill. It's very different from propositional knowledge, like knowing that Paris is the capital of France, where your knowledge is connecting with a proposition. You know that a proposition is the case. There are two basic constituents of propositional knowledge that pretty much everyone agrees upon. The first of these is truth. That if you know a proposition, then that proposition must be true. Now, I noted a moment ago that propositions can be true or false. A proposition like the cat is sitting on the mat is true if the cat really is sitting on the mat, and it's false otherwise. So the claim is that if you know that the cat is sitting on the mat, then that proposition, that the cat is sitting on the mat, must be true. That is, the proposition is describing the world as being a certain way, and if you are to know that proposition, then the world must really be the way that that proposition says it is. So to say that propositional knowledge requires truth is to say that you can't know a falsehood. Now, of course, you might think you know a falsehood, and often we do think we know falsehoods. But we're not really interested in when you think you know something as epistemologists, but rather when you actually know it. So that's what we mean when we say that knowledge requires truth. The second basic constituent of knowledge that everyone agrees upon is that if you know a proposition, then you must at least believe that proposition. So if you know that Paris is the capital of France, then you must at least believe that Paris is the capital of France. Now, of course, sometimes we explicitly contrast belief and knowledge. So we might say something like, I don't merely believe that Paris is the capital of France, I know it. And the suggestion seems to be there that knowledge is different from belief. But of course, what we really mean when we say something like that is that I don't merely believe it. So I don't just believe it, but in addition to that, I know it. So what we're signaling there is the idea that knowledge is something stronger than belief. But of course, that's entirely compatible with the thought that knowledge at the very least requires belief. Notice that when we say that knowledge requires truth, all we mean by that is that you can't know a falsehood. In particular, we're not suggesting that when you know, you must be infallible or you must be absolutely certain. So, for example, presumably you know what you had for breakfast this morning. But, of course, you might be in error about this. It's not as if this is the kind of thing that one couldn't possibly be in error about, that one couldn't make mistakes about. But insofar as you didn't really make a mistake and you really do correctly remember what you had for breakfast this morning, then by any normal standard for knowledge, you account as knowing what you had for breakfast this morning. So knowledge doesn't require certainty, it doesn't require infallibility, but it is inconsistent with knowing a falsehood. The second thing to note here is that when we talk about knowledge of a proposition, we mean just that. In particular, we don't mean knowledge that the proposition is likely or probable. That's a separate thing. So consider the claim that human beings have been to the moon, and compare that with the claim that it's likely or probable that human beings have been to the moon. The second claim is much weaker than the first. The second claim is consistent with the possibility that human beings haven't been to the moon. Now, when we say that someone knows that human beings have been to the moon, we mean the first claim, not the second claim, right? So if we say that without qualification, that's what we mean. We mean that's what they know. Not just they know that it's likely or probable, but that they know that this is the case. Now, of course, sometimes it is relevant to hedge the things that we know, that is, to qualify them in some way. So if we're not completely sure about something, if we think there's some genuine reason to doubt, then we might say that what it is we know is just simply that it's likely or probable. So we don't know the proposition simpliciter, but we know it in this hedged or qualified form. But that it's sometimes appropriate to do that doesn't mean that it's always appropriate to do that. And in fact, in lots of cases, insofar as we apply a reasonable standard for what qualifies as knowledge, then we do know things without the qualification, without the hedge. So, for example, I know what I had for breakfast this morning. It's not that I know that it's likely or probable that I had such and such for breakfast this morning. I know what I had for breakfast this morning. So knowledge requires truth and it requires belief. It requires true belief. That means that knowledge requires getting it right. If you don't get it right, if you don't have a true belief, then you're not even in the market for knowledge. Is there more, though, to knowing than simply getting it right? Well, I think a moment's reflection reveals that there must be. Because there are all kinds of ways that one can get it right, i.e. have a true belief, but where one wouldn't count as knowing. So think of this kind of example. Imagine a juror in a criminal trial. And let's suppose that they believe the defendant's guilty, but not because they've been listening to the evidence. Let's say they haven't been paying attention to the evidence at all. They form their judgment that the defendant is guilty simply out of prejudice, let's say. So they've just formed a snap judgment based on prejudice that the defendant is guilty. Now, it could well be that the defendant is guilty, so they've ended up with a true belief. They've got it right. But clearly you wouldn't count as knowing that the defendant is guilty simply by forming a snap judgment on the basis of prejudice. Compare this juror who forms their belief about the guilt of the defendant simply through prejudice with a different kind of juror who carefully attends to the evidence and thinks through the issues, listens to the testimony from both sides, listens to the directions of the judge and so forth, and forms a judgment that the defendant is guilty. So they both jurors end up with the same judgment. And of course they both get it right. But the first juror who makes their decision simply on the basis of prejudice, this person doesn't know. But the second juror who sifts through the evidence and carefully weighs it up, it seems they do know. So this raises an interesting question for epistemologists. Knowledge requires more than mere true belief, more than just getting it right. It requires doing the kinds of things that this second juror is doing, attending to the evidence, thinking things through, coming to a correct judgment. But what is it in general that marks the difference between knowing and merely getting it right? And this is what we're going to talk about in the second part of this lecture. There are two basic intuitions that govern our thinking about knowledge, and in particular which govern our thinking about what knowledge requires over and above mere true belief, over and above merely getting it right. The first is sometimes called the anti-luck intuition. And what this means is that when you know you're getting it right, your true belief isn't just a matter of luck. So think about the juror who forms their belief through prejudice. Although they've got it right, although they've ended up with a true belief, the way in which they form their belief is not generally a good way of getting to the truth. And so insofar as they've got a true belief, it's just a matter of luck that their belief is true. It's just lucky that they've formed a belief through prejudice and it's happened to be true. In contrast, the juror who's carefully sifted through the evidence and thought things through, insofar as they've got a true belief, it seems it's not a matter of luck that their belief is true because they've formed their belief in a way which is a good route to the truth. So this is the anti-luck intuition. So that when you know, your true belief is not merely a matter of luck. The second fundamental intuition about knowing is sometimes called the ability intuition. And this is the idea that when you know, your knowing is down to you in some important way, and the exercise of your cognitive abilities, that is, your abilities which are relevant to the formation of true beliefs. So take the juror who forms their belief through prejudice. Forming beliefs through prejudice, that's not a cognitive ability, that's not a route to truth. In fact, it's actually a route to falsehood. If you want to form false beliefs, that's a very good way of forming false beliefs. But if you want to form true beliefs, it's a terrible way of forming true beliefs. In contrast, the juror who carefully attends to the evidence and thinks things through, they're using their cognitive abilities. And that's why, some would argue, they count as knowing. Because they've got to the truth through their abilities. Their cognitive success, their true belief, is down to them and their cognitive abilities in some important way. In a way that it isn't when it comes to the juror who forms beliefs through prejudice. So we've got these two fundamental intuitions about knowing. And they may well be closely related, actually. They may well end up being basically the same intuition. The first is that if you know, then your true belief isn't a matter of luck. The second is, if you know, then your true belief is down to your abilities in some important way. And I say they might end up being the same intuition because you might think, well, what is it for your true belief not to be a matter of luck, if not for it to be down to your abilities? And what is it for your true belief to be down to your abilities in some significant way, but for it to not thereby be a matter of luck? But we've got these fundamental intuitions about knowing, and they're governing our thinking about what it takes to know over and above merely getting it right. Our prejudiced juror doesn't satisfy either of these intuitions, and that's at least part of the reason why he doesn't know. Whereas our juror who thinks things through and attends to the evidence, he is satisfying these intuitions, and that's at least part of the reason why we think he does know. So here are the conclusions to part one. We saw that we're going to focus our attentions on a particular kind of knowledge, which is called propositional knowledge, knowledge that a proposition is the case. Then we saw that there are two basic constituents of propositional knowledge that everyone agrees upon. And these are that when you have propositional knowledge, the proposition in question must be true, and you must believe that proposition. So knowledge requires true belief. It requires getting it right. And then finally we saw that there's actually a lot more to knowing than merely getting it right. One can get it right, have true beliefs, in all kinds of ways that aren't appropriate for knowledge. And so this raises the question, what do we need to add to true belief in order to get knowledge? So we saw in part one that knowledge requires true belief, that is, it requires getting it right. But we also saw that knowledge actually requires a lot more than mere true belief. And the question then became, well, what do we need to add to true belief in order to know? Well, there's been one very influential account of what it takes to turn true belief into knowledge, which has been, until quite recently, the dominant view in the theory of knowledge. And this is known as the classical account of knowledge. The classical account of knowledge has been defended right back into antiquity. There's a version of this position in Plato, for example. Until quite recently, it was just the standard view about the nature of knowledge. Here's what it says. It says knowledge is true belief, that is, knowledge requires truth, it requires belief, and that it also requires a third condition, which is usually called a justification condition. So what is the difference on this view between knowledge and mere true belief, merely getting it right? Well, the difference is that when one knows, one has a justification for what one believes, where that means one has good reasons that one can offer in support of what one believes. So go back to our example from part one of the juror forming their beliefs through prejudice, as opposed to the juror forming their belief through carefully attending to the evidence that's offered and thinking their way through that evidence and the directions they've been given. In the one case, the case of the person believing through prejudice, although they get it right, although they end up with a true belief, they can't offer good reasons in favour of what they believe. I mean, the best they can say is that they believe what they do because of prejudice. But of course, that's a terrible reason for believing a proposition in this case. Because, I mean, aside from anything else, prejudice isn't a good way of forming true beliefs about whether or not someone's guilty. In contrast, the juror who carefully attends to the evidence and thinks things through, when asked why they believe what they do, they can offer a justification for what they do. They can offer good reasons in support of their belief. So it seems then the difference between knowing as opposed to merely getting it right is the possession of a justification. It's the possession of good reasons in support of why you believe what you do. And think again about those two intuitions that we encountered at the end of part one, the anti-luck intuition and the ability intuition. Well, take the anti-luck intuition first. That says that if you know, then your true belief is not simply a matter of luck. Well, if you've got good reasons in support of your belief, well, then it isn't a matter of luck, is it? It's obviously, if you've got good reasons, that means that you got to the truth because you formed your belief in the right kind of way. And similarly, the ability intuition, the claim that if you know, then your true belief is down to your cognitive abilities in some important way. Well, if you can offer good reasons, well, where did those reasons come from if they weren't derived from you using your cognitive abilities? Just like a juror who knows uses their cognitive abilities to attend to the evidence and think their way through the evidence in order to form a correct judgment. So the classical account looks very plausible. The difference between knowing as opposed to merely getting it right is that one has a justification. So the classical account was very dominant for a long time, and that's because it just looks so incredibly plausible. Knowledge is justified true belief. The view is often called a tripartite analysis of knowledge because it has three parts to it. It's very simple: truth, belief, justification. That's all that's required for knowing. Unfortunately, the classical account of knowledge doesn't work. This came to light in the early 60s on account of a very famous paper, a journal article by a man called Edmund Gettier. Now, this paper is the stuff of legend in philosophy. It's just 2.5 pages long, but it completely demolishes the classical account of knowledge. What Gettier offered were cases where you have agents who have got true, justified beliefs, so that is, they meet the conditions imposed by the classical account of knowledge, and yet they don't know. In particular, what's distinctive of Gettier cases is that the agent concerned doesn't know because it's just a matter of luck that their beliefs are true. So these are what's called Gettier counterexamples. And we're going to look at some of these counterexamples, these cases right now. Now notice the examples that we're going to look at, they're not the original examples that Gettier offered. His examples are quite complicated. But we don't need to use Gettier's complicated examples to make the point that he wanted to make. There are much simpler examples that can make this point. The first one we're going to look at is the famous stop clock case. So this was first offered by Bertrand Russell, though at the time he didn't realise it was a Gettier case. He used this example to illustrate a different point. But imagine that someone came downstairs one morning and they formed their belief about what the time is by looking at the clock in their hall. And let's suppose that this clock has been very reliable up until now, and there's no reason to think there's anything wrong with it today. The time it's telling looks plausible, it's roughly correct, and so on. So you know it's roughly what time it is in the morning, and what the clock says pretty much corresponds to that. So you formed a belief about what the time is by looking at the clock. And now let's stipulate that the belief that you formed is true. So you formed a true belief by looking at this clock. Now the belief is clearly justified because you've got good reasons for believing what you do. The clock is a reliable clock. You've got independent reasons for thinking that what the clock says is broadly correct. You've no reason to doubt that the clock is giving you a wrong answer and so on. So you've got a justified true belief. Here's the twist in the tale though. Suppose the clock has stopped. Suppose it stopped 12 hours ago, or 24 hours ago if you're using a 24-hour clock. So what you're looking at right now is a stop clock. However, you just so happen to be looking at the stop clock in the one time in the day, or two times in the day, depending on whether it's 12 or 24-hour clock, when it's showing you the correct time. Here's the crux of the matter. You can't come to know what the time is by looking at a stop clock, even if you happen to get a true belief about what the time is, as has happened in this case. And part of the reason for that is that getting a true belief about the time by looking at a stop clock is just too lucky. If you've got a true belief, it's just a matter of luck that your belief is true. And so we're offending here against the anti-luck intuition on knowledge, which we saw in part 1. So it seems what we've got is justified true belief. So we've got a belief that satisfies the condition of the classical account of knowledge. And yet we haven't got knowledge. And in particular, we haven't got knowledge because we've got a true belief where it's just a matter of luck that the belief is true. Here's a second Gettier-style case, this time due to Roderick Chisholm, who was an American philosopher. Imagine a farmer looking into a field and seeing in clear daylight and so forth what looks very much like a sheep in the field. And so on this basis, they form the belief that there's a sheep in the field. Now imagine this belief is true, there really is a sheep in the field. So they've got a true belief. And indeed, on any plausible conception of what justification involves, they've got a justified true belief there's a sheep in the field. I mean, after all, normally that you can see something in clear daylight which looks like something which you're very familiar with, in this case a sheep if you're a farmer, that's a good reason that one can offer, a good justification for why one has the belief that one does. So the farmer, it seems, has a justified true belief. Here's the crux though. Imagine we set the case up so that what the farmer's looking at is not a real sheep. What they're looking at is some sheep-shaped object. Let's suppose it's a big hairy dog or a sheep-shaped rock or something like that. So something that looks like a sheep, but which isn't in fact a sheep. But now imagine that there really is a sheep in the field, it's just it's hidden from view behind the thing that the farmer's looking at. So what the farmer's got is a true belief and a justified true belief. But intuitively he doesn't know there's a sheep in the field because what he's looking at isn't a sheep. And again, the moral of this seems to be that he doesn't know because his belief is just lucky. He's got a true belief that could very easily have been false. And the reason why it could very easily have been false is because what he's looking at isn't a sheep, but just a sheep-shaped object. If there hadn't, by chance, been a sheep hidden from view behind the sheep-shaped object he's looking at, then his belief wouldn't have been true. So again, we've got a Gettier case. Justified, true belief, which doesn't amount to knowledge. And it doesn't amount to knowledge because even though the belief is true and justified, it's just a matter of luck that that belief is true. Now, one way of responding to Gettier cases is to try and criticize the cases themselves. So, for example, in the sheep case, you might say, well, is the farmer really believing that there's a sheep in the field as opposed to believing that that thing over there that they're looking at is a sheep? I mean, if that were true, then this would make a big difference because, of course, the belief that that thing over there is a sheep, well, that's a false belief as opposed to the belief there's a sheep in the field. And in general, with Gettier cases, there's usually a bit of fancy footwork that one can do to try and get out of the problem by fiddling about with the case. But it ought to be clear that although this might work for particular kinds of cases, it's not in general going to be a good way of dealing with Gettier cases and with the problem that they pose. The point is that there's a general formula for creating Gettier cases. So even so far as one can find a problem with a particular kind of case, then we just go back to the formula and create a new one. And so if we want to deal with the Gettier problem, we've got to engage with these cases en masse and not simply deal with them piecemeal one by one. So what's the formula for creating Gettier cases? Well, it basically has two steps. The first step is to have an agent forming beliefs in such a way where their belief would normally be false. So think about the farmer forming a belief by looking at a sheep-shaped object rather than a sheep. So they're forming belief about whether there's a sheep in the field by looking at something which isn't a sheep. Or think about the agent looking at a stop clock in order to find out what the time is. So in both cases, you've got them forming their belief in such a way they would normally end up with a false belief. But now we just adapt the case so that, as it happens, they end up with a true belief. So in the stop clock case, we just stipulate that they happen to look at the clock at the one time of the day when it's showing the right time. In the sheep case, we stipulate that they just happen to be looking at a sheep-shaped object which has a genuine sheep hidden from view behind. So with that formula in play, we can construct Gettier cases at will. And that means that the Gettier problem is quite a serious problem. It's not a problem that can be dealt with simply by focusing on the details of each particular case. Rather, one needs to find a very general way of excluding Gettier cases in one's theory of knowledge. So in the immediate aftermath of Gettier's article, people thought that maybe there'd be a simple solution to this. And maybe, for example, all we need to do is to take the classical account, the tripartite account, the three-part account, and just add a fourth part onto it, add some fourth condition which gets around the Gettier problem. But it soon became clear that this is not as straightforward as it looks. In fact, it's, I think, pretty much widely accepted now that there is no straightforward way of just simply adding an extra condition onto the classical account to fix the problem caused by Gettier cases. Now, I can't go through all the different proposals that people have made in this regard, so what I want to do is just pick out one proposal which might on the face of it look very plausible and try and give you a sense of some of the problems that this proposal faces. So here's a view that someone called Keith Lehrer has put forward, and various other people have tried to defend versions of this. The thought is that we need to add to the classical account a fourth condition which says that your belief is not based on any false assumptions or false lemmas. So a lemma is just for our purposes, we can just think of as an assumption. So this is called the no false lemmas view. So knowledge becomes justified, true belief, where the true belief is not based on any false lemmas. So no false lemmas account looks quite plausible on the face of it. You just add this extra condition to knowledge, and thereby you exclude the Gettier cases. The devil, however, as so often in philosophy, is in the detail. In particular, we need to be given a principled way of understanding what an assumption is, what a lemma is in this context. And that's actually quite a tricky thing to do. In particular, we don't want to be offered a way of thinking about assumptions, about lemmas, which is so broad that it excludes even genuine cases of knowledge as being knowledge. But equally, we don't want one that's so narrow that it fails to exclude Gettier cases as cases of knowledge. So consider, for example, a very narrow way of thinking about assumptions. We might think that an assumption is something that one actually thinks about as an assumption, informing one's beliefs. So in the stop clock case, for example, we might imagine that informing the belief about the time by consulting the clock, our agent actually thinks to themselves, I'm assuming here that the clock is working, or something like that. Of course, the problem with that is that it seems psychologically implausible. When we form beliefs about the time, we seem quite properly to just simply directly form the belief. We don't think to ourselves, start to list in our minds what assumptions we're making inform the beliefs that we do. I mean, remember, the subject has no reason to think that the clock isn't working. So they might go through this process if they've got a reason for thinking the clock isn't working. But insofar as what they're faced with is a working clock, it seems the right thing to do is just form your belief about the time. So this conception, this narrow conception of what an assumption is, doesn't seem to do the work that it's meant to do. It doesn't exclude Gettier cases. But now imagine a broad conception of assumption. Suppose we think an assumption is just some false belief that one has, which is germane in some way to the target belief that you're forming in the Gettier case, and which is false. So here we get the right result in the Gettier cases. So it probably is true in the case of the stock clock, for example, that our subject believes, falsely as it turns out, that the clock is working. So they're not consciously thinking about this at the time, but they do on some level believe it. Here's the tricky thing though. If you think of assumptions in this very broad way, then the danger is that lots of genuine cases of knowledge are now going to be excluded. After all, of all the many things that we believe at any one time, some of those things that we believe will be false. So who is to say these false things that you believe, which may be very peripheral to the kinds of beliefs that you're forming right now, how is to say that they, in virtue of being false, shouldn't deprive you of knowledge of the things you're believing right now? So what is it that says that they're not somehow assumptions in play in some implicit way in your forming your beliefs? So that's the tricky thing. We have to be given some principled way of understanding what an assumption is, such that it generates the right kind of result. And that's actually notoriously difficult to do. So the Gettier problem is much more difficult to resolve than it may at first appear. In particular, it's not amenable to a quick fix. Now there's two sorts of very general questions, issues that are raised by the Gettier problem. The first is whether or not justification is even necessary for knowledge. So the Gettier problem demonstrates that justification isn't sufficient with true belief for knowledge, that you need at the very least something else. But of course one might at this point wonder whether maybe justification is the problem here. Maybe rather than trying to find some extra condition to add to justification, maybe we should rethink what we require of knowledge over and above the true belief. Maybe we don't need justification at all. Maybe some other kind of condition is what we should add to knowledge. And this is one possibility that epistemologists have explored in the aftermath of Gettier's famous article. And the second problem, which might be related to the first, is the issue of, well, if the justification condition doesn't eliminate knowledge undermining luck, right? If the justification by itself can't respond to our intuition about what we call the part one, the anti-luck intuition, it can't explain how when we know we've got true belief that isn't down to luck, well then what kind of condition would do that? So it seems we've got a basic demand that we lay down on a theory of knowledge, that we want an account of how it is when we know that our true belief isn't down to luck. Gettier cases show that one can have justified true beliefs that are down to luck. And so the question then becomes, well, what kind of condition must we add to knowledge in order to be confident that we've got cognitive success, true belief, that isn't down to luck? And that's quite a puzzle. We thought justification would do that. It doesn't do that. So what kind of condition would do that? Okay, here are conclusions from part 2. First thing we looked at was the classical account of knowledge. This is the idea that when one knows, one has a true belief, one gets it right, and in addition one has a justification. That is, one can offer good reasons in support of what one believes. We saw this has been a very influential theory of knowledge, but we also saw that it's not tenable on closer inspection. And the reason why it's not tenable is down to Gettier cases, or the Gettier problem in general. So Gettier cases are cases of justified true belief where you don't have knowledge, and the reason why you don't have knowledge is that it's just a matter of luck that your belief is true in these cases. And then finally we saw that the Gettier problem isn't amenable to an obvious solution. To illustrate this, we looked briefly at the no false lemmas account of knowledge, which tries to simply add a fourth condition onto the theory of knowledge, onto the classical account, in order to solve Gettier problems. And we saw that the devil lay in the details there. It was very difficult to get this a formulation of this view such that it did the work that it was meant to do. So we're left then with a fundamental problem. And the problem is, what is knowledge? If it's not justified true belief, then, and it seems it isn't, that's the moral of the Gettier case, is, well then what is knowledge? Part 3, do we have any knowledge? In this part we're going to be looking at the problem of radical skepticism. Now this is the problem of demonstrating that we have as much knowledge as we take ourselves to have. In particular, there is this challenge, it's called the skeptical challenge, which says that we don't know very much. And in fact, in its strongest form, skepticism, radical skepticism, says that knowledge is impossible. So we think we know lots of things, but in fact, actually, we know next to nothing, perhaps even nothing. Now, there's a very influential form of radical skepticism, which goes back at least to Descartes. On certain views, it goes back right even to the ancients, which makes appeal to skeptical hypotheses. So these are scenarios that are completely indistinguishable from normal life, but where one is radically deceived. And what the radical skeptic does is say, well, you can't know that these skeptical hypotheses don't obtain, and insofar as you don't know that they obtain, you can't possibly know anything. At least you can't know anything about a world that's external to you anyway. So a good way of thinking through what's going on here is to take a particular kind of skeptical argument and unpack it. So what we'll do is we'll look at a specific sort of skeptical hypothesis, which is known as the brain in a vat hypothesis. So this is the idea that although we think right now that we're causally interacting with others in the context of a shared world and that we're embodied people, that perhaps we're not. Perhaps our brains have been harvested. They've been taken outside of our bodies and they're floating somewhere in a vat of nutrients being fed fake experiences. So this is the brain in a vat skeptical hypothesis. If you've seen the film The Matrix, by the way, this is roughly the kind of scenario that's depicted there. Here is the question. Do we know that we're not brains in vats? Do we know we're not the victim of this skeptical hypothesis? Now, on the face of it, it seems, how would we know? How could we possibly know that we're not the victim of such a scenario? I mean, think of the evidence that you might cite for thinking that you're not the victim of such a scenario. So you might say, well, look, I can see my hands, I can feel my body, I can reach out and touch things. But of course, if you were a brain in a vat being fed fake experiences, then everything would feel the same way. I mean, you would seem to see hands, you would seem to touch things when you move your hands around in your fake environment and so on. So the problem is that these scenarios seem to be constructed in such a way that it's just impossible to rule them out. It's impossible to know that they're false. So I can't know that I'm not a brain in a vat. And in general, I can't know the denials of skeptical hypotheses. They're constructed in such a way that there's nothing that I could bring to bear which could exclude them. Right? All the evidence that I might cite against them is the sort of evidence which is called into question by the scenario itself. So I can't know that I'm not a brain in a vat. What follows in terms of my everyday knowledge? I mean, one might think, well, so what? There are far-fetched scenarios and one can't know that they're false. What difference does that make? But here's the problem. Insofar as I can't know that I'm not a brain in a vat, well, how then can I know, for example, that I've got two hands right now? I mean, think, for example, of the basis I have for thinking that I've got two hands, which presumably I can feel my hands, I can see my hands, and so on. Of course, the problem is that the brain in a vat can see and feel hands too, even though they don't have hands. Having hands is inconsistent with being a brain in a vat. So how then can it be that I can know that I've got hands and yet not know whether or not I'm a brain in a vat? And of course, what the skeptic is doing here is they're saying, well, look, if you really can't rule out the scenario that you're a brain in a vat, well, then how can you possibly know something so mundane as that you've got hands? You'd only have hands if you weren't a brain in a vat. You don't know that you're not a brain in a vat. So we can see there's an argument starting to appear here. Two premises and a conclusion. The first premise is just you can't know you're not a brain in a vat. The second premise, like a sort of bridging premise, says if you don't know you're not a brain in a vat, then you don't know very much. You don't know, for example, you've got hands. You don't know you're standing here now. Basically, you don't know all the things that you take yourself to know which are inconsistent with being a brain in a vat. And hence, well, you don't know very much. You think you know you've got hands. You think you know, in my case, I think I know I'm standing here right now talking to you. But of course, I was a brain in a vat. It would seem to me as if I was standing here talking to you as well. And I can't exclude that. So how can I possibly know that I'm standing here talking to you right now? One thing to note about this is that the skeptic is not saying that you are a brain in a vat, or even that it's likely you're a brain in a vat, or anything like that. So it's perfectly consistent with this skeptical argument that brains in vats are really far-fetched and quite science fiction-y style scenarios. All that matters is that you don't know that they're false. It doesn't matter whether or not they're likely or so on. The skeptic isn't making any claim of that sort. They're just simply saying you don't know that they're false. And they're arguing, well, look, if you don't know they're false, how can you possibly know all the things that you take yourself to know about your environment? Things that wouldn't be true if you were a brain in a vat. So we've confronted a skeptical argument, which purports to show that we can't know very much, so we can't know much about a world that's external to ourselves. It's not obvious how to deal with such a skeptical problem. For example, one option might be to say that we do know the denials of skeptical hypotheses, but that's a difficult claim to make stick. I mean, how, in virtue of what? If we do know we're not brains in vats, for example, in virtue of what do we know such a thing? It can't be in virtue of my perceptual evidence, the things I'm seeing and feeling right now, because of course the brain in a vat would see and feel these things, and so on. It seems whatever kind of evidence that we cite would be compatible with the skeptical scenario by definition. So it's hard to say how we could know that the skeptical scenario is false. But once we've conceded that we can't know the denials of skeptical hypotheses, it's hard to resist the skeptical conclusion now. I mean, it can't be both true that I'm a brain in a vat and that I've got two hands. So if I do know that I've got two hands, then it seems I must be able to know that I'm not a brain in a vat, right? Because brains in vats don't have hands. So conversely, if I can't know that I'm not a brain in a vat, how can I know something so basic as that I've got two hands? One way in which one might be tempted to respond to the skeptical problem is to say that there must be some sort of trick going on here, that maybe there's a kind of a raising of the standards. So maybe the skeptic is saying, well, that to a very high standard for knowledge we don't know, the kind of standard for knowledge that requires us to rule out the possibility that we're brains in vats and so forth. Relative to that standard we don't have knowledge, but relative to a less demanding standard we do know. I think it ought to be clear on closer inspection that that isn't going to work. The skeptic isn't appealing to high standards here for knowledge in order to motivate their skepticism. If the skeptical argument goes through, then it goes through at any standard for knowledge. So think right now of my belief that I've got two hands. If the skeptic is right, they're not saying that you've got some reason for believing what you do, it's just it's not very good, it's not good enough for knowing by their exacting standard. What they're saying is you have no reason at all for believing you've got two hands. Because all the reasons that you might plausibly offer are all reasons that presuppose that you're not a brain in a vat. And you can't rule out the possibility that you're a brain in a vat. So if the skeptical argument goes through, it works at high demanding standards for knowledge and it works at low undemanding standards for knowledge too. This means the skeptical problem isn't amenable to a simple solution. Now there are various ways that people have offered for dealing with skepticism, but one possibility of course is that the skeptic is onto something. Maybe it's true that when we start to reflect on the nature of our epistemic position in a very general way, once we start to step outside of our normal life where we're not thinking about skeptical scenarios and we're just offering reasons and thinking through the beliefs that we have in a very localized way, once we step outside those normal confines and start to reflect in a very general way about the nature of our epistemic position, perhaps what we discover is that we don't have such a grip on the truth, on reality, as that we thought we did. We might think of this as a kind of epistemic vertigo, that as one starts to step back from our normal everyday lives and starts to reflect on one's epistemic position, once one starts to sort of, as it were, reflectively ascend and start to think about one's beliefs as a whole and what their connection is to reality, we may well discover that perhaps we don't know as much as we thought we do. Indeed, we might even discover that we don't know anything. Okay, part 3, conclusions. Radical skepticism is the view that we know very little. In particular, we know very little, if anything, about a world that's external to us. We noted that radical skepticism makes use of skeptical hypotheses. So these are scenarios which are indistinguishable from normal life, but where one is radically in error. So one of these scenarios that we looked at was a brain in a vat hypothesis, which is a scenario that one is not, causally interacting with an environment in the usual sort of way that one thinks one is, but rather one's brain has been taken out of one's head and is floating somewhere in a vat of nutrients, being fed fake experiences. We noted that because skeptical hypotheses are indistinguishable from normal life, that it seems that there's no way for us to know that they're false, no way that we could rule them out. And from that conclusion, the skeptic seems able to motivate the thought that, well, we don't know anything then very much about the world around us. In particular, given that if I have got two hands, well, I must not be a brain in a vat, because brains in vats don't have hands. It seems if I can't know that I'm not a brain in a vat, I can't know that I've got two hands. And if I don't know that, then what is it that I do know? That's the problem of radical skepticism. If you're interested in learning more about the theory of knowledge, then you may find it helpful to take a look at my introductory textbook, which is called What is this thing called knowledge? And it's published by Routledge. Thank you for listening. Hello everyone. Thanks for all your comments on the discussion boards for week 2. I thought this might be a good juncture for me to come back in and talk a little bit about some of the topics that have been raised there. The first thing that caught my eye was some of the remarks about the Gettier cases. So some of you thought the cases were very far-fetched, very contrived. Why should we care about these kind of cases? Well, what I would suggest here is that, look, although then some of these cases are very complicated, actually some of them are phenomenally simple. I mean, the case that I give of the sheep, the farmer, and the sheep in the field, I think is actually a very straightforward kind of case. Moreover, I think once you understand the structure of the Gettier cases, it becomes apparent that these kind of cases happen all the time. So it's not as if this is some sort of scenario which is kind of sci-fi or something like that, not the kind of scenario which doesn't affect ordinary life. I think ordinary life is in fact full of Gettier-style cases. And this relates to a second issue which some people raise, which is, I think some people thought, well, look, if we have to exclude Gettier cases, then aren't we somehow requiring certainty for knowledge or something like that? But that's not part of the thought that's going on here. In fact, as I said in the lectures, I explicitly disavowed the idea that knowledge requires certainty. I don't think that's very plausible. What I want to do is actually set the bar for knowledge relatively low, and then see if our beliefs clear it. And I think actually the demand that we have beliefs, true beliefs that aren't Gettierized is a pretty minimal demand to make on knowledge. I mean, one would hope that all of our beliefs clear that hurdle, right? I mean, if they're properly formed in the right kind of circumstances, then they ought to clear it. So I don't think we should think that either the Gettier problem or Gettier-style cases relates to somehow far-fetched or sci-fi scenarios. I don't think it's like that at all. And I don't think it raises the bar for knowledge either. I think that you can still think of the bar for knowledge as being quite low, and yet think that one ought to clear, one ought to have a true belief that isn't subject to Gettier cases if one is to clear that bar. Second thing that caught out my eye was to do with skepticism. A few things I want to emphasize here. One is this, that notice that the skeptic is not saying that you are a brain in a vat, or even that you have any reason for thinking you are a brain in a vat. That's not part of the setup of the skeptical argument. They're simply saying that you have no reason for thinking that you're not a brain in a vat. That's it. So you can't know that you're not a brain in a vat. So this is quite important, because what this means is that skepticism is a problem even if the real life is exactly as you take it to be. Even if everything is optimal from an epistemic point of view, you really are, like in my case, for example, I really am sitting here right now talking to you, surrounded by these objects that I can feel around me and so on. Even if everything is that I take it to be, the skeptical argument still gets its grip, because they're not saying that you're not in these circumstances, or indeed, much less, they're not saying that you're in these terrible circumstances, these brain in a vat cases. They're just simply saying, well, how do you know you're not in those circumstances? That's all. And that relates to a second point, which is that the skeptical problem, properly conceived, is a paradox. I mean, what I mean by that is that what the skeptic's trying to do is trying to get you to see that there's a fundamental tension in your own concept. So, although we talk about the skeptic, someone out there who's trying to convince us of something, I think that's actually misleading. Because really, the problem of skepticism relates to the fact that we have some fundamental commitments in epistemology which are inconsistent with each other. So it seems like we're committed to the idea we can't know we're not brains in vats, because we think knowing requires telling the difference, and we can't tell the difference between normal life and being a brain in a vat, or the victim of any skeptical hypothesis. So we're committed to that. We also seem committed to thinking that we know lots of things. And yet we also seem committed to the idea, well, look, if I, for example, know that I've got hands, I know that if I've got hands, I'm not a brain in a vat. Well, then I must know I'm not a brain in a vat, right? I mean, it's not possible for me to know that I've got hands and yet not know whether or not I'm a handless brain in a vat. So we've got a bunch of claims here which we're committed to, and they can't all be true. One of them must be false. And that's the nature of paradox. It's where you've got basic fundamental commitments, where they can't all be true, and where it's just not obvious which one is false. And that, I think, is the best way to think about the skeptical problem. It's not that there's a skeptic out there trying to convince you of anything. Rather, our own concepts, at a very fundamental level, are in tension with one another, and we need to deny something. So we need to either say that we can know we're not brains in vats, i.e. more generally, we've got to be able to say that we can know the denials of skeptical hypotheses, or we have to say
one can know things like whether or not one has hands, even though one doesn't know whether or not one is a handless brain in a vat. Or one has to say that one can't know things like whether or not one has hands. And either of these options is pretty disturbing. Another point people have made is, well, does anything practically speaking hinge upon skepticism? Why does it matter from a practical point of view? Well, I think once you recognise that it's a paradox, one gets a bit of a sense of this, so of why it does matter. So recognising there's a paradox, that they've got a set of claims which we're all committed to, but which they can't all be true, so something has to go. That in itself doesn't have any practical ramifications. I mean, because we haven't identified yet which of those claims has to go. But we're at a sort of a state of sort of intellectual unease at this point, because we realise there's something gone wrong somewhere. We can't work out what it is. In responding to a paradox, though, you've got to deny some deeply intuitive claim. And whichever claim you deny, that's going to have practical consequences. I mean, take the option, the nuclear option, of responding to skepticism by saying that we don't know anything. Worse, we have no reason for thinking that we know anything. I'm not sure that it's even psychologically possible, to do that. I mean, one can say the words and so on, but actually to fully believe that one really knows nothing. But I mean, obviously, if you did, if that's really what you thought your situation was, then it would have all kinds of practical consequences. I mean, we make our decisions, our judgments about how to act and what sort of things we're going to do next, and our plans and so on. These are all based upon things that we know or take ourselves to know. Take ourselves to not know anything, then, well, that's going to have huge implications. And I think the same goes for whichever. It's basically a trilemma, the skeptical problem. That is, we've got three options, with three claims in play. One of them has to go. Whichever one we deny is going to lead to disastrous consequences from an intellectual point of view, and they will have practical ramifications. I think sometimes when people say, what's the practical difference, what they mean is a different thought. It's the idea, well, maybe we are brains in vats, maybe not. We can't tell the difference, so who cares? But I think even that is a bit suspect if you start to think about it. I mean, if you are a brain in a vat, then none of this is real. Your friends aren't your friends. Your family aren't your family. The things that you're working hard and striving to achieve are utterly pointless because they're not real. So the idea that it kind of doesn't matter. I mean, I think it doesn't bear scrutiny really. It can seem superficially plausible, but I don't think it stands up to closer scrutiny. And the last thing that jumped out to me was this idea. Well, some people say, well, what's so bad about lucky knowledge? And I think there's something right about this thought, because clearly, sometimes we do get knowledge through luck. Lucky discoveries, for example. Lots of science is full of cases, penicillin and so on, where through some lucky set of circumstances, scientifically important knowledge was acquired. But notice that kind of luck that's in play here isn't the kind of luck that we're interested, though, for the purposes of this week. We're interested specifically in it being a matter of luck that you get it right. And that's a different kind of thing. So think about a lucky discovery. So you've got some great scientists, but they just happen to be in the right place at the right time to make a lucky discovery. But given that they are in the right place at the right time, it's not a matter of luck that they then get things right. So suppose they make some inferences, draw some conclusions or whatever. The reason why that's genuine knowledge, even though it's a matter of luck that they're in a position to acquire it, is because the beliefs are so formed, it's not a matter of luck that they're getting things right. And I think that's the important thing. I mean, when we say knowledge is compatible with luck, we mean, in a very specific sense, it's incompatible with the idea that it's just a matter of luck that you got things right. The scientists, in the case of the lucky discovery, it's not just a matter of luck that they got things right. I mean, it's because of their skill, their scientific expertise, they got things right. It'd be very different, if someone who had no inkling of what it was that was on the, take some lucky discovery and it's a Petri dish, let's say, and there's some enzyme in there or what have you, and someone just wanders in, they haven't got a clue what it is they found or whatever. And so, but we wouldn't even be tempted to think that that's a lucky scientific discovery. I mean, maybe a lucky discovery of a Petri dish, but what makes it a scientific discovery is because the scientist is there able to classify and recognize this for what it is. And given that they can do that, it's not a matter of luck they can do that. That's down to their expertise. So I think we just need to be clear here that when we're talking about how knowledge is incompatible with luck, what we mean is that it can't be a matter of luck that you got things right, given how you formed your beliefs. Hi everybody, it's Duncan Pritchard here. Thank you for all your discussions and comments on week 2 on knowledge and skepticism. I've been following the discussion as of the TAs who are helping out with administering this course, and I thought this would be a good juncture to record something. Kinds of things I discussed last time were the nature of Gettier cases. Are they artificial? Is this a problem? I talked about a little bit more about the relationship between knowledge and certainty. I think this is something that's cropped up a few times on the discussion boards. This time round, does it matter that we can know things where we're not completely certain, where we might turn out to be wrong? I talked a little bit more about skeptical hypotheses, what they are, what follows from them, why we should be worried about them. Relatedly, I talked about this idea of skepticism as a paradox. So there's what the skeptic's trying to do, what they claim to be doing, is highlighting a deep tension within our own fundamental concepts, right? So these are like very basic concepts we've got about reasons and about truth and about relationship between knowledge and truth, knowledge and reasons and so forth. And the skeptic says that there's something paradoxical going on there, some deep conflict. That's why they claim it's a paradox to what they're offering. I talk as well about the practical ramifications of skepticism, and I can see, again, this is cropping up a lot on the discussion boards. I can see the temptation of the thought. The thought is something like, well, if we can't tell the difference, then why does it matter? So I talk a little bit there about why it does matter, even though we can't tell the difference, and that's undeniably true. And then finally, I talked about lucky knowledge. Some people raised that last time, it's cropped up a couple of times this time. Why should we care so much about having knowledge which is immune to the sort of luck, particularly the kind of luck that's in play in Gettier-style cases? So as I say, I'm going to post that video again, and then hopefully that will help resolve some of these issues. One thing that's cropped up this time, there's a number of things that cropped up this time. I can't hope to cover them all, but one thing that cropped up, which I thought was quite interesting, was this idea that I talk about how justification requires one to have reasons, and some people have said, well, people who, like the prejudiced juror, for example, this scenario that I depicted in the lecture. Well, in a sense, the prejudiced juror does have a reason for why they believe what they do. It's prejudice, right? I mean, they can give reasons. But notice when epistemologists talk about reasons, we have something quite specific in mind. So when we talk about reasons, we can mean something which isn't particularly epistemic. So we can talk about reasons just simply in the sense of whatever it is that makes you believe what you do. So in that sense, the reason why the prejudiced juror believes what he does is just prejudice, right? That is, in one sense, his reason. It's what makes him believe what he does. What we're interested in as epistemologists when we talk about reasons is reasons for thinking that such and such is the case, right? Reasons for thinking that something is true. So prejudice isn't a good reason for thinking that someone's guilty. That they were seen by reliable witnesses at the scene of the crime, that they, their forensics confirmed their DNA on the murder weapon, those kinds of things. Those are reasons for thinking that it's true that they're guilty, right? It's reasons for thinking something's true, not just reasons for why they believe it. And that's something important to bear in mind here. When we say that justification and reasons have a role to play in knowledge, it's those kinds of reasons that we have in mind. Reasons for thinking that something's true, not reasons merely, not reasons why you believe what you do, which might have nothing to do with the truth.
Hi, my name's Dr. Swelin Lavelle, and today I'd like to talk you through some of the core issues in philosophy of mind. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to answer a lot of the questions that we pose, because that's the nature of philosophy. We're looking at questions and we're trying to work out what good questions there are to ask. So I'm going to point out some of the questions that philosophers have asked about the mind, and some of the ways in which we've tried to answer those questions. In particular, I want to focus on why philosophers and psychologists often talk about the mind using the metaphor of a computer. Why has this so gripped the imagination? But first of all, what is it to have a mind? Okay, well, one philosophical technique that people use when you're trying to find out more about a particular property is that you look at something which definitely doesn't have that property. So here's a tennis ball. What happens to a tennis ball in an average day? Well, if it's my tennis ball, it gets thrown about, it gets bounced on the floor, and it annoys the people in the flat below me. Then I'll take it out into the garden, chuck it around a bit, leave it on the ground. The dog will come pick it up. Maybe it will get rained on, it'll get slightly eroded, it will get soggy, maybe the rubber will contract and expand a bit. And that's it for the tennis ball. Tennis balls don't have a very interesting existence. They get beaten about, things happen to them, but they don't really instigate things happening in the world. The second example is a dog. Now, what kind of day does a dog have? Well, a dog gets up and the first thing it's usually thinking about is food. So dogs think about food, they think about staying warm, they think about finding shelter, they think about belly rubs or try and find you and get your attention. Sometimes the dog will go out into the garden, find a tennis ball, play with that a bit, come back and have a sleep. That's the day in the life of the average Scottish dog. Now take me. In many ways, I'm like the dog. I woke up this morning and the first thing I thought was, brr, it's cold. Don't want to get out of bed. Like the dog, in my life, I seek warmth and shelter. The second thing I thought when I woke up was, what's for breakfast? Like the dog, I think a lot about food. So, what I have in common with dogs are certain traits such as wanting food, wanting warmth, wanting shelter, and I'm able to change my environment to bring those things about. Just like the dog's able to go inside if it wants to keep warm, I can go into my flat if I want to keep warm. Tennis balls, well, they don't have that same sort of desire to keep warm. They just stay where they're put. But while I'm very similar to the dog in some respects, I'm also quite different. Here are some ways in which my mind is different from the dog's. First of all, I can evaluate my own thoughts. So maybe I'm thinking about the party I went to last night, and I think, God, I really didn't like that guy. Can't really put my finger on what it was about him that I didn't like, but I didn't like him. And then I catch myself thinking these thoughts and think, hey, Suilin, you're being really prejudiced. Why are you thinking this? And then I might think back and think, oh, he has the mannerisms of someone I didn't like very much at school, and I shouldn't hold that against him. So I'm wrong to think that this person isn't very nice. So there I had a thought, I've got a negative reaction to this person. But then I can have a thought about a thought. I can think about why I had that thought and try and evaluate why I had it. And to be honest, a lot of human gossip is centred around thinking about our thoughts. It's one of our favourite things to do when we go for coffee with people is, I thought this and I thought, why did I think that? The second thing about human minds, which is interesting, is that we can think about things. So I've just said that we can think about thoughts. But thoughts aren't the only things we can think about. We can make plans for the future. I can think about states of the world that don't actually exist yet. I can think about what I might be like when I'm 60 and whether I'm going to wear purple. I can think about what it would be like if I owned a 5-legged, fire-breathing unicorn. 5-legged, fire-breathing unicorns don't exist as far as I'm aware, but that doesn't preclude me thinking about it. So as humans, we're able to think about not only things that are immediate and around us in our environment that we can see, but we can also think about things like 5-legged, fire-breathing unicorns that don't exist. And this is a very tricky aspect of human thought. It comes to us so naturally that we can think about things. I can think about a 5-legged, fire-breathing unicorn. I could think about what I want for my lunch later on. I can think about non-actual things, or I can think about things here in the room, like the tennis ball that's on the floor. But what is it that makes thoughts about things? If we're going to give a description of a thought, how are we going to capture that aboutness, that this thought is about a tennis ball, that right now I'm thinking about my holiday in Paris? How can we capture that aboutness? That's one of the big questions in philosophy of mind. The other way in which I'm slightly different from the dog is that I have conscious awareness. Philosophers like to call this the what it is like. So there is something it is like when I sit down and I smell my beautiful bacon sandwich for breakfast in the morning. I start salivating. There's a distinctive experience, a distinctive awareness of that smell that I can experience. If you like, there's something that it's like for me to be sitting in a chair and thinking very hard about a particular problem. There's some kind of awareness or experience that accompanies that thought process. So what it is likeness is the other tricky aspect in philosophy of mind that philosophers of mind are trying to pin down. How do we characterise that what it's likeness to have a particular experience? Now, of course, I'm not saying that animals don't have experiences. I'm just saying that this is a very distinctive part of human thought, and that if we want to characterise human thought, then this is something that we need to take into account. So any story of how the mind works is going to have to explain why we have this what it's likeness. And it's also going to explain how it is that we're able to think about things that are here in our environment, that are non-existent, and even think about our own thoughts. So those are the core issues in contemporary philosophy of mind. Perhaps the most iconic philosopher of mind is a 17th century philosopher, René Descartes. Now, Descartes was very famous for putting forward a particular view of how the mind worked. Descartes believed that minds had to be made of fundamentally very different stuff from physical bodies. So he thought that there were two types of substance in the world. There's physical stuff that our bodies are made out of, stuff that trees are made out of, irons, metals, things in the world. But then there was this other fundamentally different substance, which was immaterial, couldn't be studied by science, it couldn't be tracked by any of our best scientific instruments. It was an immaterial substance, and that was what our minds were. So Descartes thought that for every human being, there were two bits of stuff, if you like. Each human being has a physical form, which is your kind of average compounds of H2O, other chemicals, hormones that make up the human body. And in addition to this, there was this immaterial stuff, and that was the mind. Now, this view is often known as substance dualism. Dual because it poses two things, and substance because it's posing two different substances. Material substances, which worldly things are made out of, including human bodies, and immaterial substances, which minds are made out of. It's also known as Cartesian dualism. Now, there are some significant problems with Descartes' view, including problems with the argument that he uses to argue for why minds and bodies have to be made out of fundamentally different things. And if you'd like to find more about that particular argument, you can look it up on the supplementary materials. However, the problem I'd like to draw your attention to is the problem of causation. Now, the problem of causation was brought forward to Descartes by Elizabeth of Bohemia. Now, she was one of Descartes' pupils, and a very bright pupil she was as well. And she wrote to Descartes, asking, if we have this immaterial substance, then how does it affect changes in the physical body? So she says, look, in order for physical things to move, they have to be moved by another physical thing. So for a rock to roll down the hill, someone has to push it, or perhaps you need to have an earthquake that shakes it, but it needs some impetus from another physical object to start its journey down the hill. And she says, look, human beings, they're exactly the same. In order for them to move, in order for them to affect changes in the world, there has to be some kind of physical impetus that changes the physical state of our body such that we can move. Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia said, look, if thoughts are made out of immaterial substance, then that substance isn't physical. But how can it then interact with a physical body so as to affect changes in the world? Because it's a fundamental feature of thoughts that they can cause our bodies to move. If I think I know the answer to a question in a test, I'll put my hand up. What caused me to put my hand up? Well, it was my thought that I knew the answer to that particular question. If I want to buy some chocolate, then I'll set off and I'll get my coat and I'll walk out the door and go to the shops. What caused that particular behaviour? Well, it was my desire for chocolate. It was my particular thought. So thoughts, beliefs and desires can cause particular behaviours, behaviours happen in physical bodies. And Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia wanted to know how on earth an immaterial substance which was so fundamentally different from the physical stuff, how this immaterial stuff could cause a physical thing to move. This is known as the problem of causation, and it's a very tricky one for Descartes and for substance dualism. So, substance dualism posited two types of stuff, immaterial stuff and physical stuff. And the problem of causation says, well, how can this immaterial stuff interact with the physical stuff? As I said, there are other problems with substance dualism, but this is a particularly pressing one. Now, perhaps the easiest way to get around this problem is to get rid of the immaterial stuff. Just say, there's only physical stuff in the world. This is the view that is known as physicalism or materialism. Physicalism is the view that minds and bodies are made of exactly the same thing. So my thoughts about going on holiday to Paris or my desires to have a nice lunch later on are made out of exactly the same sorts of stuff as my toenails. Well, not physically the same sort of stuff, but it's made out of physical material, which can be found up here in my brain. So this mix of chemicals and hormones and H2O make up my thoughts. Now, there are different ways of spelling out the view that is physicalism, and we're going to look at two today. The three different ways that there are logical behaviourism, identity theory, and functionalism. We won't be looking at logical behaviourism today, but I'll put some references on the handout so that you can look it up if you're interested. The first view I'd like to look at today is identity theory. Now, the clue's in the name here. Identity theory says that thoughts, such as my thought that I'm going to go to Paris next week, is identical with a particular physical state of my body and brain. So that physical state can accommodate all the different molecular changes that are going on in me at the time. But if we could freeze those molecular changes at a particular point, that point at which I'm thinking I'm going to go to Paris next week, then what we have there is what's known as the physical realisation of my thought that I'm going to go to Paris next week. Now, physicalism says that if you have two organisms that are physically identical, so imagine you have two organisms and you can't tell them apart just looking by their physical features. They have exactly the same amount of hormones, they're in exactly the same molecular structure, identical all the way down, then those two organisms will be in exactly the same psychological state. That is a commitment that the physicalist has to make, because if she's saying that mental states just are physical states, then she has to say that if two things are physically indiscernible, then they're going to be psychologically indiscernible. Identity theory is also a reductionist view. It's reducing the psychological thoughts that we have to the physical. It's saying that if we think very carefully, the thought that I'm going to go to Paris next week can be redescribed in purely physical terms, can be redescribed in terms of a mix of chemistry and hormones and atomic structures that are going on in my body right now. Now, there are different ways of spelling out the identity relation between our psychological thoughts and the physical structures that realise them, that make them up. This is quite a tricky area of philosophy, and I put some work on the handout to talk you through some of the relations that there might be. But here are the two that are important. If you're an identity theorist, if you want to say that psychological states, like thoughts that I'm going to Paris, are identical with particular physical states of the body, then I could be making one of two claims. To understand this, let's take a brief detour. Imagine that you said to me, how many dogs were there at Crufts last year? There are two ways I could take that question. I could mean you to say, how many individual dogs were there at Crufts? So I might say, 30,000. Or I might take you to be asking me how many species of dogs there were at Crufts, in which case I might say 300. If I was asking about how many individual dogs there were at Crufts, I'm asking about what philosophers call tokens. I'm asking about tokens of dogs, each individual dog. But if the question was about how many species of dogs there were at Crufts, then I'd be asking about types. I'd be being asked about how many types of dogs there were at Crufts. This is known as a type relation. Okay, let's zoom back to our discussion about the identity theory. How does this fit in? Well, if we're saying that psychological states are identical with physical states, then we're going to have to explain whether we mean token identity or type identity. Token identity would be something like this. We could say that for every psychological state that a human being is in, there is a corresponding physical state for it. So for example, you could say that I had a pain in my tummy at 2 o'clock yesterday. Pain is a psychological state. Token identity says that the pain that I had in my tummy yesterday at 2 o'clock was identical to a particular physical state that my body was in at the time. Type identity is making a stronger claim. Type identity is saying that particular types of psychological states, say pains, are identical with particular types of physical states. So for example, the neural realization of pains might be, as philosophers often refer to, C fibers firing. I realise that this probably isn't the neural realization of pain, but that's what it said in philosophy textbooks. So when we're talking about type identity, we're saying that a type of psychological state, pains, are identical with types of physical states that bodies can be in, C fibers being stimulated. So that all human beings, when their C fibers are stimulated, we can say that they're in pain. There's a type of psychological state, and that's identical with a type of physical state. Now this is a much stronger claim than token identity, because token identity is just saying, well, for any psychological state, there will be a corresponding realizing physical state. Type identity gives us a research program. If you're committed to type identity, to types of mental states being identical with types of physical states, then you can try and find out more about, say, pains in general by looking at the neural realizers. So just to review, identity theory is a physicalist or materialist thesis. It's saying that there's no immaterial substance in the world. That's crazy talk. All we have is physical stuff. It's a reductionist view. It's saying that psychological states, thoughts, feelings, sensations, pains, for example, can be reduced to particular physical states in the body. And there are two ways of spelling out the way in which psychological states are identical to physical states in the body. There's token identity and type identity. Now these are quite tricky, so if you need to pause the video and go back to the handout and look through, that's totally fine. But if you'd like to carry on and come back to it later, then that will be okay as well. On the face of it, identity theory seems to be very persuasive. It sticks with stuff that we know about in the world. It's not positing any extra things like immaterial souls or immaterial minds. It seems to provide us with a good scientific research program. If we look at brains and we look at bodies, then we'll find out more about psychological states. However, the philosopher Hilary Putnam, in an iconic paper, 1967, pointed out some problems with identity theory. The main problem is that he thought that it was too chauvinistic. It's too narrow. Let's think about it in this way. Think about an octopus. Octopuses, octopi, are very different from humans. Their brains are probably made up of slightly different chemicals to human brains. And yet, we don't want to say that octopuses can't feel pain. That seems a very odd claim to make. Just because your brain isn't like my brain doesn't mean that you can't feel the same things that I feel. Why is this a problem for identity theory? Well, identity theory is saying that each type of psychological state can be reduced to a particular brain state. So we're saying that pain just is the stimulation of C fibers. But that can't be right, because we want to say that octopuses can feel pain, but octopi don't have the same sorts of C fibers as human beings. To take an even broader thought experiment, think about if we found a species of alien aliens that seemed really intelligent, but their brains were made up of totally different things to us. They're sort of not even comparable to the human mixture of H2O chemicals and hormones. Maybe they're made out of wood or something like that, yet they seem to be very intelligent. And these aliens also appear to feel pain. They wince when they touch things. They avoid certain things because they say that it gives them an unpleasant sensation. They tell us that they can feel pain. But what is their pain identical with? We want to say that their pain is identical with a brain state too, but a brain state that's totally different from the human brain state. So this seems that we have to qualify the types of identity that we're using. We're saying that pain and other psychological states are identical with particular states of the body, but the states of the body that they're identical with could vary from species to species, and possibly more frighteningly, could even vary across human to human. Well, this greatly reduces the strength of the identity theory. Now, this isn't a killer blow for the identity theory. This doesn't completely rule it out altogether. But it does raise a very interesting question about how we should think about the identity relation between psychological states and their physical realizers. Should we think about it as a realization just within a particular human being, or within the species, or do we want to make a more universal claim? Now, the clever thing that Putnam pointed out with this paper is that he said, look, this clearly seems to be a problem with the identity theory. We clearly need to do a bit more to spell out what the relationship is between the psychological state and the physical state that realizes it. Putnam says maybe we're looking in the wrong place. Maybe what we shouldn't be thinking about is what psychological states are made of. Maybe it's just wrong to look at brain structures to try and work out what particular psychological states are, because those brain structures vary so dramatically across species. It seems to be the case that humans with their physical makeup, and octopi with their physical makeup, and intelligent aliens with their physical makeup can all feel pain. They can all have a sensation of pain, even though the stuff that they're made of is very different. So what allows us to say that these three types of things are in pain: humans, octopi, and aliens? Putnam says that this points to a more fundamental feature of psychological states. When we're thinking about psychological states, we should think about what they do and not what they're made of. This is the second view that we'll be looking at, and that's known as functionalism. So the problem that Hilary Putnam was pointing out with identity theory is sometimes known as the issue of multiple realizability. What Putnam was saying is that a particular psychological state, like pain, can have different physical realizers, can be made of different physical stuff, dependent on whether you're a human, whether you're an octopus, or whether you're an alien. We want to say that humans, octopuses, and these aliens can still all feel pains, even though the stuff that makes up those pains, the stuff that the identity theorist says the pain is identical with, is completely different. So this is known as multiple realizability, because the physical state that realizes the psychological state of pain can be very different depending on the type of organism that we're looking at. So what Putnam was pointing to was that instead of thinking about what psychological states are made of, whether they're made of human brain stuff or alien brain stuff, we should be thinking about what psychological states do. Now, in order to get our heads around this idea, let's take another detour. In some countries in Africa, money, as we know it, coins and notes, isn't really very common. People trade in cows. Cows function as currency. So, depending on depending on the beauty of your daughter, you'll get a certain number of cows for her. So you might not even find coins or bits of paper in those countries in the same way as you do in our country, because what they use for money is cows. In Pacific Islands, for example, instead of using money as coins and paper, people use shells. Now, what's interesting here is that it doesn't matter whether money is shells or cows or bits of copper and pieces of paper. What allows us to call all these different things money or currency is what it does. It's a token that can be exchanged for a particular service or object. So bits of paper, coins, shells, cows, all function in a very similar way, even though what they're made of is very different. One thing's a cow and the other bit's a bit of paper. Let's take a different example. Imagine lots of different chairs. What makes all of these pictures that we see chairs? Well, it's that they function as chairs. We can all use them for sitting down on, and sitting down in such a way that we're raised up from the floor. What allows us to say that all these things here are chairs is that they function in a particular way. They function so as to allow sitting. Now this ties back to the problem that Putnam was pointing out with identity theory. He's saying we shouldn't identify mental states with what they're made of, just as we shouldn't identify a chair with what it's made of, because as you can see, chairs can be made of totally different things. Money can be made of totally different things. What allows us to say that all these things are chairs and all these things count as money is what they do. And that's exactly what Putnam thought we should do with psychological states. So instead of saying what makes a particular psychological state what it is, what makes my thought about Paris is what it's made of, the particular mixture of chemicals and hormones, Putnam says that instead we should think about what that psychological state does, how that psychological state functions. And in this way, if we think about how pain functions, so we can think about pain as a particular state that functions to make us wince when we touch something, maybe to say ow or to pull a face. If we think about how pain functions, then we can then see how pain can be realised in different species, how we can see pain in humans and pain in octopi, even though pain in humans and pain in octopi is made up of very different stuff. It's made up of octopus brain stuff in one instance and human brain stuff in the other. What it's made of doesn't matter. What is crucial is how it functions. This is the materialist view known as functionalism. It says that we should tell mental states apart, we should think about mental states, not by what they're made of, but by what they do. So what is it that mental states do? Well, the first thing that mental states do is they cause particular behaviours. So, as the example I like to use is that if I want some chocolate, then that particular psychological state causes me to engage in particular behaviours, to find my coat and go to the shops. But they do other things as well. They can cause new psychological states. So if I want chocolate, this could also cause a desire for me to find my coat. I might think, I really want some chocolate. Okay, to get some more chocolate then I should go find my coat. All right, let's go find my coat. So there I have a particular psychological state, my desire for chocolate, which causes a new psychological state in me. The other important thing to understand about psychological states or mental states is that they're caused by particular things as well. So my desire for chocolate might be caused by the smell of chocolate. I could be walking down the street, for instance, and smell the chocolate coming out of the patisserie and think, chocolate, I really want some. So that particular perception of the world caused me to go into a particular state, that, I really want some chocolate, which then caused me to go into particular behaviours, i.e. maybe walking into the shop or thinking, do I have enough money for some chocolate? Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm going to eat later. I probably shouldn't have some chocolate. So psychological states cause a function in this particular way. They're caused by sensory inputs, and in turn they cause behaviours and psychological states, other internal states as their outputs. The other thing that can cause a psychological state is another psychological state. So I might have the belief that I'm hungry. That's a particular mental state that I have. And that causes me to desire chocolate. So you can have psychological states that cause other psychological states. Now, this is the idea of functionalism. This is the idea that in order to understand what the desire for chocolate is, we have to understand it in terms of its functional role. So the desire for chocolate might cause me to put on my coat and go out to the shops. In contrast, my belief that there's chocolate in the fridge will cause a whole different set of behaviours and psychological states. Might cause me to get up and go to the fridge. It might cause me to answer yes if someone says to me, hey, is there any chocolate in the fridge? And this is the point that Putnam is trying to drive at. He's saying that we should understand psychological states not by what they're made of, but how they function, the types of behaviours and psychological states that they cause, and the types of sensory inputs and perceptions and psychological states which cause them. So this is how I can see that my desire for chocolate is different from my belief that there's chocolate in the fridge, because it's caused by different things. My desire for chocolate is caused by the smell of chocolate and the belief that I'm hungry, and it causes different behaviour, such as going to the shops and trying to find my coat. And that's very different from the belief that there's chocolate in the fridge, because the belief that there's chocolate in the fridge is caused itself by a whole different set of sensory inputs. It's caused perhaps by my perception that there's chocolate in the fridge, or someone telling me, hey, there's chocolate in the fridge. And that mental state functions so as to cause very different behaviours, causing me to go to the fridge if I want some chocolate. Now you can see how we've completely stepped away from what psychological states are made of. We've totally stepped away from this mix of chemicals, mix of hormones, or octopus brain, or alien stuff. We've abstracted away and saying, no, what we should be looking at, what the fundamental feature of a psychological state is what it does. And what allows us to attribute a state like pain to an octopus is if that octopus functions in such a way that we can say it's in the state of having pain. So if the octopus touched something that was burning and shrank away very quickly, we could say, oh, that octopus is in a particular state that causes it to shrink away when it touches something hot. Well, maybe that octopus is in the state of pain, because that state of pain functions in humans certainly to have withdrawal behaviour when you touch something hot. So if you see the same types of behaviours in an octopus, then that would suggest that the octopus can also have pain, because it's in a state that's functioning in exactly the same way as human pain. So again, we've stepped away from what it's made of and we're looking at what the states do. So where are we up to? Well, we've introduced the idea of physicalism, the idea that minds are made of the same sorts of stuff as bodies. And we've looked at two different ways in which the physicalist doctrine could be spelled out. We've looked at the identity theory that says psychological states are reducible and identical with particular physical states. And we've looked at functionalism, which takes a step back and says, no, what we should do is think about what psychological states do. And it's all right for psychological states to have different physical realizers. So it's all right that in an octopus, pain is a particular octopus brain state, in humans it's a particular brain state, and in aliens it's a very different brain state. What allows us to say that all three things are in pain is the fact that they're behaving in a very similar way. The psychological state of pain is causing them to engage in aversion behaviour when they see something hot that would cause them bodily damage. It's causing them to engage in particular verbal behaviours like ow, and it's causing them to have particular inner sensations of pain. We're now in a position to come back to a question I introduced at the start, and that's the question of why philosophers and psychologists like to use the metaphor of a computer to think about the human mind. Because when we think about computers, it doesn't really matter what a computer is made of, provided that it processes data and inputs and outputs in a reliable way. So a computer could be made out of metal, a computer could even be made out of wood. What makes it a computer is what it does, that you can give it certain inputs and it will spit out particular outputs. So we have this level of abstraction here, that we're saying that an information processing machine is what it is, in virtue of how it processes of information, not by what it's made of. And that's what we're saying about human brains. We're saying that in order to have a mind, you have to have psychological states which are functionally complex. You have to have lots and lots of different of these psychological states that function in particularly complex ways in order to have a mind. So does a sea sponge have a mind? Well, probably not, because sea sponges aren't particularly complex in their interactions with the world. They take in water and they spit out water. Take in water, take some nutrients, spit out the water. Yes, there's a functional analysis of what a sea sponge does, but it's a very basic functional analysis. Take a human, for example, and the types of functions that their psychological states have will be very different depending on the environment that they're in. I could smell chocolate and that could cause me to really want some chocolate because I'm hungry. So if I'm already in the psychological state of hunger and I smell some chocolate, that's going to cause me to go into the new psychological state of wanting some chocolate. But if I'm really full, I've just had a huge dinner and I smell some chocolate, then smelling the chocolate won't necessarily cause me to desire chocolate. It will function in a different role. It will function to make me think, oh, I can't eat another thing, please take that smell away from me. So functionalism is about abstracting away from what psychological states are made from and looking at what they do. And functionalism answers the question of what it is to have a mind by saying that what it is to have a mind is to have a certain level of functional complexity, to have a certain level of psychological states that function in very complex ways dependent on perceptions of the environment. And the more complex, once we've reached the level of complexity of a human, then we have a mind. So what is the level of complexity that one needs to have a mind? That's the question that we'll turn to next. In 1950, Alan Turing took on this question. He thought to himself that the question, can machines think, is just hopelessly vague. It's really difficult for us to get our head around. And maybe a better question to ask was, when can a machine be mistaken for a real thinking person? So Turing proposed the following thought experiment. He says, imagine that you're in a room and you're facing a barrier. And behind the barrier, there's a human and there's a computer. And you can ask the human and the computer questions, but you don't know which one's which. You don't know which is the human and you don't know which is the computer. And your task is to work out which is the human and which is the computer, just from the answers you get from the questions that you ask. Now, the questions that you can ask can be about anything. So you could ask, where's the best place to buy wallpaper? How do you feel about the current government? Do you like ducks? Whatever. And you take the answers that you get. And Turing says when we get to the point that we cannot decide which is the human or which is the machine, or if our decision about which is which becomes arbitrary, then we have managed to build a machine that's capable of mentality, a machine that can think. It can think because it's been able to trick another human being. So this is an organism, or rather a machine, that's reached the appropriate level of functional complexity to count as having a mind. Now, if you want to see a fun cultural reference to this test, you can look at Blade Runner, where Harrison Ford's character is sent to find the replicants in a human society. So you have this human society, and then there are robots in the society which look and act a lot like humans. And it's Harrison Ford's job to weed them out. So he applies something like the Turing test. He asks the machines and the humans lots of different questions to try and work out whether what he's talking to is a replicant, a robot that's pretending to be a human, or a human. So how good is the Turing test for testing whether a machine can think? Here are some problems that philosophers have levelled at it. First of all, it's language-based, so all we're testing is for an intelligence that can communicate via language. We couldn't, for instance, check for animal intelligence if those animals couldn't speak languages. The second problem with the Turing test that people have raised is that perhaps it's too anthropocentric, because what we're testing it for is whether a machine can be mistaken for being a human being. Well, that means we're testing for human intelligence, and surely it seems very chauvinistic to think that the only intelligence worth studying is human intelligence. There could be lots of different forms of intelligence out there, which could be realised by a machine, but which we're not allowing an opportunity to shine through using the Turing test. The third problem with the Turing test is that it doesn't take into account the inner states of the machine. So take, for example, a machine that's doing a sum, and you asked it, what's 2 plus 8? Now, you could have a machine that does some sort of calculation. It thinks 2 plus 8, adds the two things together and gives you the answer, 10. Or you could have a machine that's programmed in a certain way that when it receives the input 2 plus 8, it rattles through its files and comes to a file which says 2 plus 8 on it, pulls it out, opens it up, and it says 10, and it throws out the answer 10. Now in the first instance, we want to say that that machine is doing some kind of computation, it's going through some kind of process, thought process. Whereas the second machine is just retrieving a file. Now, if it were possible to build a machine that could pass Turing's test just using a file system, then surely this is a bit worrying, because we don't seem to have a thought processes, we just have a machine that can retrieve lots of different files and spit out the answers. Now this isn't necessarily a killer flaw to Turing's plan. First of all, you could argue that a machine that just pulled out files according to the questions that it was asked probably wouldn't be able to pass the test. It would have to have such a gigantic file store and such a huge database searching system that it just wouldn't be the type of thing that could pass the test. Secondly, any kind of machine that could pass the Turing test, perhaps we don't want to go all the way and say that it has mentality, that it can have thought processes, that it can have mental states. But maybe what we should instead say is that, look, if a machine can pass the Turing test, then it must be worthwhile looking to see how it's structured. What kind of thing could pass the Turing test? Because surely that in itself is going to give us an insight into what's required for human mentality. So coming back to the thought about whether minds are really like computers. Imagine that we did build a computer that could pass the Turing test. Would this properly count as having a mind? The philosopher John Searle had some very interesting things to say about this. He introduces the following thought experiment. He says, imagine that you are in a room and there are two slots entering the room, one that says I and one that says O. And what happens is you get symbols on bits of paper that come through the I slot. Now in your room you have a book, and in the book is a list of algorithms about what to do depending on the type of symbol you receive. So if you receive a symbol, it might say if you receive a symbol of type A, put out a symbol of type B. So you have a steady stream of symbols coming in, and you look up in your book what you should be putting out again. And let's imagine that you just have a whole stack of these symbols available to you in the room. So you receive a symbol, you check in your book what you should put through the output box, the O box, you pick up a symbol and put it back through the O box. Now imagine that, unknown to you, these symbols are actually Chinese. And the person who's feeding in the symbols is a Chinese speaker who's asking you questions. So what's happening is that you're receiving questions and you're actually giving out answers. And the rule book is such that you're actually giving out really quite coherent answers. In fact, you're realizing something like a machine that would pass Turing's test. So the Chinese speaker outside really believes that she's conversing with another Chinese speaker. Now, the big question that Searle asks is, well, I, the person inside the box, or the person inside the room, don't understand Chinese. So although I'm able to converse with this Chinese speaker in a way that seems perfectly coherent to the person outside, I myself have no understanding of what I'm doing. It doesn't make sense to say I understand Chinese because I don't. All I'm doing is looking up rules in this logbook. And Searle points out that this is just how computers work. Computers receive inputs, and then their program is like the logbook. The program tells them what sort of output they should give. So they check up or they run through a list of rules and see that given a particular input, they should give a particular output. But Searle's point is that that machine can never itself be said to understand Chinese. That machine isn't thinking. That machine is just putting on a very good simulation of a thinker, a simulation that's so good that it could fool someone on the outside, but a simulation that can't possibly count as thinking itself because there's no understanding involved. And this is one of the most important questions that's been levelled at the computational metaphor of the mind. We're saying minds are like computers, that minds take inputs, manipulate them, and send out outputs. Then where does the meaning come in? This ties back to one of our opening questions, the aboutness of thoughts. We want to say that our thoughts are about things, that our thoughts have meaning, that we can think about things. And yet what we have on this computational view of the mind is a system that has no understanding at all. There's no meaning involved. The system just receives inputs and sends out outputs. At no point do we have any understanding. What's made really salient by Searle's thought experiment is that computers only work on syntactic properties of symbols. What does this mean? Well, imagine you have a square with a line through it, and that's a symbol. And let's just say that that symbol is Chinese for the question, do you like ducks? And you're the person inside the Chinese room and you get this symbol in. Now all you have to work on is the syntactic properties of the symbols. The syntactic property is just the square with the line. It's the shape of the symbol, if you like. So you look at the shape of the symbol and you give out an answer depending on what the shape of the symbol is. Now the important thing about computers is that all they ever operate on are the shapes of symbols. Computers don't need to understand what those symbols stand for. The computer doesn't need to understand that a square with a line through it means the question, do you like ducks? All it needs to be able to do is run its program so that it knows what the correct output to give is there. But this is misleading because what's very important for human thought are the semantic properties. Semantic properties are what that symbol stands for. So the square with a line through it stands for the question, do you like ducks? What it stands for, the meaning, is known as the semantic property of that symbol. As humans, we can look at that symbol and provided we understand the code, we know that it stands for the question, do you like ducks? But a computer doesn't need to know that. A computer just needs to know how it ought to change that symbol and give a particular output. This is Searle's point. He says that a system, no matter how functionally complex it is, even if it can pass something like the Turing test, that only ever works on the syntactic properties of symbols, the shapes that they get, will never be a proper thinking system because it will never have the aboutness. It will never be able to understand the semantic value of those symbols. And intuitively, in order to have a thinking system, you have to have a system that understands the semantic properties of symbols as well as the syntactic ones. That's how we get the aboutness of thought. So where have we got to? Well, we've looked at the history of why philosophers and psychologists have come to think of minds in computational terms. We've seen how it grew out of a rejection of substance dualism, and then looking at identity theory as a particular physicalist account of the mind, and the problem of multiple realizability that seems to afflict the identity theory. We then looked at functionalism as a way of addressing, if you like, embracing the problem of multiple realizability, of saying, hey, it doesn't matter that psychological states can be realized by lots of different physical things. What matters is what those psychological states do. We then saw how this led into the idea of minds being like computers, because we start to get this division between what something is made of and what it does. What it does being the program that we give a computer to do, and what it's made of, be that silicon, metal, bits of wood. Provided it can run the program, it doesn't really matter. But there are some tricky problems that still face the computational view. One is the problem of aboutness that we introduced at the very start. When we want to give an account of what human minds are like, we want to give an account of how thoughts can be about things, how thoughts can have meaning. And it's not entirely clear where we get this aboutness in a particular computational view. Secondly, we have the gaping hole of consciousness. Now, I've not really addressed answers that philosophers have given to this question in this particular lecture, but I'll put some resources on the reading list if you'd like to look it up. In particular, we're still left with what's known as the hard problem of consciousness. The hard problem of consciousness is this. What makes this particular lump of material, this particular lump and mixture of chemicals and hormones, conscious, and another lump not? Because it's clear that as human beings, we have brains and we have consciousness. So the chemical mixture that is me has consciousness. but the chemical mixture that is something else might not have consciousness. Although we can give a functional analysis of how psychological states work, philosophers have argued that this won't get us any closer to the question of what it's like to be in particular states. So although we can give an analysis in terms of inputs and outputs, we haven't really got any closer to the question of analysing the awareness or the sense of experience that we have. Finally, we might want to question the metaphor of computation itself. You have to remember that a lot of these papers were coming out at a time when computers were really hitting it big time. Computers were said to give us all the answers to everything. So philosophers' thoughts have been shaped by the movements of the time, particularly in computer technology. And some people have argued that maybe that's restricted the way in which we're thinking about the mind just to what the most appropriate metaphor of the day is. And it so happens that the most appropriate metaphor of the day is computational analysis. So some philosophers and psychologists are suggesting that we step away from the computational metaphor and start to think of minds in other terms. So that's a brief tour of some of the core issues in contemporary philosophy of mind. If you'd like to find more about any of these topics, there will be a reading list on the handouts for you to follow up. Philosophy of mind is a really exciting contemporary new field, particularly as philosophers are now working with psychologists and neuroscientists to try and find out more about the relation between the functional description of psychological states, the inputs and outputs, and the physical realizers in humans, if you like, the neural stuff which runs these functions. I hope that this talk has whetted your philosophical appetite to find out more, and watch this space for more exciting news on philosophy of mind. Thanks for listening. Hello everyone, and thank you for the really interesting discussions that we had for my week of the course on minds, brains and computers. There were some great discussions on the forum, and I'm not able to reply to them all, but there were just 2 points that I thought might be worth bringing up and following up because people might want to read more about them. So the first concerns animal minds, and this came up on the thread about intentionality. So just to clarify, yes, I am using aboutness to refer to what most philosophers would refer to as intentionality. The reason I didn't use the word intentionality is it does come with a lot of philosophical kind of conceptual baggage, which I didn't necessarily want to tie in, such as whether all mental states have intentionality. So that's why I use the term aboutness for these talks. Anyway, in these discussions there were some questions about whether animals have minds, and if they do have minds, whether we can know. Now, this is actually quite a vexed question in philosophy, and it's one of those nice questions that borders philosophy and psychology and kind of cognitive ethology. So there is a school of philosophy that says, look, in order to have thoughts, you have to have language. And therefore, because animals, as far as we can tell, aren't language users, yes, there's chimpanzees who can kind of connect some words with objects in the world, but it doesn't appear that they have very kind of complex grammar yet. Until we've got animals that can use language, those animals can't think. Now, another school of philosophers, particularly kind of more cognitive science-based philosophers like Peter Carruthers, say, well, this doesn't seem to be a very fair argument. Just because we can't necessarily express what's going on in an animal's mind, because we naturally have a human anthropocentric viewpoint, that doesn't mean that these animals aren't thinking about things. So say you have a dog which is barking up a tree. It's seen a squirrel run up a tree and it's standing at the bottom barking. Now, in our human terms, it seems to make sense to say, well, that dog thinks that there's a squirrel up the tree. But of course, this only really roughly captures what's going on in the dog's mind. For example, dogs might not know that squirrels are mammals, that squirrels typically have bushy tails. It doesn't have the kind of rich concept of a squirrel which we humans have. And therefore the content of the dog's thought will be very different from ours, but we can infer from its behaviour, the way it changes its behaviour if that squirrel moves from the tree it's barking up to a different tree, that the dog perhaps has a mental state which roughly kind of approximates what we say as the dog is thinking that the squirrel is up the tree, even if it need not necessarily match on to the human elements of that thought. For those of you who are interested in animal minds, I can highly recommend the website of the philosopher Peter Carruthers. He has all his papers available freely, and he has a whole section on animal minds, and some of those papers are introductory papers, so they might be nice to have a look at. The second issue I wanted to bring up regarded the Turing machine, and somebody said, well, really the Turing machine doesn't test whether a computer can think like a human, rather it tests at what stage we as humans are willing to attribute conscious states to other things. And this is a really interesting question. This is something that I'm quite interested in, particularly from a developmental perspective. At what point do sort of infants start thinking about other people as locuses of conscious experience? At what point do they kind of think, well, that person has a point of view in the world and a perspective? And truth be told, we don't know very much about this. So you're right, there are two questions. There's the question of what enables, or what behavioural cues do humans pick up on in order to attribute conscious awareness to another thing? And secondly, whether those cues really are good cues to be picking up on in order to attribute consciousness to another thing, or are we just being misled? So you have the more kind of metaphysical question, if you like, which is, does this thing have consciousness regardless of our human intuitions about it? And a separate question, which is, what are those behavioural cues that humans pick up on in the world such that they attribute conscious awareness to another thing? And then there's a methodological question of, well, how should we measure consciousness if not by our human intuitions as to whether something has consciousness or not? And that's a big methodological question which requires further thought. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the lectures on philosophy of mind. I've certainly enjoyed reading the discussion forums, and keep on philosophizing. Thank you very much.
Hello, and welcome back to the Introduction to Philosophy course at the University of Edinburgh. My name is Matthew Chrisman. I'm a reader in philosophy here in the School of Philosophy, Psychology, and Language Sciences. Today, I want to talk to you about a topic in moral philosophy that I call the status of morality. What is morality? Well, that's a really big question. Today, what we'll focus on is particular moral judgments and ask about their status. What do I mean by particular moral judgments? Well, I have in mind the everyday sort of judgments that we make when we think something like what Pol Pot did in the genocide was morally abhorrent, or giving to charity is a good thing to do. But also the kind of moral judgments that ethical philosophers make. They make judgments that are a little bit more abstract. They say things like, an action is right insofar as it maximizes overall happiness, or one ought to always act in a way that one could will one's reason to be reasons for everyone else. These are very abstract moral judgments made in ethical theory. We have the particular moral judgments made in everyday life. Today, we won't be asking whether these are correct, whether specific moral judgments or abstract moral judgments are correct or incorrect. Rather, we'll be asking about the status of these judgments. What are we doing when we make such judgments? Are we representing objective facts of the matter? Or are we describing our personal or cultural practices? Are we depicting some element of the universe out there, the moral facts? Or are we expressing our emotions towards things? These are the types of questions that we ask when we ask about the status of morality. So what I want to do today is delve into that question a little bit more, try to understand the nature of the question, what exactly are we asking when we ask about the status of morality, and then move on to three very general types of approaches that philosophers have taken to this question. So one of these approaches I'll call objectivism, the idea that we are representing objective facts when we make moral judgments. Another approach is relativism, the idea that we're describing some kind of cultural or personal relative practices when we make these judgments. And the third idea is emotivism, that we're expressing our emotions towards the world when we make these judgments. So those will be the three general types of theories we'll talk about today after I introduce the topic, and then we'll think a little bit about objections and replies to those theories. One more comment before we get into the issues. I'll be using examples of particular moral judgments as we go along, and I've chosen controversial examples on purpose. I want you to see through the controversy why it's important to think about the status of morality. So some of the examples will be controversial, and some of them you might disagree with. That's fine. Today's question is not whether these particular judgments are right or wrong, but what we're doing when we make these judgments. What is their status? So at a later point in the lecture, I'll ask you to come up with some examples of your own, and controversial examples are good. They help us to think about the status of morality. So today we're talking about the status of morality, the status of moral judgments. What are we doing when we judge that something's good or bad, right or wrong, virtuous or vicious? One way to get your heads around that question is to generate two lists and compare and contrast these lists. So what I want to do now is generate a list of empirical judgments, judgments about the empirically discoverable world, and a list of moral judgments, judgments about what's right and wrong, good and bad, etc. So one way to think about an empirical judgment is to think about something that was discovered, a scientific discovery. Here's a really famous scientific discovery. The Earth rotates around the sun. Of course, for much of human history, people didn't believe that. They thought that the sun rotated around the Earth, or they had some other cosmological theory, but Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo discovered that the Earth rotates around the sun and developed our contemporary cosmological theory, how we understand the orbits of the planets. The judgment, the Earth rotates around the sun, that's an empirical judgment. Or the judgment that electricity has positive and negative charges, discovered by Benjamin Franklin, explains the flow of electricity. That judgment is a judgment about the empirical world. Or consider Mendel's discovery that plants inherit some of their traits genetically based on certain laws of inheritance. That judgment, that plants inherit some of their traits genetically, is an empirical judgment, judgment about the empirical world. Or here's a final, more contemporary example. Recently it was discovered that the so-called God particle predicted by Edinburgh's own Professor Peter Higgs exists. That seems to be an empirical discovery about a fundamental piece of the universe. But in order to get empirical judgments on our list, we don't have to have these very impressive scientific discoveries. We can also just think of more everyday judgments, like the judgment that lead is heavier than iron, or the judgment, quite simply, that it was sunny today in Edinburgh, or even the judgment that I, Matthew Christman, am less than 6 feet tall. All of these are empirical judgments, judgments that we can verify by empirical observation. Okay, now for our second list, moral judgments. To generate some examples of moral judgments, we could think about positive moral things like giving to charity is good, or taking care of your children is morally obligatory. These are examples of positive moral judgments. We could add to that list something like protesting something you take to be a gross injustice is morally right. That would be a moral judgment. Of course, more often, actually, I think we make negative moral judgments. So we say things like, Cain's killing Abel out of jealousy was morally bad, was wrong. Or Oedipus' sleeping with his mother Jocasta was morally bad. That would be a moral judgment. Or something like Pol Pot's genocidal actions during the Khmer Rouge regime in Cambodia was morally abhorrent. Genocide's morally abhorrent. Those would be moral judgments. Or finally, a much more controversial one, polygamy, the practice of one man having multiple wives or one woman having multiple husbands, is morally dubious. These are the types of judgments that we could put on our list as moral judgments. Okay, so we've come up with two lists, a list of empirical judgments and a list of moral judgments. Some of the items on my list are quite controversial. So what I want you to do now is try to come up with some examples of your own. They can be controversial examples or examples that you take to be obvious, but come up with two examples of each type. Two examples of empirical judgments about the empirically discoverable world, and examples of moral judgments about things like what's right and wrong, good and bad, virtuous, vicious, etc. We'll take a second here and let you come up with these examples. It'd be helpful to write them down on a piece of paper so that you can refer to them in the rest of this lecture. Okay, hopefully you have your own examples. Two examples of empirical judgments and two examples of moral judgments. Or if you want some more time or time to think about it, you can push pause on the video now. For the rest of the lecture, I'm going to focus on examples from my list 2 examples of empirical judgments and 2 examples of moral judgments. So here are the 2 examples of empirical judgments I'll use. The sun rotates around the earth, and it was sunny in Edinburgh today. And here are 2 examples of moral judgments that I'll use. Genocide is morally wrong or morally abhorrent, and polygamy is morally dubious. So we'll focus on those as examples of moral judgments. But you can also think about your own examples and ask the same sorts of questions we're going to ask about these, about your examples. So now, what we've been doing is coming up with these examples in order to better understand the question about the status of morality. I think the best way into that is to now ask some questions about these 2 lists. So many philosophers, and I think many ordinary people, have felt that there's an important difference between the types of judgments that go under the heading empirical judgments and the types of judgments that go under the heading moral judgments. They feel like there's something importantly different between these 2 things. So one thing we could ask, the first question I'll ask is, are these judgments the sorts of things that can be true or false? So in the case of empirical judgments, it's quite natural to say yes, of course. Whereas some philosophers have thought, in the case of moral judgment, that they're not the sort of thing that can be true or false. They're mere opinions or mere expressions of our emotions. Now, other philosophers and other people have thought, no, that's not right. There's still a difference, but that's not the difference. So we ask a second question. If moral judgments are like empirical judgments in that they can be true or false, what makes them true or false? In the empirical case, you might think it's something about the objective human independent facts. What is it in the moral case? And now we can ask a third question. Are they objectively true or false? So you might think the difference between these 2 lists is no, they're not objectively true or false. Their moral judgments are not objectively true or false. They're only true or false relative to a culture or a person or a sensibility or something like that. Now that's the kind of second group of philosophers that I'll talk about. The third group of philosophers that I'll talk about deny both of these initial ideas and say moral judgments are the sorts of things that can be true or false. And they're also the sorts of things that can be made true or false by objective facts. They're objectively true or false. They aspire to objectivity just like empirical judgments. So what I want to do in the rest of this lecture is talk about these 3 philosophical approaches to the status of morality. We'll talk about the objectivist idea that moral judgments are just as objective as empirical judgments. And then we'll talk about the relativist idea that moral judgments are importantly different than empirical judgments in that they're relativized somehow. And finally, we'll talk about the emotivist idea that moral judgments aren't the sorts of things that can be true or false. They are mere opinions or expressions of our emotions. We'll explore some of the advantages and disadvantages of each of these theories and consider some of the objections that proponents of one or another theory levy against the other theories. That's the plan for the rest of the lecture. So we're talking about the status of morality. That is the status of judgments like genocide is morally abhorrent or polygamy is morally dubious. What are we doing when we make judgments like this? And to think about that question, I've put forward 3 questions that we can think about. First, are these judgments the sorts of things that can be true or false? Or are they mere opinion? If they are the sorts of things that can be true or false, what makes them true? And finally, if they are true, are they objectively true? These 3 questions are questions about the status of morality. And what I want to do next is to consider 3 theories or broad approaches that philosophers have taken to these questions. So the first theory that I want to talk about is objectivism. So the basic idea in objectivism is that our moral judgments are the sorts of things that can be true or false. And what makes them true or false are facts that are generally independent of who we are or what cultural groups we belong to. They're objective moral facts. That's the basic idea in objectivism. To get a feeling for objectivism, let's consider again our empirical judgments. So remember the example, the Earth rotates around the sun. This seems to be a judgment about some objective matter of fact. It was at times a controversial judgment, and earlier times in human history, people didn't even believe it. But now we've come to think that this is the truth about the relative trajectory of the Earth and the sun. Its truth is made true not by who we are or our cultures, but by something independent of us, the way the planets rotate in the universe. So that's a kind of paradigm objective judgment. Of course, we should recognize that when it comes to grand scientific theories like Newtonian physics or Darwinian theory of evolution, that it should get much more complicated in thinking about objectivity, but focus just on the single judgment, the Earth rotates around the sun. If someone thought, no, the Earth doesn't rotate around the sun, we're quite happy to say, oh, they're just wrong. We might be able to explain why they think that, but their judgment's wrong. The judgment that the Earth does rotate around the sun is right, and it's made right by the relative trajectory of the Earth and the sun, which are things completely independent of human practice or taste or anything like that. So that's kind of the paradigm example of an objective judgment, objective empirical judgment. It's examples like the first one we've been considering, genocide is morally abhorrent, that lead some philosophers to think that moral judgments are just as objective as empirical judgments. This seems like the sort of view that is the sort of claim that is possible being true or false, and not only is it possible being true or false, it seems to be objectively true that genocide is morally abhorrent. If someone thought genocide's not morally abhorrent, we think they must just be mistaken. We might be able to explain how they got that crazy idea, but their idea would be wrong. Genocide is morally abhorrent. On the other hand, it's examples like our second example, polygamy is morally dubious, that have led some philosophers to question objectivism. They think, well, I think polygamy is morally dubious, but this is widely practiced in many cultures around the world. Is it not some kind of cultural chauvinism to impose the view that polygamy is morally dubious on everybody? Maybe it's not objectively true or false that polygamy is morally dubious. This is the type of case that leading people away from objectivism. So objectivists, they say, well, we can explain very well how it's possible that people disagree about moral matters. There's some objective matter of fact. When one person says it's this way, another person says no, it's the other way, then there's something they're objectively disagreeing about. But they have a hard time explaining these kind of cases where we sometimes think, well, maybe there isn't an objective matter of fact. So the two cases, genocide's morally abhorrent and polygamy is morally dubious, provide two kind of good test case on either side of the for and against objectivism. The second view I want to talk about, or approach to the status of morality, is called relativism. So the basic idea behind relativism is that our moral judgments are indeed the sorts of things that can be true or false, but they're only true or false relative to something that varies from person to person or culture to culture. To get an idea of what the relativist has in mind, consider a non-moral example. Consider the statement, one must drive on the left. So if this statement's said in Britain, it's true. If it's said in America, it's false. So it looks like it's the sort of statement that can be true or false. But it's not true or false objectively. There's not objective facts about which side of the road to drive on. There's a driving law in Britain that says drive on the left, and there's driving law in America which says drive on the right. And these are two non-overlapping jurisdictions. So you could say that the statement, one must drive on the left, is true relative to British driving customs or law, and false relative to American driving customs or law. So that's the kind of model that the relativist uses. But now go back to our moral examples. So think about the judgment, polygamy is morally dubious. What's the relativist going to say about this? They're going to say, yes, this is the sort of thing that can be true or false, but it's not objectively true or false. It might be true relative to one person or culture and false relative to another person or culture. What do you think? Do you think polygamy is morally dubious? Or consider a different example. Consider the example of Oedipus sleeping with his mother Jocasta. So I said, I thought that was morally bad. Of course, Oedipus didn't know that that's what he was doing. Are all cases of incest, even if the person doesn't know it's incest, morally dubious or morally bad? You might think yes, you might think no. The relativist says this kind of judgment is true or false, but it's only true or false relative to something else. Okay, what sort of thing might it be relative to? Well, as another kind of rough analogy, think about the statement, okra is yummy. So I like okra, I say okra is yummy. you dislike okra, you say okra is not yummy, okra is gross. What's going on in these two claims? Well, you might think when I say okra is yummy, I'm just describing my taste, something I like. And when you say okra is not yummy or okra is gross, you're describing your taste. So the first statement's true for me, and the second statement's true for you. This kind of idea is the idea behind an extreme form of relativism called subjectivism. The subjectivist idea, the basic idea behind subjectivism, is that our moral judgments are indeed true or false, but they're only true or false relative to the subjective feelings of a particular person, the person who makes them. So it's almost like when I say X is bad, I'm saying I morally disapprove of X. That's the subjectivist idea. The subjectivist has there's a nice feature of subjectivism that it can explain the way our moral judgments are intimately tied up with how we are motivated to act. So if I dislike something, I'll be motivated to avoid it or to not promote it. Or if I like something or approve of something, I'll be motivated to promote it or drawn towards it. So the subjectivist has that nice explanation of the connection between morality and our motivations. On the other hand, subjectivism has a hard time explaining disagreement. So go back to the case of polygamy as morally dubious. There, it doesn't seem like it's merely a description of different people's taste. When two cultures come into contact, one of which practices polygamy and the other one doesn't, there seems to be a real issue, disagreement, between those who think it is morally dubious and those who think it's not. And the subjectivist has a hard time explaining that. This is what leads to a less aggressive form of relativism called cultural relativism. So the basic idea behind cultural relativism is that our moral judgments are indeed true or false, but they're only true or false relative to the culture of the person who makes them. So a judgment like X is bad, morally wrong, might be thought of as almost like I'm saying X is disapproved of or forbidden by my culture. And so you could see how one person's saying polygamy is morally dubious. It could be true for him because in his culture it is morally dubious, whereas another person's saying polygamy is morally dubious, it's false for him because it's not morally dubious in his culture. So that's the basic idea behind cultural relativism, which is a less aggressive or less strong form of relativism. But so subjectivism and cultural relativism are both forms of relativism, and the basic idea behind relativism is that unlike the objectivist, the relativist thinks our moral judgments are the sorts of things that can be true or false. But unlike the objectivist, the relativist thinks that the truth or falsity of our moral judgments is only relative to something that can vary from person to person. The third approach to these questions about the status and morality that I want to discuss is called emotivism. So the basic idea in emotivism is that our moral judgments are not the sorts of things that can be true or false, neither objectively true or false, nor true or false relative to some person's feelings or some culture. They're the direct expression of our emotive reactions to the world. So to get the basic idea of why somebody might endorse emotivism, remember our example of okra. Someone says, okra is gross. You might think, well, they're not actually describing their feelings, they're just expressing their feelings. So the emotivist thinks something similar about the example of, or moral judgments quite generally, but for example, polygamy is morally dubious. So they think when I say polygamy is morally dubious, I'm expressing my negative feelings towards polygamy. It's almost as if I said, boo for polygamy. Or if someone said charity is morally good, it's as if they're saying, hooray for charity. So in these direct expressions of our emotions, we're not describing some objective matter of fact or describing some feeling or cultural practice. We're directly expressing our emotions. That's the idea behind emotivism. Now, the emotivist, like the subjectivist, can explain the tight connection between some moral judgments and our motivations to action, because we're often motivated to act based on the way we feel about things. But the subjectivists have the problem of it not being able to explain very well disagreement. If when I say polygamy is morally dubious, it's just describing my feelings, and when you say it's not morally dubious, you're just describing your feelings. It's not clear that there's any disagreement. The emotivist also thinks there's no factual disagreement. There's no belief that we both disagree about, but there could be disagreement in attitudes. We are expressing disagreeing attitudes. is the emotivist idea. Of course, we might worry that we often call moral judgments true or false. So I say polygamy is morally dubious, and you might agree with me by saying what Matthew said was true. Now, the emotivist doesn't deny that we do this, but they'll have to say that this is a loose sense of true or false. And strictly speaking, moral judgments aren't the sort of thing that can be true or false, because they're the direct expression of emotions. That's the emotivist idea. So we've been talking about the status of morality, and in particular, 3 questions. The first question is, are our moral judgments the sorts of things that can be true or false? Or are they mere opinions? The second question is, if they are the sorts of things that can be true or false, what makes them true or false? And the third question is, if they are true, are they objectively true? We've discussed 3 views about these questions, or about the status of morality. The first view is objectivism. So the objectivist says, yes, moral judgments are the sorts of things that can be true or false, and indeed they're objectively true because they're made true by objective moral facts, by the wrongness of genocide or the goodness of charity. The second view I've discussed is relativism. The relativist idea is that our moral judgments are the sorts of things that can be true or false, but they're only true or false relative to something like somebody's subjective feelings or some cultural practice. The final view I've discussed is emotivism. The idea behind emotivism is that no, our moral judgments are not the sorts of things that can be true or false. They're the direct expressions of our emotions, or our emotive reactions to the way we take the world to be. So those are the 3 views, or 3 broad approaches to the status of morality that I wanted to introduce. We've been discussing the status of morality, the status of moral judgments, and I've introduced 3 broad brush approaches to answering questions about the status of morality. The first approach is objectivism, so the idea that our moral judgments are about objective matters of fact. So as a comparison, think about our empirical judgments about the observable world around us, or the world as it's discovered by science. So those seem to be, the empirical judgments seem to be objective. The objectivism about morality says that moral judgments are also objective in a similar way. The second view is relativism. So the relativist idea is that our moral judgments are true or false, but only relative to something like our culture, our feelings. So as a rough analogy, think again about our statements of law, like our traffic laws. One must drive on the left is true relative to one country, false relative to another country. So the moral relativist thinks something similar is the case for moral judgments. They're true relative to one culture or one person's feelings, but possibly false relative to another culture or another person's feelings. The final view that I introduced was emotivism. So this was the idea that our moral judgments aren't the expression of beliefs about objective or relative facts, but rather the expression of our moral emotions, the expression of our approval or disapproval about something. Which of these views is right? Which one do you think is right? This is a really large question, one we're not going to settle today. It's the foundational question of an area of moral philosophy called metaethics, the area of philosophy that I work most on. And in the contemporary discussion, we see all sorts of different theories that pick up on one or another strand from these 3 basic approaches. So today we're not going to settle the huge question of which one's the right one, and maybe these 3, none of them is the right one, but we need some refined, more nuanced view that overlaps one or more of these views, one or more of these basic approaches. But what we can do today is think about one main objection to each theory. And by thinking about one main objection to each theory, we can refine our views towards these theories. Are they a good starting point to work out further, or are they the beginning of a dead end that is going to go nowhere? So it's good philosophical methodology to think about your preferred view about something, and then whatever you take to be the best objection, is it possible to overcome that objection? So what I want to do in the rest of this lecture is to introduce one main objection to each of these theories and think a little bit about whether that objection undermines the theory. Okay, so here's an objection to objectivism. Remember, the objectivist thinks that our moral judgments are the sorts of things that can be true or false, and when they're true, they're objectively true, like the empirical judgments made in science are objectively true. But you might think, well, there's an important disanalogy between our moral judgments and our empirical judgments. When somebody disagrees with us about some empirical matter, there's a method that we can use to go out and verify the right opinion. We can observe reality and determine whether it was indeed sunny in Edinburgh today, for example, or whether the Earth indeed does rotate around the sun. These sorts of judgments look like they admit of empirical verification through some sort of observational method. The same doesn't seem to be true in the case of morality. With a moral judgment like genocide is morally abhorrent or polygamy is morally dubious, if somebody disagrees with you, it seems difficult to know what method we would use to settle the issue. How do we figure out who's right about the issue? It doesn't look like we can observe the world and find the moral facts in the same way that we can with the empirical facts. So this basic disanalogy is the challenge to objectivism. Can the objectivists explain this basic disanalogy? The second objection I want to talk about is an objection to relativism. Remember that the relativist thinks that our moral judgments are true or false, but they're only true or false relative to somebody's culture or someone's individual subjective moral feelings. But if that's right, it seems like it's hard to make sense of moral progress. So we think that humanity gets better at being moral in certain ways. So for example, in the past, people thought that slavery was perfectly fine. But now we think slavery is morally abhorrent. That seems like a piece of moral progress. We've gone from a bad view to a good view. But if the relativist view is right, somebody in the past said slavery is morally okay, that could be true relative to that culture. Whereas somebody now who says slavery is morally wrong, that could be true relative to our culture. And there's sort of difference in opinion, but there's no progress in opinion. So the basic challenge here for the relativists is to explain the possibility of moral progress. The final objection I want to discuss is an objection to emotivism. Remember that emotivism is the idea that our moral judgments aren't beliefs about matters of fact, either objective or relative. They're expressions of our emotions, our emotive reactions to things. They're like saying boo for polygamy or hooray for charity. The challenge this view faces is that it looks like we sometimes reason our way to our moral views, our moral opinions. But if emotivism is right, then our moral opinions are just emotive reactions. They're not reasoned responses to questions about morality. So think about that example of Oedipus sleeping with his mother Jocasta was morally bad. You might have initially thought, that's right, but then reasoning, oh, well, Oedipus didn't know it was his mother, and so it wasn't culpable what he did, come to think, well, it wasn't morally bad. So that kind of transition, changing your mind through reason, is really hard for the emotivist to explain, because the emotivist thinks that the ultimate judgments that you make when you make moral judgments, they're emotive reactions, not reasoned responses to beliefs about the way things are with morality. So the basic challenge to emotivism is to explain how we can reason to our moral views. I've discussed challenges for each of the three views that we've discussed. So the challenge to emotivism was to explain the difference in our methodology in determining whether something's right or wrong and determining whether some empirical judgment is true or false. There seems to be an important difference there. The objection to relativism was to make sense of the possibility of moral progress. And the objection to emotivism was to explain how it's possible that we reason to our moral opinions sometimes. Can these objections be met? Of course. This is where philosophy debates various objections and responses and tries to develop new theories. For example, the objectivists could argue that sometimes we do use empirical observation to determine what's right and wrong. For example, many objectivists think that what's right and wrong is determined by what maximizes overall happiness. And we can go out and measure different policies as to whether they promote or don't promote overall happiness. That's something that you can observe. Alternatively, the objectivists could say, look, in the case of mathematics, we think there's an objectively true or false answer to many questions, but we don't think you can observe that answer, not like with your eyes and your ears, but we have powers of rational reflection or intuition that we can come to figure out the objectively right answer. So these are a couple of the types of responses the objectivist might give to that objection. The relativist, the problem with the relativist was, of course, that they can't make sense of moral progress. That was the claim. But relativists argue that that different cultures overlap. And so as long as we could see, for example, the slavery in America in the 18th century as part of our cultural heritage now, you could see that culture is overlapping with our culture. And so there is moral disagreement there because there's cultural overlap. It's not two radically different cultures. So that's a possible response by the relativist to the objection from moral progress. Finally, the emotivist can say, remember that the objection was that the emotivist can't make sense of it the way we reason to our moral opinions. But the emotivist could say, look, some of our evaluative reactions to things are in the space of reasons. They are the sorts of things we can reason to. For example, if you prefer A to B and B to C, but you prefer C to A, there's something wrong with your preferences. They're irrational. This is something that's well studied by theorists of preference, theorists of rational preference and choice. That seems like the sort of thing that you could then reason your way to say, oh, well, I need to change my preference about A and C somehow to sort this out so that it's not irrational. But those preferences, they aren't beliefs in objective matters of fact or relative to matters of fact. They're evaluative attitudes. So if you thought of our moral attitudes, our moral judgments as like preferences, and when we make moral claims, we're expressing a certain kind of moral preference rather than just an emotive reaction, then maybe the emotivist, or this is a more refined version of emotivism, could answer that challenge that we can't make sense of the way we reason to our moral views. So again, that's just one possible response to the objection I mentioned for each of these three theories. You'll have to think yourself about whether you think those responses are compelling or whether there's then counter objections that come up because of the response. But this is the methodology of good philosophy, thinking about how we can refine our views, refine our initial intuitions and opinions in light of the types of objections that people who have different views from us would raise in order to get closer and closer to what we think is the right view about the status of morality. So that's what I wanted to talk to you about today by considering the three theories and then also considering the objections. It's been a pleasure talking to you about the status of morality. These lectures have been free and open to the public, and so I was wondering if I could ask a favor of you back. My favorite charity is a charity called Partners in Health, who are doing some amazing work in public health and healthcare access in places like Rwanda and Malawi and Mexico. So if you'd like to give a little tip to this lecture, you could click on the link to www.pih.org and give a small donation to Partners in Health. I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Hi, thanks for all the very interesting comments on the discussion forum for my lecture about the status of morality. I just wanted to pick up a couple of things that came up and say a few more things about them. In no way is this going to settle the debate or maybe even advance the discussion, but hopefully it'll give you a little bit more food for thought regarding some of the stuff that came up. So first thing, some people asked whether there could be moral principles that were universal and so in that sense objective, but nonetheless which had different applications in different contexts, and whether that might in some way undermine the distinction between objectivism and relativism. Or going the other direction, other people were interested in whether there might be particular moral judgments that we all almost universally agree about, but when we try to find their basis, we disagree. So, and again, whether that undermined the distinction between objectivism and relativism. So just as some examples, so an example, the first kind of thing, you might think that someone might say, look, here's some evidence for relativism. Women ought to wear headscarves in public, or men ought to take off their hats indoors. These sorts of claims are true in some cultures and false in other cultures. So that's, you might think, some evidence for relativism, but the objectivists might come back and say, no, there's a universal moral principle, roughly something like the when in Rome, do as the Romans do principle. And that just applies differently in different contexts. So if you find yourself in a culture where women wear headscarves, you should do that, but in another culture you don't have to do that, that's no evidence for relativism. So that would be a kind of an example of a universal principle that has differing applications in different contexts. Or an example going the other direction is something like you might think, we all agree kicking dogs for fun is bad. But we might disagree about why it's bad. Some people might say it's because of the pain, some people might say it's because of the disrespect, who knows what. So there might be differing views about why it's bad, even if we all agree that it is bad. So the question really is, what does this tell us about the debate between relativist and objectivist? And I guess my opinion is that in some sense these examples are real examples and they tell in favor of a kind of objectivist view. If the evidence for relativism is disagreement, but you can locate the source of that disagreement in agreement on some higher order principle that then gets applied differently in different contexts, then that's some reason for thinking that objectivism is true rather than relativism. I think what these examples illustrate and what this issue illustrates is that there might be two senses of objective that are at play in this debate. So there's one sense of objective where it means something like independent of us, the objective facts, like the facts you might discover in science. There's another sense of objective where it means something like universal, applies to all people. And so I guess it's important to distinguish those two senses of objective. When somebody says they're an objectivist about morality, they might mean either one. I think when relativists say that they're relativists, they really mean to only be denying the second one, that there's some moral principles that, or maybe all moral principles that apply to everyone equally. They could agree with the first sense that the moral principles are somehow independent of us, out there like scientific facts. So that was one issue that I wanted to raise. The second issue I wanted to raise, which is deeply related to that, is this question several people asked, well, so what should we even think morality is? And more specifically with respect to the theories that I outlined in the lecture, could morality maybe be some kind of disunified thing where objectivism is true about some moral principles, relativism is true about other moral principles, and emotivism is true about still other moral principles. So you might have thought, like, I was asking in the lecture which of these is the best theory, and that was a bit like asking who's best, Bayern Munich, the Miami Heat, or Serena Williams. Bayern Munich won the Champions League, the Miami Heat won the NBA Finals, and Serena Williams is the top-rated player in the Women's Tennis Association. But you might think it's kind of, those are three different things. They're kind of incomparable. You don't really ask which is the best in that sense. So was my asking which is the best theory, objectivism, relativism, or emotivism, sort of like that? Well, I want to admit that I think moral judgments often come from different places. So sometimes when people are talking about morality, especially when they're thinking about how to organize society, they seem to talk about what's best for the most number of people. So if you're a sort of politician arguing that a particular policy is the best, morally the best policy to engage in, you might be thinking about what's best for the most number of people. Whereas other times people seem to be talking about what violates their conscience, or what would be sort of an inconsistent reason to act for. And that would be something different. And still other people are, maybe the same people in other moments, seem to be talking about what would be warranted or licensed by their religion or the God they believe in. So I think that it's true that we get morality in these kind of different domains, and there may be still other domains. Still, the idea that a lot of philosophers have had is that morality kind of hangs together as a subject or as a domain in at least two respects. One respect is what philosophers call agent neutrality. So the idea is that the reasons that morality provides for our acting are agent neutral. They don't depend on my or your particular circumstances. They would apply equally to anybody in the same circumstances. And so they're agent neutral in that way, not relative to a particular person's circumstances. And the second idea that philosophers sometimes appeal to for unifying morality is that moral reasons are overriding. So the thought is that, look, when you're trying to decide what to do, there might be all sorts of different reasons. There's reasons for, this would be good for your family. There's reasons this would be good for, to make some money. This might feel good, or this might be a beautiful act, something like that. But if we're talking about morality, whatever the reasons are, they override everything else. And so morality is in that sense overriding. So the thought is, if, and I don't know if this is true, this is a big if, but if morality is distinguished by these two features, that the reasons it provides are agent neutral and overriding, then you would expect there to be some unified domain. And then, so it would be a little bit weird if relativism was true about part of that domain, and objectivism was true about another part of that domain, and emotivism was true about a third part of that domain. Reasons that are both agent neutral and overriding seem like to demand one unified explanation. That's just a sort of theoretical hunch, it's not an argument, but that was a theoretical hunch that was behind some of the comments I made in the discussion forum about how I thought it probably couldn't be that each of these theories was right about their own domain. Now, like I said in the lecture, I don't think any of these theories is probably completely right. Each of them need refinement, and there might be only some successor theory that's the right theory, but still I would find it theoretically dissatisfying if there wasn't one theory that covered this domain, because I think I'm working from this idea that there is a unified domain that provide agent neutral and overriding reasons. But of course we might think that's wrong too, so that's up for debate. But anyway, there's been a lot of really good discussion, and I encourage you to keep discussing the issues from my lecture and also the issues from the later lectures, and we'll keep watching those discussion forums. Thanks so much.
Hi, so my name's Alan Hazlett, and this week we're going to be talking about testimony and the question of whether and in what circumstances you can believe what other people tell you. And we're going to talk about this, the way people were talking about this issue during the Enlightenment. So the Enlightenment's a term that historians use to refer to a period in European intellectual history roughly 1700 to 1800. So people talk about what's distinctive of the Enlightenment. Some people would say reason, liberal democracy, science, these are on the rise. Religion and monarchy, these are kind of fading out of popularity. What I want to talk about this week is an ideal or a virtue that contemporary philosophers call intellectual autonomy. I want to talk about how this notion of intellectual autonomy plays out in the thinking of some of the big names in the Enlightenment, and in particular in the two big figures in the Scottish Enlightenment, David Hume and Thomas Reid. So Hume lived and worked in Edinburgh, Scotland, most of his life. He's most famous for developing a completely naturalistic philosophical system. So by naturalistic, people mean a system that nowhere does it appeal to God in giving explanations of things. He's one of the first philosophers to ever have lots of things to say about almost all the different areas of philosophy, but he doesn't appeal to anything supernatural in any of it. He's also really well known for his spirited critiques of religion. Had to keep these under wraps, though. In 18th century Scotland, you couldn't really be all that bold in your critiques of religion. So what I want to talk about is Hume's essay on miracles. It's a chapter in his book called An Enquiry Concerning Human Understanding that first came out in 1748. So Hume's conclusion in the section on miracles is that you should never believe that a miracle's occurred on the basis of testimony. So to figure out why he drew that conclusion, you need to figure out two things. What does he mean by testimony? What does he mean by a miracle? So let's take that first part first. What is testimony? So philosophers use the word testimony to refer to any situation in which you believe something on the basis of what someone else asserts, either verbally or in writing. So someone else tells you something and you believe it, or you read something that someone else wrote down and you believe what they say. Those are all instances of testimony. So Hume and other philosophers who write about testimony are really keen to point out that a ton of what we believe is based on the testimony of other people. So in the essay on miracles, Hume had this to say: so there's no species of reasoning more common, more useful, and even necessary to human life than that which is derived from the testimony of men. Just to get a feel for what Hume's talking about, think of some city you've never visited before, some city you've never actually been to. You've got a lot of beliefs about that city, beliefs about who lives there, population size, what it's like. And all those beliefs are based on testimony. They're based on believing what people tell you who've been there. They're based on believing what you read in the newspaper about what's going on in that city, based on reading the Wikipedia article about that city, stuff like that. So all those beliefs are based on testimony. So Hume and other philosophers writing about testimony are going to point out, first thing, testimony is a really important source of beliefs for creatures like us. So now, the big assumption that Hume makes about testimony in his essay on miracles is that to believe testimony, you have to have evidence that the person who's speaking or writing is likely to be right. So you have to have evidence of the reliability of the person who's testifying to you. He thinks that this assumption follows from a maybe innocuous sounding assumption that philosophers call evidentialism. A wise man proportions his belief to the evidence. So Hume thinks, well, this applies when it comes to trusting someone else's testimony just as much as it applies in any other situation. So one thing he assumes is that if you're going to trust someone's testimony, you need evidence that they're likely to be right or that they're reliable. And that if you're going to trust people's testimony in general, you need some evidence that people in general are likely to be right when they assert things, or that they're generally reliable. You can see why this evidentialist principle is true if you think about cases where someone testifies to something unusual. So he says that the credit that we give testimony, quote, admits of a diminution, greater or less, in proportion as the fact is more or less unusual. So imagine that you go into a cafe and you order a cup of coffee, and the waiter says, sorry, we don't have any coffee. The coffee machines broke down last night. So in that case, you're likely to believe what the waiter says and trust his testimony. But now imagine, same situation. You walk into the cafe, order a cup of coffee. The waiter says, we don't have any coffee. Aliens broke in and stole all our coffee last night. So in that case, you're not likely to believe, at least not as readily believe, what the waiter says. Likely to be doubtful or skeptical that the waiter's telling the truth. Or maybe the waiter's being sincere, but has gotten it wrong for some reason. So there's all kinds of ways in which someone can get their testimony wrong, and this is likely one of those times. So that's what Hume says about testimony. So now, what does he say about miracles? What's a miracle? So he defines a miracle as, quote, a violation of the laws of nature. It's something that's never happened in what he calls the common course of nature. So a miracle is an exception to a previously exceptionless regularity. It's something that's never happened before. So to take an example of this, someone rising from the dead, right? This is something that's never happened before. That's a paradigm example for Hume of a miracle. With this definition of a miracle in place, and with that assumption about testimony, we can now start to see why Hume concludes that you should never believe that a miracle's occurred on the basis of testimony. Here's how he articulates the argument in the essay on miracles. He says, no testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavors to establish. This is just another way of putting that assumption that you should only trust testimony when you've got evidence that the testifier is likely to be right. It's just another way of putting that assumption that the more unusual the event testified to is, the less trusting you should be of the testimony. So think again of that case of the cafe waiter. The reason you'd be inclined not to believe the story is because it's more likely that the cafe waiter is wrong about the aliens stealing the coffee than that the aliens really did steal the coffee. So now imagine that someone asserts that a miracle has occurred. For example, they say someone rose from the dead. So Hume thinks, treat this just like any other case and ask, what's more likely? That this person is wrong for whatever reason, or that someone really did rise from the dead? The way he puts it, what's more miraculous? That this person, that someone really did rise from the dead, or that this person, in this case, is wrong for whatever reason? Well, recall the definition of a miracle that Hume gives us. A miracle is an exception to a previously exceptionless regularity. So we've got all kinds of evidence. In every case of a miracle, we've got all kinds of evidence this event is very unlikely. Case of rising from the dead, it's never happened before, so it's a very unlikely event because we've got all kinds of experimental evidence that it's not likely to happen. But now we need one more premise to see how Hume gets to his conclusion, and it's a pretty innocuous assumption. People are often wrong when they testify. So people often assert things that are false. They assert things that are false because they sincerely say something they believe, but they're wrong, and they assert things that are false sometimes intentionally, as when people are lying or joking, or for various other kinds of reasons. So we've got lots of evidence that the miracle is very unlikely, but we actually don't have very much evidence that false testimony is unlikely. We've actually got evidence that false testimony happens all the time. So we can now put all three of these assumptions, the assumption about testimony, the definition of miracles, and this premise about the unreliability of human testimony together, and we can see how Hume gets his conclusion out of them. So the first assumption he makes is that you should only trust testimony when you've got evidence the testifier is likely to be right. The second assumption he makes is that a miracle is an exception to a previously exceptionless regularity. In other words, something that's very unlikely. And the third assumption he makes is that people often assert falsehoods. False testimony isn't all that unlikely. And from those three, he concludes you should never believe that a miracle's occurred on the basis of testimony. To sum that all up, again, imagine someone asserts that someone has risen from the dead. So we've got lots of evidence that's really unlikely. We don't have all that much evidence at all that the speaker is wrong for some reason or other. In fact, we know people are often wrong in what they assert for all kinds of reasons. So it looks like this case is going to be exactly like the case of the cafe waiter. We shouldn't believe the testimony because it's more likely that the person testifying is wrong than that the event they're saying happened really did happen. And that's why Hume concludes you should never believe in a miracle on the basis of testimony. Okay, so in the last segment we talked about David Hume's argument that you should never believe that a miracle's occurred on the basis of testimony. Lots of ways you could challenge Hume's argument. One way you could challenge it, you could challenge his definition of a miracle. You could say he's got that wrong. But I think there's another interesting way to challenge the argument. Challenge the assumption that you should only trust testimony when you've got evidence the testifier is likely to be right. And that's the premise of Hume's argument that his most important contemporary critic, Thomas Reid, took issue with. So Reid was a minister in the Church of Scotland and a professor at the Universities of Aberdeen and Glasgow, and he challenged this assumption of Hume's in a book called Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense, which was first published in 1764. And the challenge comes in a section that Reid entitled, Of the Analogy Between Perception and the Credit We Give Human Testimony. So Reid argued that trusting testimony is just like trusting your senses, trusting what you see around you. So believing something on the basis of what someone else says is just like believing something on the basis of seeing it with your own eyes, Reid thought. So here's the interesting thing. We don't only trust our senses when we've got evidence that they're likely to be right. Hume and Reid, one of the sort of few things they agreed on was that we don't have any kind of good evidence that our senses are likely to be right. So Hume and Reid both thought we don't trust our senses on the basis of evidence that they're likely to be right. So what Reid's going to challenge is Hume's assumption that we should only trust testimony on the basis of evidence that the testifier is likely to be right. So why does he think that? What's his argument? Well, Hume and Reid both thought there were innate principles that governed how we think and how we feel. They wouldn't put it this way, but they both thought that we were hardwired to think in certain ways. So they both thought, for example, that we're hardwired to trust our senses. We're hardwired to believe what we see before our eyes. But here's what Reid thought that Hume didn't think. Reid thought that we're also hardwired to trust testimony. He said that there's an innate principle of credulity, he called it. And here's what that principle was. It's a disposition to confide in the veracity of others and to believe what they tell us. So we can now see that Hume and Reid had really completely different pictures of how human testimony works. So for Reid, there's an innate, hardwired principle that makes us trust other people. But for Hume, we have to have evidence that other people are likely to be right before we can trust them. So we've got innate trust in testimony on Reid's side. We've got to have independent evidence that the person testifying is likely to be right on Hume's side. So which of these two pictures is right? Which one should we accept? Here's why Reid thought his picture was the right one. He asks us to imagine small children and think about the extent to which they trust the testimony of other people. And he points out that it looks like the principle of credulity is strongest in small children. They're very much disposed to trust the testimony of other people. They'll believe whatever you tell them. And Reid thought this is incompatible with Hume's picture of testimony. So here's what Reid said. If credulity were the effect of reasoning and experience, as Hume claims, it must grow up and gather strength in the same proportion as reason and experience do. But if it's the gift of nature, it'll be strongest in children and limited and restrained by experience. And the most superficial view of human life shows that the last is really the case and not the first. So in other words, if Hume's picture were right, the principle of credulity would be weakest in children because they don't yet have any experience of the reliability of other people's testimony. But in fact, the principle of credulity is strongest in children who have no experience at all of the reliability of other people. They're the most trusting, whereas adults are more skeptical and less trusting. This is the opposite of what you'd expect if Hume's picture were right. So rather than being based on experience, Reid concludes our trust must be based on a gift of nature, as he puts it. Here's a way of setting out his argument. We'll look at what the main assumptions involved are. First, he assumes the principle of credulity is strongest in children. Second, he points out that if our trust and testimony were based on experience, as Hume claims it is, it'd be weakest in children. And on that basis, he concludes that the principle of credulity is innate and not based on experience. Now, there's a bit of a wrinkle here. You might have noticed this because it looks like Reid is talking about what children in fact do. He's talking about the fact that they do trust other people's testimony, whereas it looks like Hume is talking about what people ought to do. They ought not trust testimony without evidence that other people are likely to be right. But I think we can appreciate Reid's point here if we take him to be saying, look, children trust other people's testimony. They don't have any evidence that other people are likely to be right. And there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with that. It's really counterintuitive to say that children ought not be so trusting. In fact, Reid claims if we did abide by Hume's principles, then he says no proposition that is uttered in discourse would be believed, and such distrust and incredulity would deprive us of the greatest benefits of society and place us in a worse condition than that of the savages. So scary stuff if we were as skeptical and doubting as Hume suggests that we should be. So I think that's the big dispute between Hume and Reid on the matter of testimony. Is trusting other people something innate, as Reid argues, or do we need evidence of the reliability of testimony before we're going to trust it, as Hume claims? An interesting thing is that Hume and Reid also seem to disagree on the reliability of human testimony, on the extent to which testimony really is a reliable source of information, about how truthful people really are. So in addition to the principle of credulity, Reid also said that there's a principle of veracity. He defined it as a propensity to speak the truth so as to convey our real sentiments. And he went on to say that lying is doing violence to our nature. So just as we're naturally trusting creatures, Reid says, we're also naturally honest creatures. So Hume would have challenged this. He would have challenged this idea that we're hardwired for honesty. And the way he would have challenged it is by appealing to all the different kinds of situations in which human beings end up testifying falsely. 3 kinds of examples that you can find in his essay on miracles. So he first points out that people often have a motive to lie when they have an interest in what they affirm, because there are advantages, he says, to starting an imposture among an ignorant people. So think here of the kind of lies that politicians tell. Second, he says, human beings are prone to believe the tales of travelers because human beings generally find the feelings of surprise and wonder agreeable. So when someone tells you this crazy story from some faraway land, you enjoy that feeling of surprise and wonder, and it inclines you towards believing what they're saying. And in Hume's day, there's surprising stories coming into Europe from all over the world, a lot of them completely inaccurate. Third, Hume says that human beings are prone to testify to assert things regardless of whether they have good evidence for what they're saying, because of, quote, the pleasure of telling a piece of news so interesting, of propagating it, and of being the first reporters of it. Gossip and rumor, this is how they spread. We enjoy telling other people news, even when we don't have very good evidence for it. So what we can see is that Hume and Reid have very different pictures of how we relate to one another when it comes to our beliefs and opinions, and how we ought to relate to one another when it comes to our beliefs and opinions. So for Reid, there's this innate hardwired principle of credulity and this innate hardwired principle of veracity. It means that we're naturally trusting and naturally honest creatures. Testimony of others is a natural and an indispensable source of information, whereas for Hume, the picture is much more problematic. Testimony isn't always reliable, and we can only trust testimony we've got evidence that the person testifying is likely to be right. So in a really important sense, for Hume, we're always left on our own when it comes to forming beliefs and opinions. So we've seen that David Hume and Thomas Reid give us very different pictures of the relationship between an individual and her society when it comes to intellectual matters. By intellectual matters, I just mean matters having to do with how we form beliefs and opinions about the world. So what I want to turn to now is, what does this all mean when it comes to the Enlightenment? And what I want to look at is an essay written by one of the major figures of the Enlightenment, German philosopher Immanuel Kant. So in 1784, Kant published an essay called On Answering the Question, What is Enlightenment? And in this essay, he tries to answer that question. So I'm hoping this will give us some insight into this age of enlightenment, as historians call it, at least what someone in that age thought was going on when it came to this notion of enlightenment. Here's what Kant said. Enlightenment is man's emergence from his self-incurred immaturity. And immaturity is the inability to use one's own understanding without the guidance of another. The motto of the Enlightenment is therefore sapiere aude, have courage to use your own understanding. So that Latin motto means dare to be wise. More on that in a second. And what Kant's talking about here, among other things, is the extent to which we trust the testimony of other people. To trust someone else's testimony on some matter is to allow your own understanding to be guided by that other person. And Kant clearly thinks that not being guided by another person, in other words, not trusting other people's testimony, is in some sense a virtue. Contemporary philosophers have called this virtue, a related virtue, intellectual autonomy. So can we say anything more about what's involved in being intellectually autonomous? Well, Kant implies that this requires, or at least involves in many cases, not trusting other people's testimony, not forming your beliefs because of what other people say, but in some sense forming them on your own. And in particular, Kant implies that intellectual autonomy involves not believing things just because religious and political authorities tell you to believe them. Interestingly, in the same essay, Kant says you should obey what the authorities tell you to do. His point is that you shouldn't obey what they tell you to think. So we can think of intellectual autonomy as epitomized by the person who believes something unpopular. Everyone's telling her that what she thinks is false, but she believes the unpopular thing anyway. Fans of intellectual autonomy think this is at least sometimes a good thing. It's virtuous, at least in some cases, to be willing to believe the unpopular thing, to go against conventional wisdom, and to disagree with most other people. So whatever we conclude about David Hume's approach to testimony, we can see that he's a fan of intellectual autonomy. Don't trust other people's testimony, he says, unless you have evidence that they're likely to be right. So it's not that Hume thinks you should never trust other people's testimony. He thinks that there's lots of situations in which you should. And it would be crazy not to trust other people's testimony all the time. You'd never be able to believe anything. So Hume thinks that it's often legitimate to trust other people's testimony when you're asking for directions or when you're reading a first-hand historical account to learn something about history. But in all the cases where it's reasonable to trust other people's testimony, you've got to have evidence that the person you're trusting is likely to be right. It's okay to trust other people, but it's never okay to blindly trust other people. And that's the sense in which, for Hume, the individual is always left on her own when it comes to forming her opinions. There's something undeniably individualistic about the picture of our intellectual lives that we get from Hume and from other fans of intellectual autonomy. And this contrasts really sharply with the picture we get from Reid, on which we're inherently social creatures when it comes to our intellectual lives. Intellectual autonomy, in some important sense for Reid, is a violation of our human nature. We're naturally social creatures, sharing information, not going off and forming beliefs on our own. So for Reid, our beliefs and opinions are naturally guided by other people. It's not mature to not be guided by other people. It's natural and appropriate to be guided by other people. So we might say that instead of intellectual autonomy, for Reid, the virtue is intellectual solidarity. That's the ideal of virtue that Reid offers, as against the Enlightenment that Hume and Kant propose. And in this respect, it's really interesting that Reid anticipates some of the most important criticisms of the Enlightenment that arose in the 19th and the 20th centuries. So who's got the right picture? Hume and Kant with their ideal of intellectual autonomy, or Reid with his ideal of intellectual solidarity? This just brings up the question of the value of intellectual autonomy. So why think that it's valuable or a good thing to be intellectually autonomous? So let's look at some of the ways that Hume and Kant might answer that question. Two interesting things they might say. The first is based on that Latin motto that Kant appeals to, sapiere aude, which means literally dare to be wise, but a little bit less literally you could translate it dare to know. So if we follow that slightly less literal translation, Kant's suggestion is that the person whose beliefs and opinions are based on testimony doesn't really have knowledge. She doesn't really know the stuff that she bases on testimony. So when he asks us to dare to know, he's saying dare to base our beliefs on something other than testimony, because that's the only way we're ever going to have knowledge. So you might think that sounds completely wrong. Obviously, you can know stuff on the basis of testimony. So imagine an old friend calls you up and says that she's in town for the weekend. You now know that she's in town for the weekend. So there's obviously a sense in which you can get knowledge through testimony. There's a philosophical tradition that goes back to Plato on which genuine or real knowledge requires something more. It requires what Plato called the ability to give an account. So the ability to explain or to situate that knowledge in some broader body of information. And that's something you might think you can't really get from testimony. That kind of understanding, or as Kant might put it, wisdom, can only be gotten on your own. You can't get it from someone else. So think of the difference here between someone whose beliefs about the Star Ferry in Hong Kong are based on only reading a Wikipedia article about the Star Ferry, whereas someone who lived in Hong Kong her whole life and rides a Star Ferry every day. So there's a very real sense in which you might want to say the person who's ridden the Star Ferry and who lives in Hong Kong knows about the Star Ferry in a way that the person who's merely read about it on Wikipedia doesn't really know anything at all. She doesn't really have genuine or real knowledge. So if we go with that thought, we're going to be able to explain the value of intellectual autonomy. The intellectually autonomous person is going to be the only person who's in the market for getting knowledge or understanding or wisdom or whatever you like. So the second way you might go about defending intellectual autonomy is by appeal to some social and political considerations. So if you think about our policy of trusting other people's testimony, one thing to keep in mind about it is that it has certain conservative implications. So people have a tendency to let their opinions be shaped by their communities, to believe what people around them to believe, and in particular think about the extent to which people have a tendency to have their opinions shaped by the community that they grow up in. People tend to believe what their parents tell them or what other people in their community tell them. And this means that we tend to inherit our religious and our political and our moral views from previous generations or from people around us. So one way of putting the question about the value of intellectual autonomy is to ask about the value of this tendency. Are we fans of this tendency? Do we like it? Or are we more skeptical of it? Reid, given his views about the naturalness of trusting human testimony, is necessarily going to be a fan of this tendency to inherit views from one's community, whereas Hume, being skeptical of the force of human testimony, is not going to be nearly as much of a fan. So how do we answer this question? Well, how you answer this question is going to depend on how you feel about conservatism in intellectual matters. So if you value progressive and innovative breaks with tradition and rejecting conventional wisdom, new ideas, overthrowing the old ideas, you're going to side with Hume and Kant and the fans of intellectual autonomy. Whereas if you value tradition and the conservation of community beliefs, you're going to side with Reid and the fans of intellectual solidarity. So in any event, these are the issues, I think, that are at stake when we ask this question about the extent to which we should trust other people's testimony.
Hi, I'm Michela Massimi and I'm a senior lecturer in philosophy of science in the School of Philosophy, Psychology and Language Sciences at the University of Edinburgh. Today I find myself at the National Museums of Scotland to introduce you to one of the most lively debates in contemporary philosophy of science, the debate between scientific realism and anti-realism. This debate is unlike many others that populate philosophy of science. It is not a debate about a specific topic or theme or theory in physics, biology or cognitive science, but it is a much broader debate about what science is all about and what we should expect from good science. In other words, this is a debate about the aims of science. We may all have intuitions about what the aims of science are, and there seems to be two possible views. On one view, science aims to be accurate, to provide us with a good description and analysis of the available experimental evidence in whatever field of inquiry that is. In other words, we may expect science to save the phenomena. On a different view, we may expect science not to just save the phenomena, but to provide us with a true story about those phenomena, how they came about, what sort of causal mechanism were involved in their production. And often telling a true story involves appeal to unobservable entities, entities that prove elusive to the human eye, like neutrinos, protons, DNA strands, and so forth. So what do you think? Does science aim at saving the phenomena, or does science aim at giving a true story about those phenomena? Well, depending on how you answer that question, you will be siding either with scientific anti-realism or scientific realism. In the rest of this lecture, I will introduce you to these two main views very briefly and to some of the main arguments and counter-arguments. Asking what the aims of science are may sound ociose armchair philosophy, but is not. This is a central question that has shaped the course of Western science and has fueled some of the most important debate in our cultural history. Our story begins several centuries before Galileo and Newton. Consider astronomy, one of the most ancient scientific disciplines known to human mankind. The observation of stars and planets was well known already to ancient civilizations, from the Mayan to the Babylonians, as is recorded by historical records such as astrolabes, like this one of Hispano-Moorish origin and this Japanese hemisphere based on a Korean map of the 14th century. The ancient Greeks had developed a very sophisticated astronomical system with Ptolemy in the 2nd century AD. In the Ptolemaic system, planets moved along orbital shells. This was the simplest astronomical hypothesis, but it required some tweaks to account for some anomalous phenomena. One of those phenomena well known already to the ancient Greeks was the so-called retrograde motion of the planets. During the course of the year, the trajectory of any planet in the blue sky at night appeared to form little loops. Now, to explain those loops, Ptolemy assumed that each planet moved along a small circle called epicycle, which in turn moved along a larger circle called deferens. But neither Ptolemy nor Ptolemaic astronomers believed that epicycles and deferens were necessarily a true description of planetary motion. They were more like mathematical contrivances or sophisticated hypotheses that could save the appearances, that could save the apparent motions of planets in the blue sky at night. The French philosopher Pierre Duhem, in a short but very illuminating book which was written at the start of the 20th century called To Save the Phenomena, reconstructs the history of a physical theory from Plato to Galileo. And in that book, Duhem captures very well the spirit of ancient Greek astronomy as that of saving the phenomena. So there are lots of quotes from, for instance, Simplicius' commentary to Aristotle de Cielo that nicely captures this idea that the aim of science, the aim of ancient Greek astronomy, was not really to tell us a true story about planetary motion, but to provide us with a system of hypotheses that could save the appearances. So interestingly enough, for ancient Greeks, the aim of astronomy was not to provide a true story about planetary motion, but just to save the appearances. Not surprisingly, in 1543, when Copernicus' book, De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium, was published, the book came out with a letter to the then Pope Paul III, where Copernicus very modestly presented his hypothesis as just another hypothesis that could save the appearances, although in a kind of more promising way than the hypothesis of his predecessors. This is what Copernicus says in the quote of Duhem. I began myself to consider the movement of the earth. It seemed an absurd notion, yet I knew that my predecessor had been granted the liberty to imagine all sorts of fictive circles to save the celestial phenomena. I therefore thought that I would be similarly granted the right to experiment, to try out whether, by assigning a certain movement to the earth, I might be able to find more solid demonstrations of the revolutions of the celestial spheres than those left by my predecessors. Despite the apologetic tone, Copernicus didn't hide too much his belief that his heliocentric hypothesis was more certain than any of the fictitious hypotheses of his predecessors. Yet Copernicus died the very same year in which his book was published. The book came out with an anonymous preface, which was very carefully crafted by someone called Andreas Osiander. And the preface somehow mitigated the spirit of Copernicus' work by presenting it as yet another exercise in this well-trodden tradition of saving the phenomena. For the astronomer's job consists of the following: to gather together the history of the celestial movements by means of painstakingly and skillfully made observations, and then to think up or construct whatever hypothesis he pleases, such that on their assumption the selfsame movements, past and future both, can be calculated by means of the principles of geometry. It is not necessary that this hypothesis be true, they need not even be likely. This one thing suffices, that the calculations to which they lead agree with the result of observation. No wonder the publication of Copernicus' book didn't set religious authority aflame until almost half a century later, when someone else dared to overthrow this received view of astronomy as just saving the phenomena, and dared to say that the Copernican system was actually true of the heavens. That person was Galileo Galilei. In the summer 1609, Galileo Galilei built the first telescope. He had heard about similar attempts in the Netherlands to build a spyglass that could magnify the size of objects, and his first telescope was used as a naval instrument in Venice to spot boats coming to port. A few months later, an improved and much more powerful telescope able to magnify objects 30 times was pointed to the moon and revealed mountains and craters that Galileo beautifully described in the 1610 Starry Messenger. It was unequivocal evidence that celestial bodies were actually very similar to planet Earth, pace the Aristotelian Ptolemaic tradition that claimed that celestial bodies belonged to a different realm. But more amazing discoveries were just around the corner. In January 1610, Galileo observed what he thought were 4 stars wandering around the planet Jupiter, and in December of the same year, he could observe phases in the planet Venus, which were impossible according to the Ptolemaic system. It was the triumph of Copernicanism. Convinced by the new experimental evidence, Galileo embraced Copernicanism not just as a hypothesis that could save the phenomena, but as a physical truth that he thought could be reconciled with religious truth, as he famously expressed in his letter to Marie Christine of Lorraine. It was the beginning of the Galileo affair with the Catholic Church, and the rest is now history. But from a philosophical point of view, what matters for our purpose here is the fact that Galileo defended what Pierre Duhem calls the method of the physicist against the method of the astronomers. He was the first one that dared to say that the aim of science is not to save the phenomena, but to provide us with a true story about the phenomena. And it was only a matter of time that an open and infinite universe would replace the sphere of fixed stars of ancient Greek astronomy. So coming back to the theme of today's session, we saw in Galileo the poignant example of someone that believed that the aim of science was not just to save the appearances, but to provide us with the true story about the world. Now, this view is known in the philosophy of science literature as scientific realism. Scientific realism says that the aim of science is to provide us with theories which, literally construed, we believe to be true. There are 2 different aspects in this definition. The first is a semantic aspect. It has to do with the language of science, the language in which our theories are formulated. And it basically says that we should take the language of science at face value. So if we have a theory, say Copernican astronomy, that talks about planets, we should understand the term planet as referring, as picking out objects in the external world. Same for any other theoretical terms. If we have a theory about electron, we should understand the term electron as referring, as picking out electrons in the world. Then there is a separate aspect, which is an epistemic aspect. And that says that whenever we accept a scientific theory, we believe that the theory is true, or at least approximately true. In other words, whatever the theory says about those objects, be they planets or electrons, correspond to facts in the external world. Now, appealing and intuitive as this may sound, as we have just seen with Ptolemy and Simplicius and Osiander, this was not the way in which, for many centuries, science was conceived. So we need a proper philosophical argument for scientific realism, and the argument is known as the no miracles argument. So in the original formulation of Hilary Putnam, the no miracles argument says that scientific realism is the only philosophy that does not make the success of science a miracle. That terms refer, that theories are approximately true, that the same term can refer to the same objects even if it occurs in different scientific theories. These statements are the only explanation of the incredible success of our science. So a natural account of how science grows and unfolds, say how the way in which Newtonian mechanics replaced Aristotelian physics, or Copernican astronomy replaced Ptolemaic astronomy, or Einstein relativity theory replaced Newtonian mechanics, is that a partially correct, partially incorrect account of a given object is replaced by a better account of the same object. But the no miracle argument says, if those objects don't exist, if our theories were not really true, or at least approximately true, of the same objects, then it would be just a miracle that we have a theory like Newtonian mechanics that talks about gravitational attraction and is so successful in predicting phenomena. If curved space-time didn't exist, then it would be just a miracle that a theory like Einstein relativity proved so successful again in predicting phenomena like the perihelion of Mercury and so on. In other words, one must be a scientific realist in order to explain the incredible success of our science across centuries. But is that so? Should we really believe in scientific realism as the best explanation of the success of science? Not so fast, the anti-realist would reply. Now, scientific anti-realism is a house with many mansions, and a prominent variety in modern philosophy of science is the variety known as constructive empiricism, which has been elaborated by the American philosopher Bas van Fraassen since the early 1980s. A distinctive aspect of constructive empiricism is that it agrees with scientific realism about the semantic aspect. Namely, a constructive empiricist would agree with the scientific realist that we should take the language of science at face value, that we should understand the main theoretical terms such as planet or electrons or whatever as referring to objects in the external world. But the constructive empiricist would disagree with the realist about the epistemic aspect. In other words, the constructive empiricist would claim that we don't need to believe theories to be true for them to be good. Now, the name constructive empiricism stresses that there is an important element of construction that goes on in scientific activity, especially in the way we build scientific models which are meant to be adequate to the phenomena. And the word empiricism emphasizes that this is ultimately an empiricist position in believing that our knowledge should be confined to the available experimental evidence, as opposed to going beyond the available evidence and claiming to discover truth about the unobservable. So what is the unobservable? And what does it mean that we construct models that are adequate to the phenomena, but they don't necessarily tell us the truth about the unobservables? Consider minerals. There are some observable phenomena that we can study about minerals. For example, their melting points, their hardness, how easily they may combine with each other. But there are other aspects which are, strictly speaking, unobservable to the human eye. For example, chemistry classifies gold as the metal with atomic number 79, and the atomic number is defined in terms of number of protons and electrons distinctive of that element. So strictly speaking, whereas we can observe with our naked eye the property of melting point, hardness, and so forth, we can't observe with our naked eye the atomic number or the molecular composition of minerals. But we do construct models of them. Indeed, we do construct informative models, like these crystal models of minerals, for example, which nicely represent the molecular composition using balls of different colors arranged according to some geometric structure that is meant to be adequate to the phenomena. For example, is meant to represent how easily we can slice the minerals along some of these chemical bonds. Yet, the constructive empiricist would insist we shouldn't take models as providing the truth about the unobservable, namely about atoms, molecules, their chemical arrangements. Models must only be adequate to the observable phenomena. They are useful tools to get calculations done, but they don't deliver any truth about the unobservable entities. So constructive empiricism would insist that scientific theories need not to be true in order to be good. They only need to be empirically adequate. And a theory is empirically adequate if whatever the theory says about observable things and events in the world, past, present, and future, is true. In other words, the theory is empirically adequate if the theory saves the phenomena. In this way, empirical adequacy, rather than truth, becomes the aim of science. Now, this conclusion chimes in many ways with the old view of ancient Greek astronomy that the aim of science was to save the phenomena. But there are some important differences. For ancient Greek astronomy, the aim was to save the phenomena because Ptolemy and Simplicius and so forth thought that human knowledge cannot vie with divine knowledge. But after Galileo, that view could no longer be maintained. So for modern science, the reason why some anti-realists may want to insist that the aim is not truth but empirical adequacy has nothing to do with the distinction between human knowledge and divine knowledge, and all to do with the metaphysical commitment that theories bring along with them on one hand, and on the other hand with the idealized and abstract nature of the scientific models that we build. As far as the latter is concerned, in the past 30 years or so, an increasing literature in philosophy of science has stressed how abstraction and idealization enter into the construction of models, so that although the models are very useful and explanatory tools in everyday practice, they may not necessarily be true of states of affairs in the world, if not in a very idealized sense or in very idealized circumstances. For example, in this double helix stick and ball model of the DNA sequence, we need to abstract from the terribly complicated cellular environment in which DNA sequences can be found in nature. And we also need to idealize the atoms involved as perfectly spherical balls of different colors, as well as we need to idealize the direction of the helix spiral, right-handed or left-handed, to represent the different forms of the DNA molecules. So models can be very useful and informative and explanatory, even if we don't have to think of them as providing a perfectly true picture of the target system. As far as metaphysical commitment is concerned, the constructive empiricist would insist that she can do exactly the same good quality science as the scientific realist. In other words, one, again, doesn't need to believe that the theory is true to explain why we have such a successful science. One can just say that the success of our present theories is the result of a struggle for survival across centuries. So the best theories in mature science are the ones that have proved survival adaptive, are the ones that have proved to save the available evidence without necessarily being true. So in reply to the numerical argument, the constructive empiricist would insist that we can give an explanation, some sort of Darwinian explanation of why science is so successful by appealing to empirical adequacy rather than truth. Moreover, the constructive empiricist would insist that scientific realism is some sort of high-risk strategy when it comes to metaphysical commitment. What if the unobservable entities that we take to be true in the present science turn out to be like unobservable entities that people in the past believed to be true and they proved to be non-existent? What if in 100 years' time our electrons and neutrinos and protons and DNA turn out to be like the ether or the phlogiston or the caloric or all those other unobservable entities that people in the past believed and that are now just a remnant of a discarded past? Should we then abandon scientific realism and embrace constructive empiricism? Well, the realists are not going to be impressed, and here are two possible realist rejoinders. The first one would say that the notion of empirical adequacy doesn't really do when it comes to explaining the success of science, and Van Frassen's Darwinian reformulation of the numerical argument doesn't really cut any ice. One thing is to explain why only successful theories survive. Another thing is to explain what makes a theory successful. So the scientific realist would claim that she has a story to tell about what makes a theory successful, namely that the theories that survive are successful because they are true, because the entities that they postulate are real, and because what the theory says about those entities is true or approximately true. The theories that didn't survive, the theory that failed because they were simply false, like the ether theory or the phlogiston theory or the caloric theory. So this is the first rejoinder against Van Frassen, reformulation of the numericals argument. The second rejoinder attacks Van Frassen's distinction between the observable phenomena and the unobservable entities. This distinction has been at the center of a very voluminous literature, which I won't have the time to cover today. But philosophers have been concerned about the way in which this distinction is drawn or can be drawn, because it seems to be too stringent as an empiricist criterion. Why should we not rely on our scientific instruments, be they an electron microscope or a particle collider, to deliver us a reliable image about what there is? Why should we trust our naked eye more than our scientific instruments? So here I won't enter into the intricate details of the arguments pros and against the observable and unobservable distinction. But I do want to mention one prominent realist response to constructive empiricism. And this is a response that has been formulated by two philosophers of science, Philip Kitcher and Peter Lipton. The response says that we are justified to believe in unobservable entities because the inferential path that leads to such unobservable entities is one and the same inferential path that leads us to unobserved observables. So, what is an unobserved observables? Well, consider the many ways in which perfectly observable objects may go unobserved. None of us has ever seen a dinosaur, yet if we could travel back in time, we could in principle be able to see a dinosaur with our naked eye. So a dinosaur is a classical example of an unobserved observable. So people like Kitcher and Lipton have been arguing that we are justified to believe in electrons, atoms, DNA sequence, unobservable entities on the same grounds on which we are justified to believe in dinosaurs. So how do we know about dinosaurs? Fossil evidence is what paleontologists use to reconstruct the past history of our planet. From fossil evidence of this type, we can reconstruct some important information about the life of extinct marine species, like these trilobites in the Paleozoic era. For example, we can come to know whether they swam, they moved on the seabed, whether they ate plankton, how many different genera there were, how geographically distributed, and so on. But as fossils provide evidence for now extinct species, similarly, one can argue, the Large Hadron Collider's outcomes can provide evidence for the elusive Higgs boson. The inferential path to the unobservable Higgs boson is one and the same as the inferential path that leads to the unobserved observable trilobites. Philosophers of science calls this inferential path inference to the best explanation. The idea behind inference to the best explanation is that we infer the hypothesis which would, if true, provide the best explanation of the available evidence. Thus we infer the existence of marine arthropods like trilobites, because this is the best explanation for these fossils, as we infer the Higgs boson as the best explanation for the sort of evidence coming out of the LHC. Namely, we choose from a pool of competing explanatory hypotheses the one that we regard the best, the one that, if true, would provide a deeper understanding of the available evidence. Inference to the best explanation is a powerful tool in the scientific realist toolkit. It shows that scientific hypotheses that we choose and we are willing to believe tend to be those that would provide a deeper understanding, the best explanation of our evidence. And this is what we tend to do every day in life. For example, in medical diagnostics, when the doctor infers the hypothesis that best explain the patient's symptoms, as well as in astronomy and cosmology, when we infer that the universe is expanding as the best explanation for the cosmological redshift in the spectrum of the stars. The realists would say, this is what science is all about. We don't rely necessarily on our eyes or technological instruments to believe in the unobservable entities, but on the validity and robustness of our inferential practices informed by a wealth of experimental data in order to draw conclusions about how our universe is going to be like. So in this lecture, I introduced you very briefly to some of the salient points of the debate between realism and anti-realism in science. To sum up, scientific realists believe that truth is the aim of science and that we should believe our best theories in mature science to be true, or at least approximately true. They appeal to the numericals argument, which says that if scientific theories were not true, if the unobservable entities that they postulate didn't exist, then it would be just a miracle that we have such a successful science. Next, we consider the prominent anti-realist response, namely constructive empiricism, defended by the philosopher Bas van Fraassen. Under this account, science doesn't need to be true to be good, and the aim of science is simply to provide us with theories which are empirically adequate. We saw the rationale for this view, namely how we build models that are adequate to the phenomena and how we can make perfectly good sense of how science works without the additional metaphysical commitment to truth. Finally, we consider some realist rejoinders to constructive empiricism and primarily inference to the best explanation as a way of delivering beliefs in unobservable entities, be they atoms, molecules, electrons, DNA strands, no less than in unobserved observable such as dinosaurs and trilobites. Where does all this discussion leave us? Well, as always in philosophy, the debate goes on, and an array of philosophical positions have been developed over the past 30 years that promise to overcome the standoff between realism and anti-realism. As our science grows and unfolds, so do our philosophical images of science. But this is a story for some other time. Thank you.
Hello from the past, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alistair Richmond. I teach philosophy at the University of Edinburgh, and I specialise in that branch of metaphysics that looks at philosophical questions to do with time, and in particular time travel. And the aim of this talk is to give you a short overview of the philosophy of time travel and some of the philosophical problems that this topic throws up. The key text for this talk is a 1976 paper by David Lewis, 1941 to 2001, called The Paradoxes of Time Travel. And in that paper, Lewis tries to defend the logical possibility of backwards time travel. So a really good way into the debate is to begin by looking at Lewis's definition of what time travel might actually involve. And Lewis says time travel involves a distinction between two ways in which time could be registered. What you might call external time on the one hand and personal time on the other. External time is time as it's registered by the world at large, which might be time as it's registered by the movement of the tides, by the rotation of the sun, by the movement of the earth through space, by the sun rising and setting. So external time is simply time as it's registered by the majority of the non-time travelling universe. Time for everybody. Personal time, on the other hand, is time as it's registered by a particular person or a particular travelling object. And so personal time, for example, might be time registered by the traveller's watch, time registered by the accumulation of the traveller's memories, time registered by the accumulation of the traveller's digestive products, time registered by the traveller's hair greying or cells dying. Now, for most of us, and I'm going to assume for the purposes of this talk that most of us aren't time travellers, external time and personal time march in step. If 5 minutes elapses for you, as recorded by your watch, by your digestion, by your blood circulating, you should typically find that 5 minutes has passed in the external world. But in cases of time travel, personal time and external time diverge. And there are two ways in which this could be imagined as happening. In cases of forward time travel, personal time and external time share the same direction, but they have different measures of duration. Suppose, for example, I depart from January 2013 in my time machine, and I arrive in January of 2063. So 50 years has elapsed in external time. But in my frame of reference, aboard the machine, measured by my watch, my digestion, the accumulation of my memories, all the processes that travel with me, only 5 minutes has elapsed. So I get out of the machine 5 minutes older in personal time, only to find that 50 years has elapsed in the external world. So this would clearly be a case of time travel. 5 minutes of personal time corresponds, the same journey measures 50 years of external time. So in cases of forward time travel, personal time and external time share the same direction, but different duration. Cases of backward time travel, personal time and external time again diverge. Remember that Lewis thinks that divergences between personal time and external time are actually constitutive of time travel. So in backward time travel, personal time and external time diverge, but they diverge in direction. Suppose now that my 5-minute personal time journey from January 2013 doesn't take me into the future, it takes me into the past. So I activate the machine, 5 minutes passes for me, my watch shows an increase of 5 minutes. 5 minutes seems to elapse in my frame of reference, but when I arrive, I've arrived in January 1863. So a journey that has 5 minutes positive personal duration has 150 years negative external duration. So in backward time travel, personal time and external time diverge in direction. So in this case, 5 minutes positive personal time measures the same journey as a 150-year negative interval of external time. Now, a backward time journey has the peculiarity that in external time, the journey begins after it ends. The journey ends in 1863, but it begins in 2013. So, says Lewis, given a distinction between personal time and external time, it is at least possible to imagine both forward time travel and backward time travel. Now, the details of this are slightly technical, but forward time travel seems to be a very deeply embedded phenomenon in one of our best supported physical theories. Einstein's special theory of relativity predicts that the rate at which time passes is not an absolute, not an invariant, but varies according to relative speed. In other words, the greater the relative velocity between two systems, the closer that relative velocity comes to the speed of light, the more that the rate of temporal passage diverges in those two frames of reference. Now, if I'm lucky, I maybe have 40 or even 50 years of personal time ahead of me. And the special theory of relativity says that if I travel fast enough relative to the solar system, I can make that 40 or 50 year interval of personal time comprise tens or hundreds or millions or even billions of years of external time. Provided that I travel fast enough, I can make my 40 years of personal time extend through the entire future history of the Sun. So forward time travel is very deeply embedded in Einstein's special theory of relativity, and we have decades and decades of very well supported physical results that suggest that these divergences between frames of reference really occur. Backward time travel is a bit more speculative. And whether physics permits backward time travel is still something that's actually hotly contested. But the general theory of relativity seems to predict that under certain circumstances, given an enormous amount of mass, or an enormous density of mass, or enormously rapid movement of mass, it's possible to create circumstances where personal time and external time diverge, not only in duration, but in direction. There's a famous model universe by the Austrian mathematical physicist Kurt Gödel, which describes a relativistically possible universe where it's possible to take journeys into the local future that can visit any point in the external past. So the general theory of relativity seems to underwrite the kind of personal time, external time discrepancies that are constitutive of backward time travel as well. So that's how Lewis defines time travel, divergences between personal time and external time. The classic objection to backwards time travel is usually referred to as the grandfather paradox. And a big part of Lewis's paper is designed to diffuse the argument that time travel must generate logically contradictory outcomes. Now, I stress that Lewis is only defending the logical possibility of time travel. All Lewis's paper aims to show is that it's logically possible for someone to travel in time. Lewis isn't saying that time travel is physically possible, still less is he saying that time travel actually occurs and time travellers walk among us. So the aim of the game is to defend the claim that it's logically possible to travel in time, or to put it another way, that some backward time journeys can be described without falling into contradiction. Well, why might someone think that a backward time journey is logically problematic? Well, the classic argument appeals to grandfather paradoxes. And it goes something like this. If it was possible to travel in time, it would be possible to create contradictions. It's not possible to create contradictions, therefore it's not possible to travel backwards in time. Now, Lewis accepts some of that argument. He accepts that it's not possible to create a contradiction. any real state of affairs, any real world had better be consistent. The world had better be logically possible. Or to put it another way, to establish that something's logically impossible is to establish that it just cannot possibly occur. So Lewis does accept that contradictions can't occur, but where he differs from the proponents of the grandfather paradox argument is that he thinks that backward time travel needn't necessarily involve the ability to generate paradoxes. Interpreted properly, backward time travel can be internally consistent. Well, why are they called grandfather paradoxes? Well, the standard example, popular from innumerable science fiction stories and films, imagines a traveller going back in time and removing an essential cause of her or his existence. The standard example imagines that the traveller goes back in time and eliminates a grandparent, typically a grandfather, before grandfather has had a chance to father any children. So if you could travel back in time and eliminate your grandfather before grandfather had achieved parenthood, you would remove one of your parents from existence. If you remove one of your parents from existence, you presumably remove yourself. So if your mission succeeds, your grandfather doesn't exist, one of your parents don't exist, and you don't exist. But if you don't exist, how do you travel back to carry out your mission in the first place? The mission seems to succeed only if and only if it doesn't succeed, which seems to issue in a glaring logical contradiction. So the problem is that if you could travel back in time and eliminate the causes of your own existence, you could make yourself both exist and not exist at the same time, which is surely logically impossible. Now, as I say, Lewis thinks that logical contradictions can't occur. Where he thinks the grandfather paradox argument goes wrong is in assuming that time travel necessarily generates the ability to enact logical contradictions. I don't have a problem with either of my grandfathers, so for the sake of argument, I'll assume that my mission is to assassinate someone I do have a problem with, namely Adolf Hitler. So let's suppose that I get funding to develop a time machine, and my experimental launch takes place in January 2013. I've done my homework, and I decide that the best place to strike at Hitler is in late 1908, during the so-called Hunger Years, when Hitler was trying to eke out a living as an artist in Vienna. I reason that at this point Hitler doesn't have an army, he's not surrounded by security guards, he's a lone private individual, and therefore a safe target. So let's suppose that I arrive in Vienna in 1908, dressed and equipped and trained to pass myself off as a native Viennese of the period. I get Hitler in my sights, I try to pull the trigger, and what happens? Well, something that can't happen is that I successfully assassinate in 1908 someone who doesn't in fact die until 1945. Assuming that death is a one-shot operation, one and the same person cannot die in 1908 and die in 1945. So my successfully assassinating Hitler in 1908 would generate a grandfather paradox. I should just say at this point that people seem to think that paradoxes are okay, provided history's only changed a little bit. Well, unfortunately, logic doesn't recognise things being slightly contradictory. Something's either contradictory or it isn't. So I can't do anything in 1908 that hasn't already happened in the history whence I come. So if I get Hitler in my sights in 1908, there seems a guarantee of failure. But that failure might take any one of a number of forms. My gun could jam, I could sneeze, Hitler could duck to tie up his shoelaces, I could be run over by a tram, or I could successfully shoot down somebody I believe is Hitler, only to discover I've shot the wrong person. Now, all of those outcomes are perfectly consistent with Hitler surviving until 1945. So my mere presence in the past is not necessarily contradictory. So certain outcomes are compatible with Hitler surviving until 1945. So my actions in the past seem to be restricted, but that's not the same as saying that they're impossible. One thing to bear in mind is that in Lewis's analysis, each moment, each time happens only once. It's not that 1908 happens without my presence and then I go back in my machine and somehow 1908 happens again, only this time I'm there. If Lewis is correct, each moment happens once and once only, and the course of history is consistent over time. So if I travel back from 2013 to 1908, the history whence I come contains anything that I get up to when I arrive at my destination in the past. So provided that the history that I come from in 2013 is consistent with the history that I arrive in 1908. There's no paradox. So where does the appearance of paradox come from? Why does the grandfather paradox argument have such an appeal? And Lewis says it's because there's an ambiguity, or worse than an ambiguity, in the argument's very first premise. If it was possible to travel backward in time, it would be possible to generate paradoxes. Well, what does possible mean? Lewis says that to answer this question properly, we need the notion of something being compossible. Now, compossibility means possible relative to a set of facts or certain states of affairs. Here's an example, adapted from Lewis. Is it possible for me to speak Gaelic? Well, in one sense it is. I can speak one language at least. I can master some basic syntax. I've got a few words at my disposal. I've got a larynx that functions. So in a sense, yes, I should be able to speak Gaelic, but don't ask me to recite any of Scotland's rich history of Gaelic poetry, because as it happens, I've never learned Gaelic. My education just hasn't stretched to picking up the words, the syntax and the grammar. So in one sense, it's possible for me to speak Gaelic relative to one set of facts. It's compossible with one set of states of affairs. But relative to another set of facts, a bigger, a more inclusive set, it's not possible. But there's no paradox here, because the set of facts according to which it's possible that I could speak Gaelic are not the same set of facts as the set of facts which mean that it's impossible for me to speak Gaelic. Apply this to time travel cases. Is it possible for me to assassinate Hitler in 1908? Well, relative to one set of facts, it is possible. I mean, let's suppose that my gun is in good order, my eye is keen, I'm well trained. This is perhaps the least plausible business of the whole scenario, but let's just suppose that my training and my eyesight are up to the job. Let's suppose that Hitler isn't wearing a Kevlar vest or any kind of armour. Well, relative to facts like that, then yes, my mission succeeding is possible. It's compossible with those facts. But the success of my mission is not compossible with a more inclusive set of facts, particularly not relative to the fact that in 1945 Hitler is still alive. So what's compossible relative to some facts about 1908 is not possible relative to a more inclusive set of facts. But there's no paradox here, because it's a feature of possibility and compossibility that what's possible relative to one set of facts may not be possible relative to another set of facts. So, Lewis says, backward time travel can be logically consistent, provided you bear in mind that what's possible relative to one set of facts may not be possible relative to another set of facts. Okay, so far we've covered Lewis's account of what time travel actually involves, and we've covered Lewis's attempt at trying to diffuse the appeal of grandfather paradoxes. So far, the account is this. Travel into the past is logically possible, provided that what the traveller does in the past is consistent with the history whence the traveller comes. Now at this point you might be thinking, well hang on, if the traveller's actions already exist in the past, in some sense, before the traveller sets out, or at least if the traveller's actions exist at external times earlier than the traveller's departure, how can the traveller possibly have any impact on the past? People sometimes hear Lewis's analysis and think, well, surely the traveller is just a sort of pre-programmed robot, completely predetermined to go through a completely rigid set of actions. Or worse still, people might think that a traveller in the past is doomed to be a sort of ghost, forced to witness events but be powerless to intervene. Well, Lewis thinks that it's possible for a traveller to be really concretely present in the past, a proper functioning human agent with intentions and wishes and choices, and to make a difference to the past. We have to be careful how we imagine the impact of a traveller in the past. Lewis distinguishes between two senses in which it could be said a traveller could change the past, what I'm going to call replacement change and counterfactual change. In a nutshell, Lewis says that a traveller in the past cannot effect replacement changes, but can effect counterfactual changes. What's a replacement change? Consider a perfectly ordinary object like a glass. If I were to drop a glass from waist height onto a concrete floor and the glass shatters, I would have replaced an intact glass with a set of glass fragments. I would have effected a replacement change in events. There was an intact glass, The intact glass is shattered, the intact glass has gone away, and in its stead, it's been replaced by a set of glass fragments. Now, Lewis thinks that replacement changes can happen to concrete objects, but not to times. You can't replacement change any time, past, present or future. Suppose you make a plan to meet a friend for lunch at 12 o'clock at a certain restaurant. And then you get a text from your friend to say, I'm sorry, I can't make lunch today, can we meet tomorrow? Well, that hasn't replacement changed the future. It's not that you did in the future meet at a certain restaurant and then that future somehow went away. So Lewis says, yes, you can't affect replacement changes in the past, but you can't affect replacement changes in the future either. Replacement changes can only happen to concrete objects. You can replace a concrete object like an intact glass with a set of glass fragments. But concrete objects are not the same as times. So that's replacement change. Counterfactual change, maybe a little bit harder to get a handle on, but counterfactual change is the impact that you have assessed in terms of what would have happened, counterfactually, if you hadn't been present. One of the things that enabled me to be on time for this session this morning was that my alarm clock went off on time. But if the alarm clock hadn't gone off, I would have been late. So I can assert the counterfactual, if my alarm clock had broken, I wouldn't have been on time. So when my alarm went off, clearly had an impact on my ability to attend this session on time. If my alarm clock had broken, I would have been late. So, in a sense, the alarm has changed the course of my day. But that change is not to be assessed in replacement terms. It's not that there was an original version of events where my alarm clock didn't go off and I was late, and then somehow my alarm clock did go off and history was replacement changed and I was on time. Rather, the impact the alarm clock had can be assessed counterfactually. This morning only happened once, and it happened with my alarm clock going off on time. But if it had happened differently, history would have unfolded differently. Another example. Historians who treated the period, not least Arthur Wellesley, the Duke of Wellington, maintain that a crucial factor in determining the outcome of the Battle of Waterloo was the arrival in the late afternoon at the battle of Prussian forces under the command of Field Marshal Blücher. And Wellington himself frequently said that if Blücher had been late, Napoleon would have won. So that's clearly a counterfactual conditional. If Blücher had been late, Napoleon would have won. Again, it's not that Blücher made a replacement change to the Battle of Waterloo. It's not that Waterloo originally issued in a French victory, and then Blücher's forces arrived, and the French victory somehow was made such that it never was, and an Allied victory took its place. Waterloo happened only once, with a victory for the Allies. But an important factor in that victory was the arrival of Marshal Blücher. So we can say that Blücher's arrival changed the course of history, but it changed it in the counterfactual sense, not in the replacement sense. Okay, we've got two senses of change, replacement change, counterfactual change. Lewis maintains that time travellers can have an impact on the past in the counterfactual sense. The presence of a traveller might make history different from what it would have been if the traveller hadn't been there. Going back to my attempt at assassinating Hitler, suppose my time machine deposits me in Vienna in 1908 with a great flash of light, and I've arrived so close to Hitler that Hitler sees a flash of light and recoils. He steps back in shock, out of the path of a tram that would otherwise have cut him down. In this case, I could assert the counterfactual, if I hadn't travelled back in time, Hitler would have died. So in this case, I've clearly had a counterfactual impact on history. I have, albeit unwittingly, been partly responsible for Hitler's survival. So it could well be that the course of history could consistently contain the counterfactual impact of the presence of time travellers. Another example. Suppose that I travel back to 1864 and I bump into Lincoln. Lincoln's about to give the world-famous words out of the Gettysburg Address, but he's unsure which version to give. He has a choice between the famous version history records and another version. And I say to him, Abe, go with the version that starts with these great resonant sentences about how this nation was conceived in liberty. That will go down very well. And Lincoln takes my advice, and the other version of the speech is binned. But suppose if I hadn't intervened, Lincoln would have recited a different version of the Gettysburg Address. Well, I've clearly had an impact on history. History is different as a result of my efforts, but I've not replaced anything. I've not made one version of the Gettysburg Address disappear and another version take its place. The Gettysburg Address happens once and once only, but I've still changed the course of history. Okay, so far we've covered Lewis's account of what time travel is. We've covered his attempt at diffusing the grandfather paradoxes, and we've covered Lewis's reasons for thinking that a time traveller could genuinely be said to have an impact on the past. Well, there's another class of examples familiar from fiction, which don't involve paradoxes, but nonetheless seem to pose a problem for the intelligibility of backward time travel. And these are cases of so-called causal loops. A causal loop, for our purposes, is a chain of events that loops back in time so that an event turns out to be among its own causes. And there have been some very ingenious science fiction stories on these themes. So for example, let's suppose that I get in my time machine, clutching a copy of the complete works of Shakespeare printed in 2012, and I travel back to 1588, and I make contact with the young, struggling player Will Shaxpert, as he was then calling himself. And I take him to one side and I say, "Will, you want to get ahead in this drama business, don't you? Try writing this down. What a piece of work is a man. How noble in reason, how infinite in faculties, in form and moving, how express and admirable." And I then give him one of Hamlet's famous speeches. And Shakespeare goes, "Yes, that's not bad. Is there more where that came from?" And I said, "There's loads more. There's all of this." And I hand to Shakespeare a 2012 copy of his own complete works and let him copy them down. So Shakespeare copies down his own works. Those copies are transmitted to players, to theatre goers, to printers all over the world. They're popular, they become part of the history of the world, and they're transmitted to printing works in 2012, whence is derived the copy that I take back to 1588. So Shakespeare copies the plays from a 2012 printing of his works. The 2012 printing exists because of Shakespeare's act of copying in 1588. But who writes Hamlet? Where does the information come from? Where do all these beautifully poised, balanced, intricately wrought speeches and scenes and characters come from? Where is the information generated? Lewis takes perhaps a simpler example. Lewis says, imagine that you're at home one evening and the phone rings and an oddly familiar voice says, "Don't say a word, write these instructions down and follow them to the letter." And the voice proceeds to recite some instructions for how to construct and operate a time machine. And you follow the instructions and you discover the time machine has deposited you in the recent past. And once in the recent past, you call your own phone number, an oddly familiar voice says hello, and you say into the phone, "Don't say a word, write these instructions down and follow them to the letter." And you proceed to give your younger self the instructions that you remember for how to build and operate a time machine. So the question is, given that this doesn't seem to be inconsistent, there's no paradox, there's no event being replaced, there's no live and dead grandfather problem, there's still something very strange about a causal loop. When you think, well, how does my older self know how to build the machine? Well, the older self knows how to build the machine because the older self remembers hearing the information as the younger self, and the younger self remembers because he was told by my older self. But where does the information come from? Where's the entry point for the information into the loop? And Lewis says, well, there just isn't an entry point. In the case of the time machine, there is no answer to where the information comes from. In the Shakespeare case, there's no answer to the question who wrote Hamlet. Hamlet wasn't written. Hamlet merely exists. Now this seems very counterintuitive. It seems a good principle that knowledge and information are created through normal causal processes. It would be very strange indeed to stumble across a fully formed, highly informative text or machine that has no causal origin. And Lewis says, yes, it would be very strange. But that's not to say that it's impossible. So Lewis's answer to the problem of causal loops is to say this: a causal loop is very strange. To see information apparently springing into existence from nothing is very counterintuitive. But, says Lewis, where does information come from in any case? Lewis says it's one thing to ask where an event comes from. It's another thing to ask where an entire chain of events comes from. It can be a good, useful, well-formed question to say, well, why did this event occur? I mean, suppose you want to know how you came to be born. You might appeal to earlier events, facts about your parents, how they met, facts about your grandparents, facts about human evolution, facts about how the solar system evolved, facts about how the universe evolved. So you might be able to trace the chain of causes and effects back and back and back and back and back arbitrarily far. Well, Lewis says there are only really three possible chains of events, and in each case, the question, where does the information come from, is just as pressing. Suppose that the chain of causes and effects stretches back infinitely. Every event has a cause, which has a cause, which has a cause, which has a cause, forever. So for each event, you can appeal to an earlier event, and an earlier event still, and an earlier event still, back and back and back. But there's no end to the chain, and so there's no answer to the question, where does the whole chain come from? The chain itself has no origin, has no endpoint. So that's an infinite linear chain. Suppose, on the other hand, and this is a prospect that many physicists take very seriously, there are causal chains that just appear from nowhere. Quantum physics, Big Bang cosmology takes very seriously the idea that the laws of physics allow events to occur without any prior causes. The Big Bang, for example, standard Big Bang cosmology says that the Big Bang isn't the first event in time, it's the beginning of time. As Stephen Hawking memorably put it, asking what's before the Big Bang, what's earlier than the Big Bang, is like asking what's to the north of the North Pole. It's just no good answer. The question doesn't make sense. The Big Bang is governed by physical laws, but there are no earlier events. So if Big Bang cosmology is true, every causal chain in the universe is linear but finite. There comes a point beyond which you simply can't appeal to earlier events. So infinite linear chains and finite linear chains both pose the same problem. Where does the information come from? In the Hamlet case and the telephone case, we've got a finite, non-linear chain, events that prove to be among their own causes. But again, the question where the whole chain comes from, it's not clear that there's a good answer to it. So Lewis says, yes, causal loops, events that are among their own causes, information seemingly generated from nothing, very, very counterintuitive. But a causal loop is no more or less problematic than any other kind of chain. The options are infinite linear, finite linear, or finite non-linear. And in each case, there may be a good explanation why each event occurred, but there's no explanation for the chain of events as a whole. Well, that's all I wanted to say about Lewis's analysis. I've covered how Lewis defines time travel, his way of diffusing grandfather paradoxes, his account of change in the past, and his account of causal loops. What I want to do for this final section is simply to sketch some of the live problems in the philosophy of time travel and where this branch of philosophy is going next. One of the interesting questions concerns persistence in time travel. Suppose you travel back in time and you meet your younger self. You have a conversation with your younger self, something along the lines of the phone call that Lewis imagines. How can one person be present in two places at once? How did time travel suddenly allow you to bilocate? Interesting questions from physics and time travel concern what sort of laws of nature would govern a physical world that had systems that time travel in it. A fascinating argument from David Deutsch and Michael Lockwood argues that a realistic physics of time travel would have to imagine that time travel takes place in many, many histories. Suppose, on this view, you travel back in time and you try to assassinate Hitler in 1908. In a one-world system, and Lewis's analysis is part of a one-world system, there seem to be certain physically possible outcomes that you can't achieve. You can't shoot somebody dead for all that the person is unarmed and unarmoured. So, Deutsch and Lockwood argue, backward time travellers would face very strange physical blocks. There would be apparently physically possible actions that you couldn't perform in the past. And they think that it's a constitutive part of a realistic physics that local systems, local agents, should be autonomous, in the sense that what is possible in a given region of space-time should be determined by what's going on in that region and not reflect facts about all of space-time. So, Deutsch and Locke would think the way to make time travel consistent and also preserve a realistic sense of physical possibility is to imagine that time travel takes place in a system of many worlds or branching histories. So you travel back in time to 1908 and you can assassinate Hitler, but the Hitler you assassinate belongs to a history that branches off from the history whence you come. So yes, you can have your full freedom of action, your full autonomy in the past, but if you change history in the replacement sense, the history you arrive in is distinct from the history you left. So, to go back to the Hitler example, you could assassinate a version of Hitler in 1908 and create an alternative history, a history that branches off from the history that you come from. But there's no paradox here because there are now two versions of Hitler. There's the Hitler from your history who dies in 1945, and there's the Hitler in the history that you create who dies in 1908. So you can have your full freedom of action without generating paradoxes at the cost of accepting the existence of many worlds. And an interesting question is, does many worlds time travel really qualify as time travel? If your destination is in a different history, a different chain of events, is that really travelling in time? Another problem concerns whether or not a realistic physics would let us construct time machines. Now this is a region where we're looking at the intersection of quantum mechanics and the general theory of relativity, and a lot of work remains to be done to make those two very different and very successful theories into a single cohesive theory of quantum gravity, as it's called. And an interesting question is whether the mechanisms for time travel that general relativity may permit and the time travel mechanisms that quantum mechanics may permit will survive the fusion of general relativity and quantum mechanics into quantum gravity. At the moment, one interesting line of approach, particularly associated with the philosopher John Ehrman, holds that it might be possible to construct a realistic time machine, but at the cost that you couldn't control it. You could set up the conditions necessary to generate divergences between personal time and external time, but it would be physically impossible to predict what that mechanism would actually create. So you could set up a time machine, you could create a region of the universe where time travel occurred, and yet not be able to predict what sort of outcomes were generated by it. I mentioned Stephen Hawking on Big Bang cosmology earlier, and Hawking has posed a great challenge to the realistic possibility of time travel, which is often quoted, which is, if time travel is possible, where are the time travellers? Now, I stress that Lewis's analysis is concerned only to support the logical possibility of backward time travel. Something can be logically possible, but yet physically impossible. So Lewis did accept that a world in which backward time travel occurred might have some very, very strange coincidences in it, some very strange failures of causation, and might look very unlike the world that we think we inhabit. And some philosophers have tried to argue that if backward time travellers did exist, we would be able to spot them because of the unlikely chains of coincidences that they would trail in their wake. Suppose I go back in time to Vienna in 1908 with a bus full of assassins, and we each take a separate mechanism for trying to whack Hitler. Somebody has a machine gun, someone has a bazooka, someone else has a poisoned hat, someone else has an exploding cake, and we all converge on Hitler's known history with our various infernal devices. No matter how many times we try, we're guaranteed to fail. And surely this argument runs, this is associated with the philosopher Paul Horridge in particular, surely Horridge's argument runs, if backward time travel occurred, we would see trails of unlikely coincidences as people try to change history and fail. Now there may be an answer to Hawking's where are the time travellers, depending on the kind of mechanism that you imagine time travel involving. I mentioned Kurt Gödel's model of general relativity, according to which an infinite amount of matter distributed across an infinite space-time creates a universe where any 2 points in history can be joined together, where you can travel anywhere in space and time. Now, if we lived in a Gödel universe, the absence of other time travellers would be a real problem, because in a Gödel universe, the whole of history is accessible. But other scenarios are more localised. When physicists talk about time travel, they talk about the possibility of closed time-like curves. A closed time-like curve is a path through space and time that returns to the very point whence it departed, but that nowhere exceeds the local speed of light. It's a pathway that a physically possible object can take that leads backward in time. And it's still a hotly disputed question whether a realistic physics allows closed time-like curves. But one thing that physicists are agreed on is that a device that generates a closed time-like curve is not a vehicle. It's not like the time machines that we see in fiction, the wonderful assembly of brass and quartz rods that lets you rove through history at will. Rather, a time machine, as physicists describe it, is a kind of place, a region of curved space-time. So suppose I create a closed time-like curve generator in 2015. Thereafter, it should be possible to travel back to 2015, but the closed time-like curve generator only allows access to history over the period over which it itself exists. So if the first ever closed time-like curve generator comes online in 2015, that means that subsequent times can travel back to 2015, but nobody can travel further back than 2015. So the answer to Hawking's question, if time travel is possible, where are the time travellers, may well be that time travel is possible, but not yet. For more information about Gödel, about Lewis, about Deutsch, about Horwich, for some references and for some diagrams, please see the handout that goes with this talk. Thank you very much.
Hello out there. Alistair Richmond speaking to you again, lecturer on the final week 7 of this Introduction to Philosophy course, the time travel lecturer. And I've been taking part in quite a lot of online thread discussion with some of you, and I've enjoyed it very much. Thank you for all your comments. Keep your comments, keep your threads coming. I've tried to address as many questions as I can. My apologies if I haven't got round to your particular problem or your particular thread. I'm doing my best, but there's probably slightly more than I can manage. Hence, in large part, this short recorded follow-up video. I want to try and revisit some of the points I've made and to try to address some of the questions that have come up. Now, bear in mind that all I've been doing is to defend David Lewis's argument that backward time travel is logically possible. Neither Lewis nor I is saying that time travel is physically possible or physically realistic, or that time travelers walk among us. Why this emphasis on logical possibility? Well, if something is logically impossible, it's contradictory, and it's a very plausible assumption that the contradictory cannot possibly be real. So it's a very powerful tool to establish that your opponent's position commits the opponent to contradiction. To make a factual error is bad, but to contradict yourself is presumably game over. So one serious implication of Lewis's argument is that if he's right, then time travel can't be dismissed on logical grounds alone, and consequently physical models that seem to permit time travel, like Gödel's universe, Gott's cosmic strings, the Ore-Soen machine, the Tipler cylinder, etc., cannot be ruled out logically. You need physics, you need the appeal to observation. Now, a crucial part of Lewis's argument is to say that time travel is logically possible, granted a distinction between personal time and external time. Personal time is not some other temporal dimension, some meta-time, but rather the way that time is registered by the travelling object. And for most of us, for the non-time travellers among us, and I'm certainly not a time traveller, by the way, for the non-time travellers among us, personal time and external time march in lockstep. 5 minutes of increasing personal time for me will be 5 minutes of increasing personal time for you. But for a time traveller, personal time and external time diverge. Personal time can be registered by the accumulation of the traveller's memories, the progress of the traveller's watch, the progress of the traveller's digestion. And I stress that this distinction is a well-supported one within relativistic and quantum physics. There are very good reasons for thinking that time actually passes at different rates in different frames of reference. Time may even have different directions in different frames of reference. So it may well be that everything that's requisite for Lewisian time travel is out there.
Something that has caused quite a bit of debate is the distinction between what I call replacement change and counterfactual change, or counterfactual impact. Now, I stress these are two ways of registering the impact we can have. It's not a philosopher's plaything. The replacement change, counterfactual change distinction is not a mere jargonese workup that Lewis has invented to deal with a particular problem, time travel. It's actually a very well supported tool for assessing different kinds of impact. Here again, Lewis thinks that you can make replacement change to concrete objects, but you can't make replacement change to times. You can make a concrete object go away and another concrete object take its place, but you can't make one and the same time be replaced at that time. An example. As I speak to you now, it's approximately 12:52. Imagine that at 12:53, I bring this presumably fragile and brittle glass down sharply on the edge of this table, and the glass shatters. So at 12:53, the series of events constitutive of the intact glass phase of history ceases, and the intact glass is replaced with a series of glass fragments. That's a replacement change. Now, you can also say, counterfactually, if I hadn't smashed the glass off the desk, it wouldn't have generated a lot of fragments. So one and the same event can be assessed in replacement or in counterfactual impact terms. It's not either or. But here's the thing. What I can't do is to take a version of history where the glass is shattered at 12:53 and then replace it with another version of history where the glass is intact at 12:53. I can replace an intact glass with a shattered glass, but I cannot replace an intact glass time. That's the point. And counterfactual impact is something that we use all the time. It's not something made up, I stress. Something else that's caused a few problems is Lewis's tu quoque, or you also, argument about causal loops. Now, a causal loop occurs when an event proves to be among its own causes. It seems to present some remarkable problems because it seems to suggest that information can be generated from nothing. And various people have said, entropy explains where information is generated. Well, I would submit that entropy explains where information is transmitted, how information gets from one place to another. Lewis's point is this. Explaining the ultimate origins of a causal loop is no more and no less difficult than explaining the ultimate origins of any other causal chain, be it infinite linear or finite linear. There's no earlier event that can be appealed to in explaining where the Big Bang came from. If you want to explain the Big Bang, you appeal to the laws that govern quantum vacuum fluctuations. Where do the laws come from? Who knows? If it turns out that the Big Bang has an infinite chain of causes behind it, the question, where does that infinite chain come from, is still equally pressing. So Lewis is not saying that causal loops only occur when the laws of nature fail, or that information can be generated from nothing and we shouldn't be worried about it. His point is that we don't have natural laws for where information ultimately comes from. One interesting possibility that I've mentioned on a couple of threads is the possibility that the universe itself could be the origin of could have its origins in a causal loop. Many astrophysicists take seriously the prospect that the universe can bud or branch, and it's a view seriously considered that this universe may put forth a later branch that loops back and proves to be the branch whence the earlier universe itself comes from, a truly self-parenting universe. In which case, the question of the origins and feasibility of causal loops may turn out to be the questions of the origin and feasibility of the entire physical universe. Food for thought. Various of you have objected to Lewis's analysis on the grounds that it conflicts with our sense of freedom. And frankly to that I say, so what? Who says that our sense of freedom is something that we must adhere to logically? It's not a logical truth, I would submit, that we enjoy contra-causal freedom, freedom from all causal determination. There's an influential school of thought advanced by philosophers like David Hume and Thomas Hobbes, to name but two, that holds that it's not the case that free will and determinism are incompatible. According to this compatibilist school, in order to have a free will,
You have to be the cause of your own actions. And provided your decisions are caused in the right way, caused by facts about you, caused by facts about your preferences, about your decision making, you can be both free and caused. So a compatibilist might have no problem in accepting that there are logical restrictions on a traveller's actions, but yet a traveller can nonetheless be free. Well, that has summarised some of the questions that I've heard. I'll try to address more questions as they come along. I've put some threads out there about the physics of time travel. I've put some threads out there about David Hume and testimony to time travel. I've put a link to a podcast that I did recently with other academics from Edinburgh University about the Scottish Enlightenment and ghosts and time travel. So do keep your posts coming, do keep your quotes coming, do keep your observations coming, and I shall try to answer them as best I can. So thank you very much, and it's nearly time for me, my hat and my goggles, to wish you a very good day, and to say that I hope you enjoy whatever remains of this course. Thank you very much indeed.